What up? It's your boy, right now to World Combat.
Falling once again, you're listening to World Combat Sports. Good morning, everyone. And once again, hopefully everyone is enjoying their week. It's Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? We're about to close out January with a new president. Head into February for whatever that means, you know. But to the hardcore boxing and MMA fans, we look forward to big fights coming up. As you're looking at my thumbnail right now, you know, one of the biggest fights that is becoming a topic of discussion is the Manny Pacquiao versus Ryan Garcia potential. Salute to everyone that's in the chat. Salute to the WCS supporters, the ones that's been rocking with me for a good minute. I appreciate you. Appreciate that. If there's 10 lions in the den, it's 10 lions in the den. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that fuck with me know what that means. You know, 10 lions in the den rather than 100 sheep running around them, motherfucker. You know, my second topic is Keyshawn Davis, man. Keyshawn Davis is a highly talented boxing prospect, man, that we was looking forward to, you know, seeing him contending in the Olympics. You know, with everything with the COVID-19, it pretty much delayed the travels, you know, offset the normal schedule of the Olympics happening when they're supposed to. But Keyshawn Davis was one of those boxers that was supposed to be on the team, man. We was looking forward. He has been released from the team for reasons of violating the policies. You know, it's happened. I'm not condoning what has happened, but the positive part of him no longer being on the team allows him to now compete professional. We're gonna talk on that later. And also Stephen Fuller gave the boxing community an inside close up to a boxing classic versus Angelo Leo. That was a boxing classic, people. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I know a lot of people's not talking about him, but you will. You know, once he steps in there, attempt to unify. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you have to admit to yourself, that was an exciting fight, man. But first of all, let's get to Ryan Garcia. Why Ryan Garcia, man, irritates the shit out of me is because, you know, this is a young kid who's made it perfectly clear that boxing is not going to be long-term from him. And though his projection, you know what I'm saying, to have short goals and to move on in life is cool. That's cool with me. But why are you contending in a sport that is already sporadic, you know, with people, you know, trying to see if they want to support it wholeheartedly, full time, or just be temporaries who pass by, take a peek in the window, and then keep it moving? He shouldn't have played the boxing fans the way he did. Ryan Garcia never should have played the boxing fans the way he did. He deceived the boxing community. And now rumor he's fighting Manny Pacquiao. He made it seem like a lot of things. Ryan Garcia made it seem like a lot of things. For one, he was trying to sit up here and have us believe that he was going to face Gervonta Davis. That's what he thought. And while we was looking at that, it's because Gervonta Davis, just to close out the year 2020, came off an incredible knockout of 4-division champion Leo Santa Cruz, contending at 130 pounds. Incredible highlight reel knockout from the Baltimore Savage himself, Gervonta Tank Davis. So, of course, the boxing community, we was like, It's no way. You know, Ryan Garcia was going into this after he did finish Luke Campbell in dominating fashion, but he also got off the canvas. Tony Boswell in the building. Good morning, man. Salute to you. He did get off the canvas, so it wasn't a one-sided affair with Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell. But when he called out Gervonta Davis, it was almost like, okay, did you just know what you went through, Ryan? So why would you be calling out a hard hitter like Gervonta, a dog, a badger, a Kodiak like Gervonta? And it had the crowd going for a little bit. It had the crowd going. It had us believing that he was actually stepping up to it. And then, not only that, people, we have had, those of you who follow boxing pretty closely, Oscar De La Hoya had made it perfectly clear that Ryan Garcia was not ready for Gervonta Davis, you know, a while back. He made it perfectly clear. He was signing autographs and said, what do you think about Ryan Garcia, you know, facing Gervonta Davis? Oh, he's not ready. So the fact that Oscar De La Hoya, who was Golden Boy, mentioned that Ryan Garcia wasn't ready, that placed us in another predicament of whether we should believe this shit or not. You know what I'm saying? Should we believe what Ryan Garcia is coming to at this point? A point where he's trying to take the biggest risk of his career. He's undefeated. Has over 20 wins. He's undefeated. So why would he choose one of the most dangerous boxers in the 135-pound division, Gervonta Davis, after his chin seemed very suspect when it came to, taking a punch that many of us didn't think hit him that hard from Luke Campbell. So seeing him go into Mike Tyson hot box. And I've seen a lot of fighters over there now, and it's good. I like it. I like what Mike is doing on this podcast because it's not too many people who's gonna go up there and challenge him and just believe that they're gonna talk shit on these podcasts. It's amazing how Mike can get away with some of the same things that are said on here. But when it's said on here, people act like it's a foreign language. Ryan Garcia goes over there and talking mad shit to Gervonta. You're gonna need a step ladder, boy. You're gonna need a stair climber, boy. You can't beat me. I'm so pretty. Look at me. I got my bow tie on. You can tell he was in phase one of trash talking because he just didn't know what to say. But Mike Tyson was instigating that shit. You know what I'm saying? He was instigating that shit. He was like, yeah. And then he sit up here and say the one thing that people was running down the street and jumping in an empty pool about. He said, if you don't take this fight with me next, your legacy will be forever tainted. And when somebody tells you if you don't fight them, your career will be forever tainted, you saying to yourself like, motherfucker, please, I'm doing you a favor. I'm a 3-time world champion, two division connoisseur. So how the fuck is my career is gonna be forever tainted when you haven't even did anything yet? I just think it was disrespectful. It just shows you what boxing is right now. I would tell people don't really complain about the attitudes of some of these boxers when it comes to making money like this, because Ryan Garcia is set to make a lot of money with Manny Pacquiao. We're talking behind the scenes about the potential of how this fight may play out and what the master plan may be, matching Ryan Garcia up with a legend like Manny Pacquiao. And the fact that not too many people even believe that Ryan Garcia will come close to beating Manny Pacquiao, but they're not understanding the master plan. All you have to do is go back to the master plan of the one who did it himself, the best to ever do it, Floyd Mayweather. Just go back to how Floyd did what he did. Watch and learn. This fight right here potentially will be contended at a catchweight. We all know Ryan Garcia is not going to fight Manny Pacquiao 147. This is going to be at a catchweight. Manny Pacquiao is 42 years old right now. So he said to go in there and face a boxer that's not even ready for him. Ryan Garcia, in a lot of people's eyes, the true ones, you know, the hardcore boxing fans, understand that Ryan Garcia is nowhere close ready for the elder statesman and Manny Pacquiao, 8th division champion. Manny been knocked out in his career. He's won in his career. He's came back and most notable defeated Keith Thurman, knocked him down in the fight, and is currently reigning, defending WBA welterweight champion. So for Ryan Garcia to get a snag at Manny Pacquiao at this point in his young career, his developing career, tells me everything I need to know about boxing, because it's all about trying to build up money. It's all about the showpiece. You know, it's all about gathering people around the huddle to see what the play is. If they like the play, the fans are going to like it. But in order for the play to be embraced by the fans, it has to work. Look at this fight right here, like you would a football play. But look at it in a sense like you already know what's going on in the huddle. All right? Don't look at it from the audience perspective. It's just sitting up there and not being able to hear, you know, the audibles that's going on in the huddle. I want you to look at this fight as if you are there listening to what the next play is. I want you to vision every aspect of Ryan Garcia and Manny Pacquiao and how this is going to play out. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you would definitely get it. Ryan Garcia facing Manny Pacquiao to catch weight. Okay? People are trying to say that this is going to be an exhibition bout. And I kind of felt the catch weight type of deal. I don't agree with whenever this is made official, it's going to be a catch weight bout. I don't agree too much, and that's the way it's going to be. If it is a catch weight bout, it still will have significance to someone. It's going to have significance to Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? That's first and foremost, the significance is going to be in favor of Ryan Garcia when it comes to this fight, because he's stepping in there early in his career facing a legend in Manny Pacquiao. Not too many people can say they did that. You know, just like I said, Conor McGregor stepped in there with a legend like Floyd Money Mayweather. He had that opportunity. It don't matter if he just got beat by Dustin Poirier. Conor McGregor was able to step in there with the legend and Floyd Mayweather while he's not even a boxer. So right now, Ryan Garcia is able to step in there with the legend in Manny Pacquiao. So what does this tell us? That shit can play out any way you want it to do. I already gave you the game plan and the optic. Pay attention to what's in the huddle and act like you know what's going to happen in this fight before the man is given to hike the ball, goddammit, before the first bell rings. Understand the entire purpose of this fight. Starting 2021 off with some excitement and a bang. That's the whole intention of boxing right now. Understand that. Understand certain people like Oscar is always trying to emulate people who have did it before him. That is Oscar. Come on, that's Oscar. He always has been the one. He said at one point in time he was coming back to boxing. He's playing catch up all the time. He wants the big money fight. He wants that shit in his pocket. He wants to be able to do what Floyd Mayweather was able to pull off. He wants to do that. I'm serious. Just the fucked up thing with Oscar, his personality. He's like watching a thick bucket of paint, an old bucket of paint dry. You know, just take that mug, pop the cap, and throw it on the wall. That shit take forever to run down that motherfucker. You know, he's like an old can of paint, man. People just can't get a hold of, you know, rocking with him because he don't have a personality. Steve Massey in the building. The answer, what is good, Stevie? JR in the building. What's good? What's good? Much respect at World Combat Sports had to stop and show support, working and listening. Salute to Tony Boswell, man, the ones that's out here grinding and on the workforce, providing for his family, man. Salute to you, bro. Do what men supposed to do. Do what we supposed to do, goddammit. Salute to the ones out there working and grinding. You know what it is. Salute the dang Team Massey out here working and grinding. You know what I'm saying? Salute to JR in the building. He says, Ryan trying to cash out. Hey, you know what it is, man. That's what I'm telling you. Act like you know what the audible is in the huddle. You don't look at this as anything. Look, don't look at it as anything more than what Steve just said. Because when it comes down to the technical aspect of them matching up with one another, even with Pacquiao being his age right now, Ryan Garcia is no way, shape, or form talented enough, skilled enough for us to believe that he can step in there with Manny Pacquiao. Ryan Garcia is no way, shape, or form on the level just stepping there with Manny Pacquiao and have us believing that he's ready for that fight. So since you know he's not ready for this fight, and instead of Ryan Garcia facing his mandatory in Devin Haney or facing Gervonta Davis like he initially said, he's going to go out here and fight Manny Pacquiao. So don't say I didn't tell you about the audible. Don't look at this as if something that you're waiting to see in the stands. Look at it as if you already know what's going to happen. I'm not going to tell you what my prediction is. You intelligent. I'm talking to the intelligent human beings, man. Some grown adults. You know what this fight is about. Ryan Garcia said that he doesn't plan on staying. He only plans on staying in boxing at 26 years old, and then he out. That's what Ryan Garcia said. He planned on staying in boxing 26, and then he out the game, man. So if he's going to cash out, will it just be one fight with Manny? Or will it be two? I don't know. But the one thing that I can accredit Ryan Garcia for in this particular bout right here is that he's able to step in there with a legend like Manny Pacquiao before anybody else in his division at his age. Anybody else in his division, I bet they're looking at themselves like, damn, he's able to step in there with Manny Pacquiao and get a heavy bag for that. I'm talking about a heavy bag. Ryan Garcia gonna get some money for this fight right here. We already know Manny Pacquiao getting paid, but Ryan Garcia is getting paid too. Why? Because this was orchestrated all along while Ryan Garcia was stepping in there with Luke Campbell. This was orchestrated. This shit did not pop up out of the blue. This has been in the works. So if you don't want anybody to know about anything, you bring somebody else's name for them to latch on to. So what did he do? After post-fight, he called out Gervonta Davis. And then he let Devin Haney be, out there last or whatever, not paying him too much attention. And he allowed the fans to gravitate to him and Gervonta potentially stepping in the square. And a lot of people like myself, like I said earlier, we didn't really believe that shit anyway. So that's why he called Ryan Lion Garcia. And I was the first one to put that out there. I hear other damn channels using that shit. Don't get no credit. I put a thumbnail out, Ryan Lion Garcia. And that's exactly what he was doing to the people. He was lying. Ryan Garcia never had intention of stepping in there. He used another legend in Iron Mike Tyson. He used him, man. He used him. Mike should find Ryan Garcia and corner that motherfucker. Be like, hey, listen, I don't know how much time you put in the sport, but if you looked at any one of my documentaries, I wasn't going around fucking off and wasting people's time when I was your age. There's a lot of dark shit I got into. But I'm telling you, if you ever come and waste my time again, I'm going to fuck you up. All right, champ. Ryan Garcia, all right, champ, I apologize. You know damn well You didn't have any intention of fighting Gervonta Davis when you came to my podcast. You was just up here doing a damn press tour. And just so you can keep your name out there on the surface. That's all you was doing. That's fucked up. But like I said, remember what I told you. I'm helping you out. I'm helping you out. Don't look at this as if you the boxing fan in the stand waiting for them to hike the ball. Don't do it. Just pay attention to what's going on. If you was at the negotiation table, if you was at Golden Boy, pay attention to the master plan, and you'll be all right. You won't be up here with anxiety saying, "Oh my God, I wanted this person gonna win. I wanted that person gonna." Just pay attention to how this all came about, because Ryan Garcia knew this shit before he stepped in the ring with Luke Campbell. He did. But these people are playing games with the boxing fans. They're fucking with us so hard that it's almost becoming, second nature for them to put false narratives out here to the motherfucking boxing public to keep the name and attention on the fighter, and then change it up and say, "Listen, okay, go ahead. This is the day you tell them you're not fighting. You decide to pull out." Because Gervonta knew nothing of it. Like all this rumor mill that was going around, they made it seem like Gervonta knew about that shit. Like he actually thought the fight was going to be signed, but it wasn't. So then we turn around. Goddamn Ryan Garcia saying, "No, I have a bigger name I'm gonna, look at." So me, I'm looking at it like this: who could be the bigger name? Okay, who's the bigger name in the lightweight division? Tio Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney was his mentor, but he made it clear that he didn't have any intention of fighting Devin Haney. So I'll leave Devin Haney out the equation. And then looking at Lomachenko coming off a shoulder injury, I knew Oscar wouldn't put him in there with Lomachenko because, it's just not something that we would look at as being smart. So now Tio's been talking about Kambosos. So we doing process of elimination. Tio's been talking about Kambosos every now and then. He'll dangle the carrot in front of Team Haney and then go back to Kambosos. And now, we just recently heard that, yeah, he definitely fight Kambosos next, either in Miami or Texas, right? So I say, who else in the lightweight division? Is no one else left in the lightweight division that's a bigger name than Gervonta Davis? So then we have to start thinking outside the box of individuals like Manny Pacquiao, who has a chip, who has a name, who has the recognition and respect of the boxing public. And that, my friends, is where Ryan Garcia comes into play, because he isn't planning on a long-term career in boxing. So now the plan is in full effect. The plan is in full effect. If Ryan Garcia gets a fight with Manny Pacquiao, and I'm calling people around, I'm talking to people in boxing, just like I did about the Logan Paul shit. The Jake Paul shit with damn Nate Robinson, right? I was calling around, I was asking people, I was like, "Do y'all respect that? Do y'all respect that?" And from boxers, you would be amazed. A lot of boxers I was talking to and trainers, they was like, "Man, if they can get their bag, let them get their bag." And you know why they said what they said? What they said is because the boxer's mentality is, from what they've experienced coming up in the sport, a lot of these boxers experience some dirty shit, and they trying to grind and get the bag where they can. It's hard for them to make a good paycheck. So their mentality is, if you're able to get the bag in the sport of boxing, in the ring, professional license, get it. I'm thinking of it in more of a perspective and respect for the sport. But boxing in general, where's the respect across the board? It's just difficult to say, okay, respect the sport, respect the sport. But then you have these fights coming up that doesn't make sense. But people have to understand, just because we're in a social media, a tech era right now, We can never forget that these type of fights has happened before. People, these type of fights have happened in history. Believe it. These type of fights has absolutely happened, man. Primarily with the great himself. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Muhammad Ali stepped in there with a football player in Lyle Alzado. He stepped in there with a Japanese wrestler in Naoki. Muhammad Ali stepped in there with that Japanese wrestler with the contractual agreement saying that he is more than free to execute leg kicks on Muhammad Ali. So can you imagine the balls, the cojones that Muhammad Ali had to step in there with a wrestler that's able to kick his legs when he himself uses his legs a lot in certain instances? Yes, to move and everything. He's a boxer. This wrestler kicked Muhammad Ali in the leg. Also, what a lot of people don't know is that they wanted Muhammad Ali to go in there and throw the fight so they can come back and get a rematch. And Muhammad Ali, being who he is, he refused to do it. So it was a spectacle. Shit like this has happened before. It was a spectacle. Roy Jones Jr. and Mike Tyson is nowhere close to anything when you talk about Lyle Alzado and Aoki. It's nothing close. That was like a legitimate boxing match, real talk, between two legends of the sport that finally met up in the ring. It wasn't anything like we expected. Because Mike Tyson was trying to dig. Roy was trying to dig. Shit. And Mike Tyson said, one thing that won't be on the drug testing is marijuana, okay? We understand that? Everybody like, no, they had, yes, sir. All right, then. Don't come talking about I pop positive on the test for marijuana when I told y'all motherfuckers I'm smoking before I get to the ring. Stop playing. It's just right now, in the way boxing is trying to revive itself, we're not used to seeing some bullshit from younger fighters getting this opportunity. That's all I'm saying. We're not used to seeing younger fighters get an opportunity for an exhibition bout. We're not used to seeing, listen, this is going to be very important. We're not used to seeing individuals that really don't have a boxing pedigree or foundation step on the biggest stage of boxing in front of boxers who are qualified from having an amateur pedigree and have did everything you want them to do. Just like the DAZN card, when you had Logan Paul and KSI. Who would have ever thought two YouTube personalities, two YouTube stars with millions of followers would headline a card, and it would be to a point that DAZN would consider this fight to be in front of legitimate fighters. Legitimate fighters who are coming up in the sport of boxing. Who would have known that two YouTubers will be the headliner and get paid more for stepping in the ring for the first time as a professional fighter, more than the fighters that's on the undercard who may never make that consistently or never can relate to making that on their first professional fight. It's amazing. It's amazing. Don't ever forget that shit. They was able to pull that shit off. People tuned in to two YouTubers, y'all. A couple of YouTubers, KSI and Logan Paul. While you had legitimate, validated boxers on the undercard. So the only thing bothers me about this Ryan Garcia Manny Pacquiao is the fact that he was out here bullshitting us with Gervonta Davis fight. IB, what's good? Salute to you. What's up? What's up? That's the issue I have. You know, if I'm asking around and these fighters and these coaches are saying, like, you know, they really don't care, get the money. Well, if that's their mentality, why should I go against the grain and make it seem like I'm trying to write a different testament? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going up here trying to write a New Testament to boxing. Boxing don't even have an Old Testament and New Testament. Real talk. Because pretty much of the same shit that happened back in the day is somewhat happening here. You know, it just depends on who gets the shot to do it. Now, do I believe, like when it came down to Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor, being that the Floyd Mayweather, he's smart enough to know how to carry a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Floyd Mayweather is a genius at being in the ring, and one of the most, the best defensive magicians you ever see in the sport of professional boxing. You know what I'm saying? The way he was able to make his style look so easy and disrupting the rhythm of its opposition, that, you know, brought all that talent in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was times that he faced controversy. It was times that he absolutely faced controversy, man. But he also knew how to carry Conor McGregor. So you know who understands how to carry Ryan Garcia? Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao fully understands how to carry Ryan Garcia. He knows how to carry him, and he's going to. Manny Pacquiao is going to carry Ryan Garcia. Manny Pacquiao is going to carry Ryan Garcia. There's no way that you're going to convince me at all that Ryan Garcia is going to go over there and we're going to see a Francisco Fonseca all over again with Manny Pacquiao. No. We're not having no first round knockout of Manny Pacquiao with Ryan Garcia. Stop it. The people will pick the chairs up and they would throw that shit in the ring. Believe me, we've seen it happen not too long ago. We've seen bottles and shit go into the ring. This shit ain't ending in the first round. It ain't in the second, third, fourth round, fifth round. It's not. Manny Pacquiao is going to carry Ryan Garcia because people paid their money. So pay attention to that shit, man. It's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Keyshawn. Salute to Keyshawn, man. Keyshawn Davis, man, like I said before, we was looking forward coming out of those damn, you know, amateur ranks. Looking for him to go in there and contend in the Olympics, potentially to bring that gold medal home around his neck. You know what I'm saying? Represent the US of A. But he's been let go by the USA boxing team for violating policies. Now, and this is from a credible source. You know, with some bad come a lot of good. And when it comes to boxing doesn't go out here and search for their employees, so to speak, from goddamn convent. They don't go out here looking in private schools for boxers. You know what I'm saying? They don't go out here looking for motherfucking saints in the church and say, hey, sir, how old are you? Do you want to be a boxer? We're here to change your life. You can make a lot of money, but you just got to train hard to get there. You willing to do that? That's not what boxing's about. Boxing got some killers in it. Boxing got some street dudes in it. Boxing got some cats that experience some hellified shit in life. Boxing has some good guys. But they always say the boxer that stands out the most is the one that's continuing to stay hungry, to never go back to where it all started, to have more than what they ever had in life. They have to be hungry for something. You know what I'm saying? They have to be hungry, you know, competitive wise, if they have it in their spirit, to go out here and cement a legacy the right way and win as many championships and divisions as possible. And then you have some that may be out here to make money, and then, you know, they make enough money, they out the sport. They might pick up a strap or two, that's it. But with Keyshawn, he will now turn professional. And from my understanding, in February, he may potentially be on the undercard. He may potentially be on the undercard of Canelo Alvarez and Abner Yildirim. All right? So I'm putting out there that he is indeed turning professional, and he will be seen on the professional ranks. Now, this is going to be big because a lot of people have been waiting for this cat. I talked to him when he was in Newark. You probably see my picture with him or whatever. Cool cat, man. I'm not sitting up here being a principal to this cat and somebody I want to give him a verbal discipline. Man, shit pop off the wrong way in boxing all the time. But it's good to see him now about to get paid for his services. It didn't work out waiting around in the amateur ranks where you don't get hardly anything. You know what I'm saying? Except notoriety. You don't get notoriety for a silver. Unless you're in mixed martial arts. Unless you're in mixed martial arts, to be honest. But in boxing, not so much. But remember I told you that he is indeed turning professional, and you should see him on the fight card real soon. Real soon. So to me, that's good word. That's solid. Keyshawn Davis has been released from the USA boxing team due to violating policies, and he will indeed turn professional. And potentially next month, you will see him on the card. Alexander in the building. What's good? What's good? Salute to you, man. This fight with Cool Boy Staff. Listen, heading into that fight, man. Angelo Leo had fought when Fulton was pulled out due to COVID. I don't know if it's just the weight class of 122 junior featherweight, but I don't hear too many people really talking about the grace of this fight. Listen, we all know this Stephen Fulton. I'm gonna call him Cool Boy Steph. You already know his name, Stephen Fulton. Cool Boy Steph, man, is known for standing behind his jab, man, and being one of those fundamentally sound boxers who can, work from range, work from distance, pop the jab, work his combinations, create that space between him and his opponent, right? But this particular fight, Angelo Leo, man, some word must have got back that they was just gonna, it was already out there. And we seen it a little bit, from his fight with Tremaine. But he was more so saying, go to the body, the head will fall. And look, Cool Boy Steph looking like that, say, you want an inside fight? You want a close quarters fight? All right, I give you what you want. Cool Boy Steph gave Leo what he wanted for 12 freaking rounds, y'all. I'm not talking about he was Mr. Clean in that motherfucker. Like he was just dipping around and gloves didn't touch his face. Like it was some times in there that Leo, he did land some shots. But goddamn, the rhythm, y'all, the way them two was going at it. Look, head to head, shoulder to shoulder, the inside positioning from the left and right. You know what I'm saying? The foot movements you had to have, the IQ, the vision. This James Toney, you had to have the vision. You had to have the remediated skills in sparring over and over again to know how to do what these two fighters was doing. But Cool Boy Steph, man, this dude was fighting on the inside and he wasn't even taking punishment like that. When you are looking at a fight and you see that both fighters seemingly are landing hard shots on the inside, and you're saying, damn, this is turning into a war, right? They have just enough power, right? When they shoot their shot, they can pop the head up with an uppercut, use some hooks in there at the right time, and it really look like they had some pretty decent power. But at junior featherweight, both of these fighters had enough power, between themselves to work up to that damage, to make each other wear a fight. You know what I'm saying? To work up to that damage to the point where it's showing on the face. And that's what you've seen with Steph, man. The angles that he was hitting Leo with on the inside, the rhythm he was in. Look, did you see him go back to the corner mid-fight? Leo was over there breathing hard, and Angelo and Cool Boy Steph was in the corner, cool as a fan. He was up there talking to his coach. He said the plan was to go in there and box, not bang. And then, you know, Cool Boy changed up the plan and say, you know, I'm gonna goddamn go bang it out with this cat, man. I'm gonna show him I can fight on the inside. The plan was to box, y'all, initially. This dude was over here talking. He said, I'm not tired. This dude is not even losing his breath. He's not even, man, I say, God damn, this cat's impressive, man. 7'4" is impressive. And his compeer, I was telling people this. And I haven't heard anybody say it, but it was funny how they announced the co-main event and the main event, right? They announced Aline and Priscilio as super bantamweights. And then the main event, Brian Custer announced Stephen Fulton and Angelo Leo as junior featherweights. And as I was talking to somebody on the phone that wasn't too privy to boxing, he said, oh, 2 different weight classes, you know, these guys, you know. After that Aline fight, they said, damn, it would be good. These 2 fights right here, you know, this co-main event can fight, you know, what we just seen in the main event. I said, they're in the same weight class. Yeah, they're in the same weight class. I say they just announced it differently for the audience to make it seem like it was more important than what it is, like to separate the main event from the co-main event. So imagine this. What if we was to see the winner of the co-main event and Razim, I think his name is Razim Alim. To see Alim step in there with Fulton, the way these 2 cats set the pace and their rhythm. I think that would be a damn good fight because, you know, Cool Boy Steph fought differently than what we used to seeing him. Like the way you seen Alim fight against Basilio is somewhat like Stephen Fulton boxes. So therefore, seeing him go in there and fight on the inside at close quarters, man, and have tremendous success against a gamed opponent in Leo who was digging to the body, who was landing some hard shots. Both fighters took the power shots very well. You know what I'm saying? They took that shit well. But this is what entertained me to no end. The technical mastery, first and foremost, the boxing IQ, and the pace that they were setting. The motherfucking pace, god damn. Shout out to both of them cats, but more so Cool Boy Steph. Because Cool Boy Steph went in there and abandoned the game plan on his own. And he did that shit cool as a fan. He did that shit cool as a motherfucking fan, y'all. His boxing IQ is incredible. He can box on the outside like that and then box on the inside and have success. His angles, whenever he was up against the ropes, man, he never allowed himself to be stationary and idle to the point where Leo can get used to coming in there and landing those shots. It's somewhat like looking at Rigondeaux when he was in there with what's that fight? Sobies? I'm not sure if it's Solis or Sobies. The one thing Rigondeaux would do, he would step off to his right with that check hook. Boom! He'd hit him with the right hook and pivot out. Every time he was up against the ropes and he invited his opponent in, he'd pop him with that damn right hook and pivot out and reset. Sometimes if it, you know, he touched him real good and he kind of, you know, caused him to take a little bit longer to turn around and face Rigondeaux, that's when Rigondeaux would come in a little bit closer and touch him up again. But every time, you know, Cool Boy Steph was anywhere close to the ropes with his back, he never parked there for Leo to have that success. He always had an outlet to egress. He always had an opening to egress, a plan of exit. And he did it beautifully. You know what I'm saying? He did that shit beautifully, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. That shit, that fight right there, You know, a lot of people I don't think talking about it because it's not like the Baranchik and Zepeda fight where you had fighters getting off the canvas. I would definitely give this fight 5 stars above that fight because you actually had 2 fighters contending with one another at close quarters the entire fight. And that shit wasn't no pity pat bullshit. This wasn't no goddamn you go, I go. This was 2 fighters that was in there exchanging at any given time. This was 2 fighters in there writing their story on the, you know, letting people know that my boxing game is on point. I've been sitting here studying this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm a student of this motherfucker. That shit was playing out right before our eyes, yo. The experience you have to have in sparring to go in there and box the way these cats was. And for Cool Boy Steph to walk up out of there without a freaking scratch. Dude, he was in there banging the entire fight in a championship fight all the way to the final bell, man. Man, you got to respect that. Real talk. Man, that's one of the, I'm telling you, that's one of the best fights I've seen in a while. I look at this fight right here. Real talk. I see this fight between Angelo Leo and Stephen Fulton. I think it was better than Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko, to be honest. I do. Because the reason why I say that, let's not look at just the names. Okay, let's not look at just the names on who's on a high level and who isn't. I'm looking at the performance of both fighters. We all know that Lomachenko, he was just up there, you know, inactive the first half of the fight. But this fight, it gave you pure boxing action from the opening bell to the final bell. And not everybody can box on the inside like that. We know Ryan Garcia can't box on the inside for shit. You know what I'm saying? We haven't seen Devin Haney box on the inside like that. I haven't seen Teofimo Lopez box on the inside like that. I'm just saying some big names. I have seen Errol Spence. I would say Errol Spence box on the inside. I know David Benavidez can. You know, just some of the big names. I truly believe that Terrence Crawford can box on the inside. Joshua Gray Jr. can. Joshua Gray Jr. can box on the inside like that. And that's one of his previous opponents. But I will admit he can box on the inside. That's not an easy task. Seriously. I believe Lomachenko, in a sense, can box on the inside like that for a fact. But not everybody can execute fluently on the inside like we just witnessed. A lot more people should sit up here and watch this fight, man, and give these cats their credit. D Hodges in the building. What's good? Salute to you, my brother. I think we really should pay homage to that fight. If you didn't, if you find a way to replay it, go watch that fight from start to finish, man. It's a lot of good learning. I'll say the entire fight. There's some damn good learning, not learning points, but I would say it's some criteria that as a boxer you can look at and just see certain areas where they was boxing on the inside on how you should move, the angles that both fighters was taking, how they even was able to get back. You have to allow yourself to get close enough. Like if you separate and you have space in between, you have to be smart enough on how to get back inside without being hit with a damn counter uppercut or a hook, or putting yourself in danger getting close to your opponent. You still have to have the wherewithal to get back in close without taking punishment from a counter shot. That was the other beautiful aspect of it. When these cats did separate a little bit, they popped the clutch, they popped the jab out there just a little bit. They used their footwork, but when they decided to go back on the inside, did you see what happened? Sometimes with Angelo, he was just let go 2 or 3 shots, hard shots. And he'd get in close, and what Steph did? Steph would tie him up. But listen, he would only tie him up just for a matter of not even just seconds. Like he would overhook Angelo's left arm. And before you know it, he have an overhook. So with that right hand, he'll come over with a right hook, or he'll shoot the left uppercut or whatever. He's always working. It didn't matter what hand was tied up. He always had another plan of attack. They just weren't there holding and clinching. They was motherfucking finding ways when they came together to slow the other fighter down. Steph always had, when he was leaning to the right, he was popping that short right uppercut, popping the head back of Leo. I mean, that shit was smooth. It was transparent. It was transparent, man. It was just some amazing infighting going on between these two. But you can see as the rounds went on, that Cool Boy was the more effective boxer on the inside. If you really look at that fight, man, you can learn a lot of shit. I ain't gonna lie. You say to yourself, well, the only blood that was on Angelo's face was from a previous headbutt. Okay. But look at how he wore the fight, though. Look at him in the corner when the camera was on. Totally different vision that you get when you're looking at damn Steph over there talking and act like, man, he ain't done. Like he ain't been in no damn chest-to-chest battle for 6 rounds. Dude is just like over there talking. Yeah, I'm good. I ain't tired. I feel good. This and that. I mean, he's coherent as shit. Leo over there, he's taking deep breaths. They putting the inswell on him. All that shit. But I have to give both fighters their props, but more so Cool Boy Steph, man. His performance was amazing. That shit was motherfucking lit. I'm saying to myself, damn, fighting on the inside like that, it takes experience. Now, a lot of boxers should look at that and the way he was using those uppercuts on the inside and really turning it on to their game. I forgot about Gervonta Davis. My bad. That's how out of sight, out of mind Gervonta Davis is, that he's not in social media like that a lot. But I have to say Gervonta Davis absolutely can fight on the inside like that. He can, man. Gervonta Davis, I'll tell you this. Out of the lightweights, in my opinion, he would do it better. In my opinion, Gervonta Davis would do it better. Now, of course, we have Rolly, if you want to mention names, right? We have Rolly, who's used to doghouse rules. He could box on the inside. He can give you the crossface. He can throw some shots or try to, but there's no way he's boxing better than Tank on the inside. What Cool Boy Steph was doing is what I like about James Toney when he was in there with Iran Barkley. He gave you the impression that he wasn't even turning his head. He was going off body movement. He was going off rhythm on when he was going to move, when he was going to shake. You know what I'm saying? When he was going to get off on a shot. He wasn't like just take for instance, perfect example, when Rolly was fighting Jackson Martinez and he was close. Rolly was so out of position where he had to lean back and look for the head space, like look at the head position of Jackson Martinez before he tried to throw a right hook. With James Toney, he didn't have to look over. He just understood the rhythm and the body himself being so close. He understood when to throw a punch. He was on Iran Barkley's left side, and he never looked to Iran Barkley's right, but yet he was hitting Iran and moving and ducking on the Iran Barkley shots without even looking over there. He was going off body movement, rhythm, and he was landing some shots without even looking at the dude. Same thing Cool Boy Steph was doing. It's the exact same thing. He didn't have to look at his opponent to see what his facial expression was. He always set himself up to get off. Stephen Fulton always set himself up, just like Aleem. You saw all those feints left to right Aleem was doing in the co-main event. He was leaning left to right. he would switch his stance every now and then. He was like dancing in there, but he never placed himself in a position where he couldn't throw a shot. He was always setting himself up for whatever he wanted to throw, the left or the right. It's almost similar to watching Roy Jones emulate the chickens. That was a lean to me, because sometimes a lean would spread his hands out while he was fainting to get a reaction, but he wouldn't move forward or nothing. Then all of a sudden, pop, pop, he'd get off on those shots. I said, that's a beautiful art right there. I'm not gonna lie to you. You had the main event and the co-main event that was on point. Aleem showed that he was a level above Basilio, who was game. I ain't gonna, Basilio, he was game, but he was slower, he was more flat-footed, and his ring IQ just couldn't match up with Aleem. Aleem was in there dancing, man. Motherfucking Cool Boy Steph was in there dancing, but he was in close quarters. Motherfucker wasn't goddamn looking at Angelo like that all the time, trying to figure out what his spacing was and what punch he can throw. No, that shit was all off feeling. That sweet science, man, when it plays out like that, I'm gonna tell you, that's a beautiful sight, man. To know how to box on the inside like these cats was doing. And though Angelo Leo lost, I ain't gonna lie to you, like he was out of the Mayweather shit. I'm saying to myself, damn. Him and Rolly from the same camp, but he does not box like Rolly. And I'm wondering to myself, has he even been in there sparring with Rolly? Because Rolly can learn a lot from boxing on the inside from Leo. I'm not gonna lie, he can learn a lot from boxing on the inside from with Leo, man. Anybody who's in a camp with Cool Boy or Leo, the way them cats was boxing on the inside, bro, come on, man. Somebody need to be goddamn paying these cats, say, hey, just like James Toney. I wish James Toney was a trainer more efficiently to different gyms and be able to teach boxers. Not every solid boxer or legend can teach. Not everybody's a teacher. You know what I'm saying? But the masterfulness of James Toney to be able to box on the inside the way he did without fucking looking at your opponent to see, what they're trying to do, where their hands is at or anything. They just went off the release point. When their opponent attempted to create space, James Toney knew from the side he was on where the punch was coming from. Well, from on this side, from my understanding, he's not going to shoot that left. So he got to be coming with the right. Short, quick right hook. Or according to how the body moves, they're trying to shoot that right, that left uppercut. It all depends. It went off feeling, man. Look at that fight. Look at James Toney and Iran Barkley, man. Look at James Toney fights in general and how he used to damn fight. Sometimes James Toney will fight and lean to the same side like Timothy Bradley, right? But with the way James Toney did it, man, his timing to slip punches was beautiful. Same thing with Cool Boy, man. Y'all check it out for yourselves. That shit was incredible. It was just good to go, man. Like, yeah. Real talk. That shit was on point. Salute to everyone that's in the building, man. Definitely wanted to touch bases on that. In other news, Vasil Lomachenko, I'm talking the lightweight division, he's due to return in 2021. All right. What we all know about Vasil Lomachenko stepping in there with Teofimo Lopez again for a rematch is not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. All right. So basically, the situation went down with them two fighting, Vasil Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez, and we know how the fight played out. So, Teofimo Lopez was able to win the unified titles, the lineal and all that. He's the man right now, lightweight, right? So after the fight, Vasyl Lomachenko posted pictures of him in the hospital. He's now saying he fought a fight with one hand, okay? He was the one that didn't apply or enforce a rematch clause. He himself walked into this fight believing wholeheartedly that he'll win. A lot of us is looking at it like, okay, how much of it is arrogance and ego, and how much is it that he was just not understanding how talented Teofimo was. So with that said, he's planning to come back in in several months, and he put out a post saying the Matrix is reloaded. So being that there's a lot of competition out there for him, these are some names that potentially he might face. What about the Richard Comey? We all know Shakur Stevenson would be a damn good fight at 130 for Vasyl Lomachenko. Miguel Berchelt, according to who win between him and Oscar Valdez, that would be a good fight at 130. Potentially to see, Lomachenko try to pick up some belts down there. Leo Santa Cruz, whenever he chooses to come back, I heard he's going to be back in the ring soon. Gary Russell Jr., it's a name that we would like to see facing off against Vasyl Lomachenko again. Because, the first fight was so far away. So far back. And also, it was a lot surrounding that fight with Gary Russell dropping down in weight, and also, them fighting for a vacant title. At this point in time, both of these guys have improved, and especially Gary Russell. And I would tell you, period, that Gary Russell did, in fact, drop Lomachenko with a punch in their first fight, but it wasn't called. It wasn't called. And he won by split decision. So I would definitely like to see G. Russell, Mr. Gary Russell Jr., step back in there with Vasyl Lomachenko. Absolutely, I would. Jackson Marinez would be, in my opinion, a good fight with Vasyl. But look, coming off a performance like he did against Rolly, it really doesn't sit well with a lot of people that will kind of vouch for Jackson Marinez and kind of sit up here and push for that fight, because you have to emulate that. You have to go in here and repeat that performance, and that's what we're waiting on when he's stepping there with Richard Comey. We want to see how Jackson Marinez come in there and do against Richard Comey, the former IBF world champion Richard Comey. If he put on the same performance he did against Rolly Romero and make it look quite easy, then we might be pushing for him to step back up to a top tier name. Javier Fortuna, for whatever the case may be with him, Javier still has some competitiveness to compete. If either one of those words mean different. Javier Fortuna still has, Wall Street, just a little Wall Street to his lightweight stock. But it just don't sit well with me and what I see out there when I was on deck with Errol Spence when he fought Carlos Ocampo. I just seen something that Adrian Granados was able to do with him, because we know Adrian Granados, though he had multiple losses, he is a dog, and he come to bring the fight. And that's exactly what he was doing to Javier Fortuna, bringing the motherfucking fight. He was bringing that motherfucker. Adrian Granados, when he's on, he was on. But I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm even looking for Vasyl Lomachenko to even split my lips to say he would give Javier Fortuna a shot. Right now, the rumor is potentially he may be facing Devin Haney. We don't know. But let's go back up to Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez and Miguel Berchelt, they're pretty much married up right now for a fight for that WBC Junior Lightweight Championship. So we got to see who gets that. And then with Shakur Stevenson, we have to understand that he's vying to step in and potentially face the winner of Jamel Herring and Carl Frampton, or Miguel Berchelt and Oscar Valdez. So if Gary Russell wants to move up from featherweight division, you know what I'm saying, to 130 and face Vasyl Lomachenko at 130, I think it'll be a damn good fight. I think it'll be a damn good fight. You got James Tenson too. You have a lot of names out there for Vasyl to fight, but don't come back making excuses. You know, people should always understand that Vasyl Lomachenko, of all people, he received very minimal criticism for saying that the judges was paid off. They talk about Deontay all the time making excuses about this, that, and the other. Vasyl Lomachenko made some of the worst accusations you can make in boxing. He's saying that the judges was paid off. That's what Vasyl said. The judges was paid off. And people just overlook at this shit like, well, that's what Vasyl is saying. That's what he said. I believe him. You know, that's what people say. If he believes the judge was paid off, well, that's what he thinks. But see, Bob Arum comes out with a different type of energy. You know, at one point in time, shit, Bob Arum was saying this man was comparable to Muhammad Ali. And then turn around, he said, oh, it's just despicable what Vasyl Lomachenko has done. For him to make that accusation. He been around. He know it. Adeline Bird, come on, man. Trying to tell me she wasn't paid off? But, you know, look for him to come back sooner or later. You know what I'm saying? Look for him to come back sooner or later. Now, you know from the names I mentioned, right? From the Richard Comeys, Miguel Burchell, Leo Santa Cruz, Oscar Valdez, Chris Stevenson, Rolly, Rolando Romero, Jackson Marine. Yeah, you notice I didn't mention like fights or names that really no one is either thinking about right now. You know what I'm saying? Because with Vasyl Lomachenko, he's been at the top. There's a lot of controversy involving him, to certain people's narratives, not mine. So he needs to come back out of this loss, which is his second official loss in his career, his short career. He needs to come back and find a name to put him back on the map. A credible, competitive name. He don't just need to fight anybody. He needs to fight somebody that's, you know, has that foundation, that has that brand. One that can perk up the interest of these fans who are tired of seeing Ryan Garcia type shit come out in the media and think we're going to have one of the best fight the best, but yet it was all a dream. Lawrence Williams in the building. What's good? What's good? I'm not sure what you talk about. Oh shit, my bad. Devin says I have my phone. Hey dog, you know what it is. But yeah, keep your eye out for that fight. You know, with Vasyl Lomachenko doing what he's doing. He's trying to make I wouldn't call it a comeback, but he is coming off a loss. So, you know, keep your eyes tuned into that. And what will I be if I didn't give you a little bit more info from an article that's out for Boxing 24 dealing with Manny Pacquiao and Ryan Garcia? This is what they're talking about. First of all, the concern is, obviously, from us looking at it, is Ryan Garcia. What weight? What is the weight going to be? It's not official yet, but what is the weight going to be? Because I want the same individuals to criticize Ryan Garcia just like they was criticizing Gary Russell Jr. Because Gary Russell was talking about coming up from 26 to 35. And people were like, but they didn't criticize Mikey Garcia for moving 35 to 47. Why? Because they were saying, no, he only moved up one weight class. He did not. He dropped back down and had another fight and then moved up from 40 to 47. I mean, from 35 to 47. They say the fans are furious. The news of Pacquiao Garcia bout being an exhibition has been greeted with anger from boxing fans on social media, who are upset because they want it to be a real fight in which there will be a winner and a loser. There is going to be a winner and a loser. You know who wins out of this? Ryan Garcia. He wins. He wins. If he's able to pull this off, which it seems like it's going to happen, he wins. This means that Pacquiao's WBA welterweight title won't be on the line. And Ryan won't have to risk suffering his career defeat, his first career defeat. So the reason why I didn't touch on this in the beginning is just because I wanted to leave it to the end. I didn't want to put anything into the first part of it because all the good meat and potatoes are in these articles. So the whole point in all of this is a money grab. Understand this, people. Know the audible inside the huddle. It tells you right here, Ryan won't have to risk suffering his first career defeat. And looking at it from Ryan's side, it's logical that he would agree to an exhibition match with Pacquiao. Understand the audible and do not look at it as if you're not understanding how this is going to play out. Ryan lying doesn't have to worry about hurting his hero Pacquiao. And equally important, there's no chance of Ryan losing his unbeaten record. Moreover, Ryan will gain more fans because he'll receive a lot of attention facing Pacquiao. It's still unknown what the PPV price will be, the number of rounds, the date and location of the bout. With Pacquiao versus Ryan Garcia being an exhibition bout, it will be interesting to see how much they charge for the event. Will it be 70 to 80 to see a non-fight, or will it be priced a more pandemic-friendly $5 per household? They said pandemic-friendly. That ain't pandemic-friendly. That's motherfucking sitting on the street corner watching that shit through the window of a Hooters. That's $5. Go in there and get me some wings. That's $5. It's hard to imagine boxing fans would be willing to pay to see a sparring match between two still active fighters in Pacquiao and King Ryan. But they obviously will. These two fighters have fans that want to see them no matter what the situation is. So, you have Ryan Garcia's 21-0, 18 knockouts, right? He's only 22 years old. He's young in the game. All right? And he's coming off his win over Luke Campbell. That's obvious. And we also understand that Manny Pacquiao is the current reigning defending WBA welterweight world champion. We know deep down in our heart of hearts as hardcore boxing fans that Ryan Garcia could not face Manny Pacquiao for that WBA title. It just couldn't happen. The boxing fans, going against what I said about they're just willing to watch anything right now, and they, and boxers and trainers are saying, okay, they're not mad at Ryan Garcia, go get the bag. Include a championship in this shit. Include Ryan Garcia fight Manny Pacquiao for that WBA. Now the uproar will be at a level all-time high where people just say, you know what? I'm not tuning into boxing no more. Because right now it's turned into a bona fide circus. There's no way that Ryan Garcia should get a shot at Manny Pacquiao's title. But thank God they're not willing to sit up here and tease the boxing fans and allow us to believe that Ryan Garcia can challenge for a WBA welterweight title after moving up 2 weight divisions. And then if indeed he wins, they better have the National Guard outside. They better have the National Guard from the ring all the way till they goddamn get to that damn tunnel. Because people are going to be upset. The Filipinos don't play around with bullshit like this. Seriously. If they think they're going to send Ryan Garcia in there and defeat Manny Pacquiao and win that WBA title, they give him paydays. They give him 2 or 3 good paydays from a farce, a setup, a fix. It's not going to be good for the sport of boxing. Real talk. Ryan had this to say. I'll read that later. This is what the article said. Okay, I'm told in regards to Pacquiao Ryan Garcia, nothing is finalized. The plan is for the bout to be an exhibition. Also, it would take place at the one on Sunset Boulevard Boxing, said Steve Kim on social media. All right, and Pac Garcia is going to be an exhibition. Just scrap it. Let's go back to the Pac-Man versus Conor McGregor. Sorry, but I need some legitimacy to these matchups. Not a fan of Pacquiao Garcia being an exhibition. But hey, at least the WBA belt won't be on the line, right? and this is Boxing 24 site, news article. As one person on social media said in defense of Pacquiao versus Garcia fight, been an exhibition. Fans don't have to buy the match if they don't want to. Okay, we've heard this shit before. So if we don't have to buy it, why are they pushing for media outlets to accept it and move it for our interests? They're moving it around like they want our interest to be just that. Supportive. They want us to support this battle. And you think right now the way boxing is, and we're missing out on some big fights. We're waiting for Deontay Wilder, see if he's going to, who he's going to face next with Tyson Fury. Is he going to face Joshua or he's going to face Wilder? We're still waiting for big fights such as Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? We was waiting to see if Teofimo Lopez, who he will fight in the lightweight division, whether it's going to be Devin Haney or it's going to be whoever. It's big fights out here. It's big fights. We already know we get Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor. We know that shit. But more so, we would like to see somewhat like David Benavidez fight Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? Caleb Plant fight David Benavidez. Caleb Plant fight Canelo Alvarez. Because it's a lot of good, it's a lot of good potential matchups up there at super middleweight that we can put together that's solid. But we don't know when we want to get it. It's very limited. And like I said before, Jamal Charlo, Canelo Alvarez, Jamal Charlo, Demetrius Andrade, Jamal Charlo, Gennady Golovkin. I would say Gennady Golovkin, Demetrius Andrade, but I don't see the shit happening. Jamal Charlo, damn near anybody. Jermell Charlo, get the damn last strap, celebrate like no other. Goddamn talk your shit. You the damn undisputed, super welterweight champion, talk your shit, and what's next? Vacate the belts, defend the belts, and move on to 160. Changing of the guard is here. Changing of the guards is here, man. So let me go on to see, and I agree with one thing, people. This is what I want you to understand. Don't criticize. Take it from my perspective, right? I was looking at this like, damn, we have to maintain some type of integrity in this motherfucker. Let's maintain some type of boxing integrity. Boxing doesn't have any integrity. It don't. The only time boxing has integrity is when somebody pop positive. When we had the Sergey Kovalovs, you know what I'm saying? When we had the Jarrell Millers, the Canelo Alvarez, the Alexander Povetkin's, Dillian Whites. You know what I'm saying? When we have certain individuals, Alejandro Jimenez, when we have certain individuals that pop dirty, that's when boxing has so-called integrity. People are saying, oh shit, boxing has integrity now. So-and-so is a cheat. But what happens to all the other shit that's cheating? Ryan Garcia versus Pacquiao is really cheating. It's cheating the fans out of a lot. But some fans, some boxing fans, whether it be Hispanic, Black, whatever, they're going to look at this like, yeah, go get the bag. That's my mentality. I asked around because I was feeling some type of way. I say, do y'all agree with this shit? Do you agree with Jake Paul and I'm trying to do? You agree with Logan Paul stepping in there with Floyd? Man, I don't have no problem with it because they're getting that money. But it's not that boxing interest that will potentially help you out. What if you get to a position where you want that same money? Wouldn't you want an opponent that's a legit boxer to step in the ring with you to get that money, to get that exposure? You won't want to say, okay, I've done everything I'm supposed to do in my career. The fans respect me for it. And then I fight somebody off YouTube just because I've earned some divisions to my credentials. Now I just want to pick a name and convince the people that they're a worthy opponent. For what I'm hearing about Logan Paul and Floyd, the fight may be off if it's not already out because of the lack of interest. And that's one thing I like about Floyd, man. He's a motherfucking genius when it comes down to it. Because the name that really wasn't any interest to us over here in the U.S. footprint was Tenshin Nashikawa, a smaller Japanese fighter, legitimate, respected over there in his homeland in Asia. And Floyd went over there and scooped up 9 million in how many minutes? How many minutes? You tell me. And then for him to come in here and potentially step in there with Logan Paul, who outweighs him tremendously. With Floyd, the interest has to be at the top. There's no question the interest has to be boiling over at the top. The cup has to run it over when it comes to the fans tuning in to Floyd Mayweather. If it's not, he's sitting up here like, hey, Logan, we put it out there. See the one thing, look, the one reason that Logan Paul isn't getting the interest from the fans is because Logan Paul is 0-1. Like, he's either 1-1, 0-1. I think 1-1. I don't know. I really don't care. But it's just the fact that he didn't beat KSI. So you stepping there with Money Mayweather, you have to be coming off that momentum like Jake Paul. You do. You have to be coming off that type of momentum that Jake Paul had. Even though he knocked out Nate Robinson, people was like putting memes all over the place like they doing Bernie Sanders. People was like had Nate Robinson all over the motherfucking gram. So in order for Floyd, he might have picked the wrong brother. Can you imagine that? Floyd Mayweather picked the wrong brother. Imagine the damn messages that Floyd Mayweather picked the wrong brother. Brother in the sense of Jake and Logan Paul. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Let me say Pacquiao has 2.6 million followers on Twitter and 6.1 million on Instagram. Of course, they're gonna mention Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia has 8.2 million followers on Instagram. Clearly, their match would do well on PPV, no matter what the price is at. And they're looking at the boxing followers for Manny Pacquiao, the true boxing followers, and then the little kids, you know, with Ryan Garcia, the 8.2 million. You know, it's still a disparity there on what followers are going to be able to convince. What followers are actually paying, have the authorization to pay for their PPV, vice the other followers in Ryan Garcia being orientated around youth, you know, very young adults, and may not have the money to sit up here and pay for a $70 to $80 PPV. They say additionally, the buzz for the matchup that would have been there if it had been a real fight won't be there now. And people know that it's an exhibition. If money is all that matters to Pacquiao and Garcia, they'll do okay. These types of exhibition matches have the potential of hurting the sport because it puts a price tag on something should be for free. I don't disagree with them on that, something that should be for free. But hey, if boxing wants to change, and this is what we talk about with Mauricio Suleiman. Mauricio said, we're doing away with tradition and moving on to evolution. So once again, there's a little, that's spacing. That's what we call dead space. It's dead. It was dead space in the sport of boxing in which we forget some of this exhibition type bouts happened back in the day. Not just with Ali, but plenty of people did exhibition bouts. Plenty did exhibition, especially overseas. Plenty of exhibition bouts. In MMA, kickboxing, all that shit. Plenty. Boxing, plenty of exhibition bouts have been on display. We just have a point right now with social media and everything. It's more to focus on out here in life. Back then, you didn't have internet. You had a landline, and you picked up the landline, and you had print media, y'all. You had newspapers delivered to your door and thrown in your driveway, however you receive them. You know what's crazy? I can tell you that growing up, you know, here in the South, we used to have milk from a local farmer. It was this delivery truck. Milk, y'all. Delivered to the doorstep. Milk. Listen to me, y'all. Milk. They will bring bottles of milk that you paid for and drop it off on your damn porch. Milk. Who in their right mind would get milk dropped off on their porch? That's the way it was. So imagine, landlines back in the day. Hey, man, this fight taking place, right? It's going to be an exhibition for this, this, and this. And then they call somebody else, and they couldn't jump on their phone, they mobile phone, and put that shit. They had to have a paper, the newspaper, and they had to damn read, and they had to watch TV. They had to watch TV, y'all. That is exactly how they found out matches like this was going on. But now, the reason why it's frowned upon so much is because we are accessible to have a platform with multiple sources of gaining information. And that is what we call social media. And though a lot of it, in some cases, are just lack of firsthand knowledge, but it's just placed out there for the reader to grab onto. And then there are some that is solid, that are legitimate, and they don't post the shit until it's actually official. So we have social media to do so many other things, and it is a collective audience to have no idea that exhibition bouts used to go on all the time back in boxing. They have no idea. D-Red in the building. What's good? Mitch, what's good? What's good? I thought T.O. won the fight. Those cards were shaky at best, though. 109-19. Yeah, 109-19, definitely. It made you, kind of, squint your eyes a little bit, say, huh? And 111-117 were kind of crazy. The difference is Mikey actually made the fight happen. For some reason, Gary Russell can't get a fight at any weight division. It's been rumored there, Mitch, is that Gary Russell may potentially or possibly, allegedly, being blackballed from big fights at PBC. Once again, I'm not saying it's all the way 100%. Allegedly, speculative, all of that is why. Because you know it's well documented, him and Floyd Mayweather does not have the best relationship at all. So, with the big fights, Gary Russell has been limited and in place from just fighting normal mandatories. His next fight, though, the guy's undefeated. We're supposed to be Reyes Vargas. What's going on, D-Ray? Zabo in the building. Salute to you, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Miss say lightweight division on fire. And Ryan looking to fight an exhibition bout versus Pacquiao. Look, check it there, Mitch. That's the same thing I say, right? That's the same thing I say. The lightweight division is on fire. And what we should be concerned about in the lightweight division is what we're looking at right now. If Ryan Garcia was indeed the mandatory for Devin Haney, there should be uproar as to why he's not facing his mandatory, just like the uproar that's going on about Teofimo Lopez fighting his mandatory. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't take an individual to have a certificate off a cereal box to understand that shit. Teofimo Lopez and George Kambosos is mandatory. Ryan Garcia is in line as a mandatory because he won the interim title to face Devin Haney, but decides to go out here and fight an exhibition bout. No one is in an uproar. And this is how it's broken down for me in World Combat Sports. It's the fact that Teofimo Lopez just won those titles not too long ago in 2020. Just won the title. Ryan Garcia just won the title. But the energy is different. The energy is different when it comes to Ryan Garcia, because though he's Ryan Garcia, the only thing people seem to be mad about is that he up here trying to fool the fans that he want to face Gervonta Davis. That's what most people around him. They're not sitting up here pushing the narrative that he should be concerned about Devin Haney. For the life of me, I don't know why people are still trying to sit up here and talk about who was Devin Haney's mandatory. I mean, who was Lomachenko's mandatory. Well, for the life of me, you know, assuming that we have hardcore boxing fans, for the life of me, I can't understand that why somebody would take a single source from an article from across the way, a single freaking article across the way that had maybe 6 lines, but the heading. I have a website. I wrote articles on my website. If I wanted to do anything, I can sit up here and write an article. I'm not as big as them, but I can write an article and I can post the headline out there. And people will latch on to the headline more than anything to see if they want to read it. But the headline said Devin Haney becomes. They didn't say is. They said becomes. And you want to take a farce of a narrative from a single source, and you have all these cronies and ill-informed individuals pasting this shit when it's a single source. And then they turn around and say the WBC mandated. They changed the narrative up to the ones who are not doing their homework. There's some people that's actually, they really don't do any homework. They just go to the live chats and they see what's being, they listen to what's being said, and they just say, okay, fuck it. This is what I'm gonna go with. They don't do any research. Like, these are really temporaries of boxing. The WBC never mandated Lomachenko to fight Devin Haney. But yet we have a collective group of individuals pushing a bash torchlit parade on Teofimo Lopez. But they're comparing it to Lomachenko not fighting Devin Haney. So somehow, some way, they're trying to compare emails being sent to the same thing as damn Teofimo Lopez. When indeed Teofimo Lopez said, to be the man, I gotta beat the man. And at 35, that's what he did. To be the man, you gotta beat the man. And that's exactly what happened. He went up there and beat the man. So to dilute that and not give the man his credit is blasphemy, right? That's what you say. That's blasphemy. That's lunacy. Why are we still talking about Lomachenko vacated and became franchise champion so he would not have to face a mandatory that wasn't even in place? Why? Because Mauricio Sulaiman, the president of the WBC World Boxing Council, with a governing body, said, I will not mandate, or I am not going to mandate the winner of this potential WBC tournament to face Vasyl Lomachenko. I'm not going to mandate a mandatory to face Vasyl Lomachenko. So you take one article. I have to show you this. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I still got this shit up. Hold on. Hold on. Let me share screen right quick. Because I know I got some smart ass individuals, intellectual individuals in my damn chat. I know you do, but give me a minute. Let me show you all what these individuals are running with, because y'all smarter than that. Y'all smarter than this. Hold on for a second. Let me get this motherfucker right here for you. Let me get this article. Let me get this article and show you what I'm saying. I'm not playing because I don't understand it. Why are they playing? Let me see, Shouty. Let me get this right quick for you. So we can hash this right here, right now, right there, before all this. Look, you never even heard me at all. You never even heard, you never would have seen WCS put this shit up. Never, ever, ever. I never would have gave y'all a single source information. Before I put shit out, I reference that shit 2 to 3 other sources. I got to make sure the shit is correct. I just don't put shit out all the time just for damn views. I don't do it. Hold up, though. Let me get it. Let me show you how reading isn't fundamental. Because people read shit, but yet they don't think past it on how much value it has. Let me, okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hold up, man. Hold up, Shawty. I don't know why y'all had to bring up the lightweight division. I was speaking about super bantamweight, junior featherweight, and Mitch came over here bringing up the damn lightweight division, and knowing that you got some people up in arms because they're not getting what they want. They are mad. They are on a Teofimo bashing parade right now. And then they have the soldiers out. Be patient. It's coming. And hit the like button. I have to say it. I have to say it from here on out. I have to tell you, hit the like button. If you choose to donate to the channel, please donate to the channel. You know what I'm saying? This shit is work. It is. It's work. You know, before I wasn't even doing it, but those of you that fuck with me, you know, do what you do. That's all I gotta say. Do what you do. But let me get this shit right quick. I know you all are gonna understand because I know I have individuals in the live chat that's smart. I know individuals that read. I know y'all read. That's all I'm asking. Read and understand the intelligent part of it. Read and understand how it lacks substance. And then if you had a college, just say you had a college assignments and they told you to cite your sources. When it says cite your sources, they are not going to have you just come in here and just have one source, y'all. That's not the way it works. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Shawty. Now, my people in this live chat, my people, I want you to see something right quick. I want you all to see something right quick. We're talking about a college grad. I actually have 2 degrees, all right? But this is not about me. This is about you because I know you intelligent. I know those of you that support the channel and those of you tuning in, just being nosy to run back and tell daddy, you can understand this too. So, of course, when I was over, since Mitch brought up the lightweight division, right? All right. I have to reference this because of all the criticism and hate from black people on a black man like myself covering the sport of boxing and MMA. I play no victim to nobody. I don't allow myself to be a victim, right? But just because I stand up for myself, people's like, oh, you're emotional when you got a nigga crying the entire life. But check this out. Check this article out, Mitch, Lawrence, especially you, Lawrence, because I know Lawrence be out there reading and posting shit all the time. I know he be referencing shit. Check this out. Give me, I want to hear your feedback. This is what they're running with. Check this out. Look at this article. What does that say? What does that say, y'all? This right here. What does it say? This is the link right here up top. This is the link that was placed in a chat of individuals that believe that they're doing a service to boxing. So they're trying to prove that Devin Haney was the mandatory for Vasyl Lomachenko just off a title that I can go to my website and draft up an article and write about and say Devin Haney was indeed the mandatory for Vasyl Lomachenko. What's that date say? 14/7. 14 September 2019. Devin Haney becomes mandatory challenge. Now, this, my people, is where I want you to understand where it all falls apart for me, and giving credit to those who believe that they're reporting on the boxing and they know so much. I report on boxing and MMA, not just one sport, but I can fucking read. Look at this. I want to stroll all the way down right quick. I just want to go all the way down. Like, do you believe that's all I got to do? Once again, top, BBC Sport, all the way down. Okay, people? Because I want you to pass the word on how I do business over here, right? Because they calling me a bootlicker and a coon and all this shit. This is my people heading into February, right? Lightweight division. They say that Devin Haney becomes mandatory challenge for Vasyl Lomachenko. Becomes. It didn't say is. It said becomes. Language is everything when you fucking listen. When you pretend to be illiterate, you will absolutely come off as that. So let me go down here right here and check this out. Devin Haney became the mandatory challenger for Vasyl Lomachenko WBC lightweight belt after winning. It is in bold print. One, two, three, four. Look at this shit. An article is so small as this off a title, which was bullshit. This article had no preface to it whatsoever. One source, one fucking source people was running with. One source. That's just like going around town with 2 pennies in your pocket trying to buy something for a nickel. You know damn well that shit, you don't have it's not enough value to it. You don't have but 2 pennies in your pocket. But you're going to try to make it seem like you have enough to convince those people that it's a nickel. Those 2 pennies are a nickel. 20-year-old, check this out, y'all. The 20-year-old, look at that. It's just going off Zario Abdullayev, 11-0 at the time. Abdullayev's corner pulled the 25-year-old out because of potential fractured cheekbone. Please. This dude wasn't even ready. I wasn't nearly done beating him. Of course you wasn't, because it fits your size there, Devin. That's what your record's about. Haney quickly called out Ukrainian. Look, Ukrainian unified light world champion Lomachenko, who beat Britain's Luke Campbell on points. They called him out. Called him out when he's not the mandatory. He wants to put it out there. We all know call out's a bunch of bullshit. Ryan Garcia just called out freaking Gervonta Davis, but we know it's bullshit. Look at them trying to chase down, but black people will sit up here and say it's clout chasing, right? Why are you calling out Lomachenko? Why are you calling out Teofimo Lopez? Because they have what you don't. It's Lomachenko. It's always a nickname they come up with. These are people who are like adults like me in age, but yet they frolic around on the playground playing with Tonka toys and shit, trying to come up with those little slang terminologies. Look what I just built off the Tonka blocks. Look, I never knew that worked, but I was just playing around. Now you're talking about somebody who deal with wordplay, but not to the rudimentary level of this. The undeveloped language 101. Lomachenko, because he doesn't want to fight me, he said. Lomachenko, come on, let's get this fight going. The same shit we done heard. No one wants to fight Devin Haney. No one wants to give him respect. But check this out. This is the article these people are latching on to. Look how dense and shallow this article is. This is from a person who writes every now and then when I freaking feel like it. But look, this is the article they're going around with. This is what they're crying about. One source. Mauricio Sulaiman has verbally stated a credible position of the WBC that he was never, once again, Devin Haney was never mandatory for Lomachenko. This is the one article that they're going off of. A bold print off the damn headline to here. Devin Haney became the mandatory challenger for Vasyl Lomachenko WBC World Lightweight belt after winning the 10. He never was. Never. You have media outlets that cater to certain people to get the word out there, to have people latch onto it, just like Ryan Garcia just did. Don't believe everything. Don't believe everything. There you go, people. There you go. That is the one article that they was putting out there. If I ever bring a source, one source, I know there's plenty of people in my live chat that say, man, that's bogus. That shit is not right. As much information as let's just say Lawrence Williams information he puts out, I'm pretty sure some of what I'm saying is some of what he got. So you're gonna have individuals that can mirror shit up, but that one article is what people are running with, and they call themselves individuals who follow the sport and report on the sport non-biasedness. There's no way you believe that I don't know shit about boxing. Stop it. Just because I'm always speaking in a calm manner, people believe I should go up here and yell and scream. I do raise my voice sometimes, but I'm not that dude. I never have been. I just let my actions speak. Lawrence Williams said 122 would take over as the highest division because the 135 division is tripping. And see, Mitch, you up here bringing up the lightweight division, being on fire, and then I had to jump back in it and add some gas to it because of all the BS is going on. I understand it's good look for anyone to share the ring with Pac-Man, but an exhibition, it makes no sense. There are only two weight divisions apart. Make it a real fight. From what I'm hearing, it might be an exhibition over 140. Manny Pacquiao is much older now, and it'd be tough for him to drop down below 140. So it has to be to mid 140s. You know what I'm saying? Probably 143, 145, if that. Something to accommodate Ryan Garcia to get in the ring. Loma should have fought Haney. He was trying to accelerate, become undisputed. Loma should have fought Haney. He was trying to accelerate, become undisputed. Understandable, I guess. Till should also fight Haney. That Cambosa's fight ain't worth shit in the States. Well, people can say the Carlos Ocampo fight wasn't shit either. Right? But Errol Spence was the IBF champion. So we can't sit up here and force mandatories. I mean, not force mandatories. We can't sit up here and say so-and-so shouldn't fight that mandatory when we are, on the other hand, saying so-and-so should fight that mandatory when it benefits somebody that's favored out here in the boxing media. Okay, of course you want to fight. Who wouldn't want to be in a position to fight for the titles? Who wouldn't want to? But once again, what they should do and what someone is doing, Mitch, I got to ask you this. Did Teofimo Lopez indeed fight that trio of tough composition the right way and pick up the belts? Did he or did he not? And also, I want to ask you all in the chat, looking at this one single source, which you, as intelligent boxing fans, run around and say, this is what I'm going off of? One single article with a headline that absolutely have 0.1% just to put it out there to the public? That is what you're running with? You don't have anything else that's at a higher level of substantiation? Like documents from the WBC, voice, Mauricio Suleiman, freaking voice recording? You don't have anything to say from him himself? Mauricio said that indeed Devin Haney is Lomachenko's mandatory. Where is it? Because getting in front of a crowd of delusional individuals in a live chat that's all about the insults rather than research, it has to be more than that. It definitely has to be more than that. I never want the 10 people that show up in my live to be that gullible. If it's shit you can check me on and you have damn you have sources, please drop that shit in there. Drop it in there. I'm always about. People tell you they all about being educated, but when somebody does educate them, they don't even want to give you credit for it. You know what I'm saying? You say, oh, I'm all about being educated. But then when somebody drops some shit on you, you don't even want to give them credit. You don't even want to cite the damn channel that you got it from. You know what I'm saying? You don't even want to accredit the individual who may have done it before you. That is cowardness right there. You're not even willing to have, hold yourself accountable, bro. That's what Mauricio said. Devin wasn't mandatory. Absolutely. Haney was the number one contender. I see nothing wrong with him attempting to get a shot at Loma. Never said it was anything wrong with him attempting. There's a difference between number one contender and mandatory, though. Absolutely, Mitch. That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. So which one is it? Number one contender or mandatory? Because when I was over there on somebody else's channel, that first of all, I want to get this straight, right? I took down the video that I did, right? Not because it was me, but somebody I respected said, hey, Drew wants you to take down the video. I said, okay, cool. I'm talking with my man, you know what I'm saying, who I respect in boxing. He said, let's dead this shit. He understands. I'm gonna leave it at that, right? So I said, okay, no problem. I'll take the shit down because it was his content, it was his content. And then I get BFTV going over there talking shit about me after it's supposed to have been dead. And now I have all these individuals that are absolutely clueless, that's mad at whatever reason in the live chat, calling me a bitch and everything else when I visit someone else's platform and talk to one person. Now, if you don't see the problem in Scotty, if you don't see the problem in me, bringing somebody over to a platform and then calling allies over to basically all converge on one man, then you're blind as fucking life. You know what I'm saying? You're blind as fuck. If you don't see anything wrong with it, and you sit up here trying to explain to your audience, no one was trying to jump him. No one was. That's just like me standing in a circle of dudes, right? And they're cussing me out, right? And I got my hands down. And one dude stepped forward. I still got my hands down. And they swing. I still have my hands up. Boom, take a punch. And all this time, all these dudes are just talking shit and they being aggressive. Boom, get hit again. Da, da, da. Somebody's gonna look at if it's on video, they're gonna say, man, you should put your hands up. You didn't think they was gonna do shit to you? So therefore, if I know the energy is the way it is and the temperature is just right for me, I didn't go anywhere. How many times I gotta tell them that? With all the bitch shit, I invite any one of you. I call the names out. I wanted all those individuals on my panel. I wanted them on my panel together, not just one. And understand, understand one thing. As a grown-ass man, I don't have to match another man's energy to prove a point. You want two black men acting stupid and ignorant and immature as shit, yelling and screaming. That's just not the way I go through life, man. My bitches will tell you that. That's real. Niggas will tell you that. I'm not the loud one. And just because I'm not loud behind the mic, screaming and yelling, don't even think for 1 second that I heard a motherfucker say, my temperature changed. No, it's the fact that I'm not going to match temperature for temperature. Make no mistake about it. Devin Haney was never Lomachenko's mandatory, which had nothing to do with the conversation at hand. Now, once again, if you don't think a man like me did the right thing, I'm telling my boy, I say, all right, cool. Since you hit me up, all right, cool. I'll take the shit down. But don't go up there telling your people I took the shit down as if I was scared. Don't go up there telling your people and all this other damn banter going around like a nigga energy changed when BFTV showed up. I have no idea what group of people I'm dealing with. Like they obviously from this social media, this avatar shit is just amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? It's just amazing how people can sit up here and say we should act like grown adults, but yet you got somebody yelling and screaming for no damn reason, not listening, and he's gonna go over there and don't tell the truth. I was asked to take the shit down because it was dealing with a lightweight topic of Teofimo Lopez. And then I put the thumbnail up there after, and I said black and brown biasness. That didn't have anything to do with anything other than what we're seeing play out right here between one fighter in Devin Haney and the other fighter being Teofimo Lopez. The lightweight division king is Teofimo Lopez. Now, of course, a lot of people don't like that because they're trying to rant and rave about boosting up Devin Haney. Cool. That's what you do. But I just didn't jump on the bandwagon. Like, y'all help me understand in the live chat, right? When I'm called a dick rider for supporting multiple fighters and my catalog is accessible on YouTube, right? It's accessible. So how can I be a dick rider for one fighter only because we're talking about it? So therefore, if I'm supporting Deontay Wilder heavy, I'm supporting him heavy, right? Before and after his title, right? I get the other fans or whoever, they don't understand the work you put in behind the scenes, how many times you actually seen the champ, how many extra times you had a conversation, whatever the case may be, right? They're not respecting that. But they call you a dick rider. And then it comes to Teofimo Lopez. They don't know me traveling to these fights and seeing him on multiple occasions, being able to be the only one. Check this out. I'm the only one that has an interview with Teofimo Lopez's manager. The only one. Twice. One during the pandemic and one at the end of last year. The only one. And you call me a dick rider? How is that possible? Why can't it be a professional association, a professional understanding of boxing media? I support Team Williams just as much as I support Teofimo Lopez. The fighters are in different positions due to promotions. Team Williams is what? Independent. Team Lopez is signed to Top Rank. 150 is working himself up the ladder to get where they're at independently, and Teofimo is already there. So therefore, the topic of discussion over there was Teofimo Lopez and what's going on right now. It's absolutely black and brown bashing. Y'all coming heavy at Teofimo Lopez, and y'all would never do that shit to Devin. To me, that's cowardness right there. I just don't live by that. And then I'm hearing my people, right? Not to change the subject. I'm hearing my people say I need to stay on code. They telling a 50-year-old man been all around the world in the gutter. I've been in the gutter of these foreign countries by myself, right? They tell me I need to stay on code. So the code is to remember that you're a black man who should allow yourself to be broken down and kicked in the head by other black men just so you can understand how where your loyalty lies. So as long as you allow your people to kick and stomp you and oppress you and prevent you from moving forward and getting your point across, that's the code. Understand that the code is some people always want to throw black as being an example of oppression. We can't move anywhere as a people. You're right. In some cases, we can move as a union. But when it comes to boxing shit, Teofimo Lopez did it better than y'all. So you telling me you don't fuck with me? But yeah, listen, this is what I was told. We don't fuck with you. And I'm saying to myself, I know that because I don't fuck with you either. I know this. What do you want to become of this? I cover the sport of boxing, so what are you saying? Teofimo Lopez did it better than y'all. So exclude everything else. These individuals refuse to mention a box rec. There's no way that you can sit up here with chalk in your hand and you have a class of students and you're attempting to explain to them Devin Haney's box rec, Teofimo's box rec. One of them faced a champion in the ring that was already reigning defending champion. Then he stepped up and faced a unified champion who had multiple titles at the time. He had won the WBC, the WBA, and he was the WBO at one point in time. Just because he vacated and became the franchise means absolutely nothing except to the fact that within the rules delegated by authority of Mauricio Suleiman, it allowed him to have preferential treatment outside of the normal standards and routine protocol that we used to in boxing. And that is that particular champion, who's the franchise belt holder, does not need to face his mandatory, right? This is where the hate is coming in at. You have so many people that's willing to try to support Bill Haney, right? And that's okay. I never once said they shouldn't. But this is where the problem comes in to me. If you're going to support boxing media and you want them to respect you outside of the boxing media, the YTBC community, you cannot be this extreme bias not to recognize Teofimo Lopez did not do anything wrong. He went in there and beat the guys he's supposed to beat. You cannot continue to stay up here and not respect what I'm telling you about standing a WBC tournament that failed horribly. And I knew the freaking WBC tournament was failing. And I'm not even a manager, a matchmaker, or promoter. When I leave a chat and come over here and do my own shit, and I break down a video on something that happened to me, don't play victim. Because the last time I was listening, Drew was over there comparing my response to him to a rape victim. I don't know why dudes do that. Like, you can't speak of a female in a lightful manner. You know what I'm saying? How sweet and adorable they are. But yet you have niggas up here talking about suck my dick. I never once in life told any man to do that. But all the hate and shit. And what is these motherfuckers that looking at somebody screaming and yelling? But yet just because I'm defending myself, I'm emotional. Why would 78 jump on that motherfucker when we talk about the lightweight division? And the first thing out of his mouth say, I'm defensive. This brother defensive. Teofimo Lopez is being bashed for no reason. And I never said it's not in right for Devin Haney to do anything. But what is true, people, I just showed you one article in what these educated people call themselves. They have that shit in their pocket. They have one single article, which means absolutely nothing. You know, I can put out an article all day and say Devin Haney's the mandatory. They say, look at World Combat Sports. He's a dick rider. All he doing is saying Haney every day. But when I told Drew, right, I said, come on over. You can come back home. You can come back home. You're a TO fan, for real. We're here. Look, we are talking about people who was prior Teofimo fans. Come at me like they have no idea. Like this is freaking pseudology. This is a false type of language I'm speaking. These dudes was Teofimo Lopez fans before they was Devin Haney fans. This is fact, people. BFTB said he was, and also Drew said he was. That's public record. So who's to blame when it comes down to you asking my boy to take down the video, and I'm thinking you on some man shit, we're gonna talk on the phone, the video get taken down, and then you may want to make it seem like I'm looking at another video, they want to make it seem like I took the video down like I'm scared or something. I don't go on here and threaten motherfuckers, but I'm like, if that's man shit, ain't that the code? That's cold shit right there. That's on code, right? I thought we was doing some man shit, taking the shit down. I understand y'all mad that Teofimo did it better. But y'all used to be Teofimo fans. And now all of a sudden, I have grown-ass men. I have people that's grown-ass adults in the chat telling me I'm emotional when I'm defending myself. With 4 motherfuckers that pro-Haney players, right? Check this out. They said, them people in the chat saying I'm emotional, right? Defending myself. I hear that shit over and over again. I want somebody in this chat to understand, help me understand. If you are saying you are a pro-Haney channel, well, what is dick riding? I just want to leave that out there. If you, all of you, are sitting up here converging on one man, me, about Haney, what is dick riding? Because Teofimo Lopez is not my everyday topic. But today, I just wanted to understand and help you understand that there's a man out there with the lineal title. Just like y'all was boosting up Tyson Fury, holding that lineal title when it was Deontay Wilder, when he was holding the WBC, I was rocking hard, still do with Deontay Wilder when he was the champion. I was rocking just as hard. They didn't have shit to talk about. Nobody in the chat, none of that. Nobody was coming over to my channel, none of that. Never asked anybody for shit. Never. Go out there and find how many channels I've been on, really, the panel. I've been on Mark Nash's channel, who support me heavy. I support him. I've been on Punch Drunk panel a couple of times. Who else panel has I been on? I may have dropped on Black Star TV. Just going to chop it up with the panel, talk boxing shit. It happens, right? So I go up on Drew and here I am. I'm thinking the shit is done after I make my video because I have every right to respond, right? I have every right to respond because it's me on there. And I'm getting all this hate in the inbox and people dropping shit. Behind the scenes, I got grown men, you know, I got my boy, grown man, you know, chopping it up, say, hey, man, we're going to dead this. We can do this better. I'm thinking about it. I said, okay, I respect it. But then I hear the video's taken down as if I'm scared and I took the video down. But those of you that's tuned in, y'all know what it was, man. For me to be told that I'm emotional, all because I'm sitting over there trying to say, okay, explain to me. You're not going to ask me 3 or 4 questions. You're not going to ask me 3 or 4 questions that don't make any sense to what the conversation is at right now. If we move forward, and I've been speaking to Bill Haney about shit, right? None is going to change. Teofimo Lopez is still the lineal champion. He's still a unified champion at the end of the day. You calling me a bitch ass nigga is not going to change the fact that Teofimo Lopez is the lightweight king right now. That's the hottest division right now when it comes down to it. Now, divisions that have the potential is the 154, the 168. You know what I'm saying? They have the potential to do some shit. And also, in the next year, it's going to be the 140-pound division. It will. But this is what I don't understand at all. If you got niggas yelling at you and shit, and then I'm listening to multiple damn voices at the same time, and then you have one nigga to continue to ask you dumbass questions after he done drop links to people who act like his boy. Don't be all touchy and feely after you sit up here and try to ask all the questions, and when the phone call is offered, you feeling some type of way you can't talk to another man on the phone? Let's be clear. Don't be sitting up here trying to act like I'm that guy. He has my number. If you want to talk to me on the phone, talk to me on the phone. Don't be acting like you all upset off what I did, nigga. Please. You upset. I went over there and I was on that shit for 2 hours, and then people say I ran. Drew, I ran? Nigga, what? How long do I have to stay on there and talk? I'm a grown man. I'm not sitting up here having to come on live for a certain period of time and then bounce off. I come on and whenever I fucking feel like. I don't have no structure, which I think is just absolutely nonsense. I don't have no structure. I come on when I feel like it. But you got the number. You know who got my number? If I say y'all are hating on Teofimo Lopez, y'all hating. Because y'all act like y'all want to exclude boxing and bring in semantics. Not only semantics, but shit that's not even tangibles. Bringing up one single article like I have right here, it's just like carrying the same lunchbox that you had in elementary and high school. No, I'm just carrying this shit around because I like it. Because maybe I need to tell a story all the time about how I got this lunchbox and what I used it for. You carrying around a single fucking article to prove your point? Get out of here with that shit, man. IBF on that mandatory shit usually. Mitch, long as they understand that. IBF, look, you can't say Teofimo don't have the right to face George Kambosos all because you want to say a unification trumps all of that. But listen, he doesn't have to face Devin Haney. He doesn't have to. You know why? Because Mauricio Suleiman has delegated that authority to the franchise champion. It don't matter if it was petitioned or not. Teofimo Lopez wasn't the first one to get the franchise. Canelo was. Even when it wasn't a franchise in existence, he petitioned for it. Because him and Mauricio was behind closed doors talking about it. And he say, you, my friend, will be the first franchise champion. I congratulate you. I hope you go out here and represent the WBC with true supreme authority as the new franchise champion. You know, Mauricio Suleiman gave Canelo that. We're talking about the same Canelo had popped for clenbuterol. It doesn't matter. Are you all talking about that? Clenbuterol doesn't matter in this scenario. He's not the first. He won't be the last. But he was still given a franchise belt to do what the fuck he want to do. Did the franchise belt stop him from releasing himself out of that contract, that $365 million for 11 fight deal? Did it stop him? But his boss moves, right? Okay, cool. Did Lomachenko indeed petition? Did he get it? Was Devin Haney mandated? No, he wasn't. I don't know how many times I got to tell these black people that's the supposed claim that they know so much about yelling and screaming and acting like that's going to be facts. He was never mandated. Once again, Devin Haney was never mandated. Once again, Devin Haney was never mandated. Once again, Devin Haney was never mandated the mandatory for Lomachenko. Once again, Devin Haney was not Lomachenko's mandatory. Once again, he is not Teofimo Lopez mandatory. Once again, Devin Haney is not Teofimo Lopez mandatory. Let's not just come together because it's February coming up and want to talk all this black unity shit. Because I know I have a diverse live chat to pull up, right? Individuals that will call me out on my bias. But when you have a group of individuals that, oh yeah, Devin Haney is Teofimo Lopez is mandatory right now. Teofimo's ducking Devin Haney. He's undisputed. When I hear shit going around like this, you got to do more than shake your head. You have to have a voice. You know what I'm saying? When motherfuckers have an intelligent voice, my people, What did Floyd Mayweather said? He said the most racism. Let me get this right before I even quote it. Let me get this right before I quote it. All right. Let me get this right. I want to get this right before I quote. This is from Floyd Mayweather. All right. This is from Floyd Mayweather. His quote. Floyd Mayweather said, I suffered from racism all my life. Most of the hate comes from my people. So you think Scotty is telling you all something different when it comes to what I just went through? From a coward ass nigga that's the host of his platform that want to drop links and then ask for the shit to be taken down because he want to whine about me explaining to my listeners and viewers, which I have the right to do because you placed me in a situation where you know damn well that was coward ass bullshit, that was fuck nigga shit. You got a motherfucker wearing tank tops flexing in the background to men. But yet when I tell him to come on over to Team Lopez, come back home, I'm being facetious, right? He tells me, why would I want to be a fan of another man? Well, what the fuck are you doing for Devin Haney? What are you doing for Bill Haney? Bill Haney came on Drew's platform and said, mute that man's mic. Bill Haney was so frustrated with me kicking facts at him, he was like, he had to tell the host, be a good little boy, mute his mic. But once again, let me get back to Floyd, because y'all niggas still continue to put shit in my inbox. Not them per se on the panel, but the motherfuckers in their live chat, right? Suffer from racism. I suffered from racism all my life. Most of the hate comes from my people. That's what Floyd Mayweather. And I'm telling you, as a black man in general, I don't have to ask permission to say the same thing and to concur with what Floyd said. It played out right in front of your eyes, man. It played out right in front of our eyes. I'm a black man who did everything that you know. You would get people to saying I'm mentors. You would get these black men to sit up here and say I'm mentors to young black youths. Oh, you are? Yes. I do volunteer work. I give back to the community. During Thanksgiving, the holidays, I make sure that the less fortunate families, I give turkeys, I give clothes, canned goods. I give all these things to my people. I talk to these youths in the street, raise them up. They want you to believe they're doing everything right. But we're talking about boxing. Understanding that Teofimo Lopez is the man right now at one division. The first division for him to win a championship. And you have a family, a group, supposedly, a unit as they want to call themselves. They want a black man like myself that's 50, retired military, come and do as I please, a father, a son. You want me to sit up here and genuflect to you, place my forehead to the canvas and accept you trying to whip me? You're trying to freaking sit up here and excoriate me in the media? You sit up here running and screaming and yelling and being insulting, but yet when I do a post video trying to prove my point because y'all wouldn't let me talk. When me and Bill was having a decent dialogue until he felt some type of way. Notice I'm saying names because I can. It's public record. It's not personal. The only thing that was personal when Bill Haney himself up here calling me a bitch ass nigga. Bill Haney once again calling me a bitch ass nigga when I'm trying to goddamn come with respect and dignity. But I had the damn panel open. And I'm saying to myself, if that's bitch asses by showing up and talking on another panel by myself, then what is it when you want to call up and include another man into the dialogue? What is that? What is that is? what type of glory is this shit? When I'm the only one there talking to the host and Bill when he came in, and then Bill want to call in another man to look, to signify control of them niggas. Not me, them. Because neither one of them, the host or Bill, was doing a good job when it comes to this boxing shit. And then the other one came on deck. The one that they wanted to start everything off and yell and scream, all that does nothing at all. But see, one thing, BFTV, you should understand, right? Because I know you're listening. If you said it was all respect, let it be respect. Don't go on your live acting like I took down the damn shit. Don't go on your live and telling people you came to my live and I'm supposed to accommodate you. I called all four of you all. I called all four to have a conversation on my platform, because that's how y'all did me. So you have to understand that, BFTV. I'm not hesitant in mentioning an acronym. I know your full name and everything. We never talked on the phone, but understand, wasn't you the one that called me a bitch ass nigga, a fuck nigga, fuck that nigga and all that? And you say we cool? I don't know where them type of dudes are cut from, because I ain't cut from that cloth where any cat that I socialize with in conversation, every time I walk up to him, he call me a bitch ass nigga, and I nod my head up and down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, okay, thanks for that respect, bro. I appreciate you. All right, bitch ass nigga. Okay, thanks for that respect, bro. I appreciate you. I'm not cut from that cloth, man. JT, there's always multiple people on that platform. I doubt if people jump on just for you. It's like that every show. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Some people are boisterous. Does not mean they're immature. There's softly don't automatically make you mature. That's style, not substance. Style. Energetic ignorance is style, JT. Energetic ignorance is style. So you trying to tell me in a classroom full of my peers? Let's just put it in a professional setting. You expect me to jump up and down and get my point across and to show my dominance amongst my peers, my professional peers, just because I want to yell and scream and be disrespectful? That's style. I'm gonna have to be honest with you, JT. That sounds stupid. And I really don't understand how you can even come remotely close. What am I dealing with in this past time? Is this social media that has a certain type of radiation coming out of it? Is this the 4G and 5G shit they was talking about? Like, dude, look at what you said. You're trying to justify ignorance. There's always multiple people. I don't care how many people on there. It's the fact that me alone went over there genuinely just to listen in, because I saw it as I was, clicking on YouTube. I don't know the dude. I didn't know him. But Teofimo Lopez, at the end of the day, is a lightweight king, and people are upset about it. Now, if your only damn information is a bogus ass farce article that's very shallow, and I showed you the content, what more is there to say? If you cannot sit up here and have a voice recording, which on several times have been played out on Punch Drunk's channel, and don't come to me about what goes on between Punch Drunk and those individuals that's him. They don't have shit to do with me. I'm referencing him having Bill Haney and Lopez Jr.'s father on deck on his show, when you have the two individuals there, and it was validated that Lopez wasn't ducking Devin Haney. I said everything I said to them to Bill Haney when he was there. Did he disagree with me? I mean, how much does a listening ear do you need, JT? How much? You have the option to replay, because my video is no longer up, but you have the option to replay in real time his video. I even went through some of the damn insults that's in him. Matter of fact, you know, I understand. Certain people refuse to understand, you know, certain things when it's right in front of them because they support. I never support a motherfucker that's just blatantly wrong. Never. Never, man. I never did it. You come over here co-signing for people who was absolutely disrespectful to me. I don't know where you're getting that from. That's just pointless. And even, you know, we're gonna disagree. I'm not yelling and screaming. I'm not calling you a bitch ass nigga that you don't know what the fuck you talking about. I never said that. I sent you the article. Mauricio says Devin is not the mandatory. I think I have that article. But what you say you sent it at? Let me see. Hold up for a second. I seen all this, but hold up. I'm not sure where you sent it at, bro. Because let me see. All you have to do is drop the link in there. If you sent the article. You know, it's been voice recordings from Mauricio Suleiman and everything when it comes down to it. I just want the people to understand, to not be so misinformed and take it as if it is true. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem with anyone. When I left that platform, I said all respect. But then when I left the platform, they didn't respect me because Drew went straight to saying, you know, when we start talking about racism, who was saying something about racism? You all have to do your homework, man. When people are trying to manipulate other black people, we keeping this straight black. We keeping it about straight black. I said all respect leaving the panel, and you get up here and act like it's about racism. This is all black people together, right? How is it about racism? Because I said Devin Haney's public record, and what he said was he'll never lose to a white boy, but he had to worry about losing to Teofimo Lopez. I left the panel and all three was up there talking about, I dipped out. I even had individuals leaving comments talking about I ran after being up there for 2 hours. That's how stupid they are. But then again, why franchise Loma if Haney isn't a mandatory? Mitch, you have to ask, once again, you have to ask Mauricio Suleiman why he accepted the petition. Me being a general's briefer in the military of future current operations, a real live time freaking war that we was going through, right? I had to brief generals and high ranking officers. And I had to make sure my sources were absolutely credible. I had to scrub the damn PowerPoint presentations and make sure my point of contacts I listened to when we had an in-depth conversation about if there was casualties during the operation, I had to make sure I was informed correctly. At no point of time will I go in front of a general with a room full of officers and say, why? I'm not there to say why, because the whys have been asked and confirmed outside of it. So when I sit up here and I speak to them, it's no why. You're asking an open-ended question like I told Drew. You're asking open-ended questions. You want to talk about Lomachenko, you want to talk about Teofimo saying something about 10 million. I say he was capping. I kept that shit 100. But around my people, that wasn't enough for me to let you know that I said he was capping on 10 million. You're trying to talk about a sport that allows felons, straight up raw killers compete in the sport? You want to talk about lies? The sport involves itself in lies. We're seeing it play out right here. Mauricio Suleiman is absolutely supporting a lie. The franchise belt has not been around, in existence that long. It hasn't been long. Goddamn Canelo didn't do shit with it. Lomachenko did shit with it. But, Mitch, if you're going to ask me why franchise Loma, ask Mauricio. Didn't he tell you that Canelo, Lomachenko, and Teofimo petitioned for the franchise? Why did he accept the petition? You answer your own question. If he franchised Loma, right? He franchised him for a reason to do what the fuck he wanted to do over in the WBC because he's the president. He allowed Lomachenko to have that so-called key to the city. He gave Lomachenko the key to the city of the lightweight division. He didn't apply that to Devin Haney. Devin Haney was never mandated as the mandatory. Man, how many questions will y'all ask without asking yourself the question first? If you're putting a question out here, you have to ask a question within a question. That question is for validation. You ask me why franchise Loma, and I'm asking you why Mauricio approved the petition for him to be franchised. Obviously, they talked and they understanding that what? He's able to move. He wanted Lomachenko and Canelo to move as they see fit, to do what the fuck they wanted to do. So obviously in that, right, this is smart individuals. This is how smart Mauricio Sulaiman is. He knows that franchising Lomachenko and being that boxing is a business, right? The plan was already in place long time ago. They already understood that Devin's belt was going to be weightless. They knew Devin's belt was going to be weightless. Mauricio Sulaiman has made no attempt to raise the appraisal of Devin Haney's position in the damn lightweight division. None. He's made no attempt, y'all. None. Zero. None. They wouldn't do it to Devin. I sent the article, Mauricio said. They wouldn't do it to Devin. Some of the same people are just as critical of Bud and a ton of other black fighters. That's just a flat out lie now. Let me see. Let me reread this, okay? They wouldn't do it to Devin. But when they say you wouldn't do it, understand you are speaking to me in text. So if you're not descriptive, I don't know what you're talking about when I'm just speaking and elaborating off your input. They being the WBC wouldn't do it for Devin franchising. We don't know. But look, JT, I'm not saying you're 100% wrong. This is what I would say, JT. I would say, based off the history of the franchise delegation with Canelo Alvarez and Lomachenko, and I even mentioned this in my live, why wasn't presented to Deontay Wilder? Why wasn't it presented to Gary Russell Jr.? That already was out there. Like, what is the criteria you get a franchise belt? It cannot be the amount of time that you reign as a WBC champion. That's out the window because Wilder reigned for over 5 years, 10 defenses, right? So that's out the question. But when Mauricio came on and he spoke on it, he said it's because Deontay Wilder, the franchise belt is for fighters who's moving divisions, right? But who's to say Deontay Wilder cannot move down from the heavyweight to another division? And also he mentioned he turned it down. But anyway, when Gary Russell's name was thrown in there, he said Gary Russell has been given every opportunity. And I'm saying to myself, okay, Gary Russell fighting one time a year don't mean shit. Because if you're the WBC franchise, right, you're saying now you have to be active. Okay, do we have to be active as far as defending our WBC title? Because that didn't happen. Lomachenko didn't defend his WBC title. And Canelo Alvarez took no time and doing nothing at 60. So what are you talking about? Being active is what? Just being an active fighter? Okay, if you need to be an active fighter, just say that then. But overall, it's bullshit coming from Mauricio Sulaiman because he could have very well just gave Gary Russell, who has the opportunity to move up from 26 to 30 to 35 to 40, 47, whatever he want to go. He has the option to move up and down in weight. So if you're saying Mauricio wouldn't have did it to Devin, I don't know. But going off the history, I can absolutely say it looks that way. Period. It looks that way. It looks like the WBC wouldn't have given Devin the same opportunity. Based off Canelo and Lomachenko being franchise first. But listen, I also have to bear on the side of open assessment and observation. I have to look at it this way too, the JR. I have to look at it in a sense that if Devin Haney was to be in the position of Teofimo Lopez, and I'm saying to myself, if he would have been in the position of Teofimo Lopez as IBF champion, would he and his team, in hindsight, if they would have defeated Vasyl Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez didn't have a Masayoshi Nakatani, they didn't have a Richard Comey, and they didn't have a Vasyl Lomachenko. If walking into that fight with Lomachenko, with Team Haney, would they have petitioned for the franchise belt just because Canelo Alvarez and Lomachenko have been the only recipients? With Team Haney, in hindsight, now due to humanistic nature that we was blessed with selective amnesia, if I was to ask the question to anybody over there now, they would have said, no, they wouldn't have petitioned for the franchise. They would have fought Tio. Now I want to hear that shit. If Haney was the one that's fighting Lomachenko, I mean, he has the franchise belt, and it allows them maneuverability, leaving the 35 to 40 and have that favoritism to shift as they see fit. And being the Bill said, we've been struggling and we this and we that. Like, I don't understand that. But you're just talking about one genre of responsibility you have in life. Would you have requested and petitioned the franchise belt to be transferable? Would you? Would you have petitioned the franchise belt to be transferable if Devin Haney was in the position of Teofimo Lopez? And if Teofimo Lopez went about, listen, people, this should consummate all your doubt of hostility that's going on, that biased narratives is being flushed every day, and the damn residue is left in the toilet ring of misinformation, because that shit is diluted with shit, fecal matter, biased ass media fecal matter. If Teofimo Lopez would have received his titles the same way Devin Haney did and never fought nobody for the damn WBC, it was just given to him, do you think Bill Haney, you think Devin Haney would be up here getting people jumping on damn YTBC, spending all this time? You think that's how they would move? Trying to pass a bias now. Teofimo, Devin Haney's ducking, Devin Haney. No, this is Bill. No, nigga. Hey, if he want to get this, see, that's what they doing. We did it the right way, the hard way, and they clout chasing right now. They clout chasing us right now. We up here with all the titles. Of course, I'm gonna make you work for it. I ain't gonna give you shit, nigga. Go earn that shit like we did, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. Go earn that shit. I ain't giving you nothing. You clout chasing. You talked all that shit. We went and got the belts the right way. We fought Nakatani, Comey, and Lomachenko. We're the unified champions. And Mauricio say that we the undisputed. We the undisputed. T.O. get on here on live and say, you're not the real undisputed, because this belt, it holds tradition. You cannot be the undisputed. Fuck what you say. Stop clout chasing us. We earned our shit. I'm telling you, that's what it will be, people. That's my assumption. Why are we acting like if someone gave you an extra turbo in your career to power forward and make those moves. I'm talking about you have the damn the deuce of spades, man. You have that deuce of spades. The franchise belt is the deuce of spades. It allows you to move and groove. It allows you to be unpredictable. It's not just about the big and little joker. Big bank, little bank. You got that you know what I'm saying? You got that deuce up in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Deuce is wild. That ace of spade up in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do? Y'all gotta be mad at Mauricio Suleiman. You can't be mad at Teofimo there, man. You wasting energy. And I'm trying to tell my people, you're sitting out here parading and protesting something that's not going to change. If Team Haney goes out here and sue the WBC, it'll be a waste of their fucking money. And that shit ain't happening. I put everything I love. I don't even use shit like that. Everything I love. They're not going to waste money that they earn on legal fees to sue the WBC. That's all talk. That's all talk. Because first of all, the WBC have a governing body. That would be the wrong one to sue. Look, the WBC is the one, the top-notch sanctioning bodies in boxing. You suing them all because of one division? One division, they're gonna say, so if you feel that you're incapable of fighting Teofimo Lopez for the titles, why don't you just move to another division? Why don't you just go up to 140 and then come back down when Teofimo moves to 140? If he vacates the titles. Let me see if I see that. I don't see it, man. I don't see it there, JR. I don't see it, bro. And JT, you know, you're writing, you're partially right, and then on the wrong part of it, we really can't sit up here and prognosticate what they would have did in that particular case because we don't know. We don't know. We don't know if they would freaking ask for it. Right there. I don't think the links, you know what? Let me go over here for a second. I don't think the links are showing up because you can't put links in there on this shit, bro. Let me see if I'm checking over here. Shadow Ghost 81, what's good, man? Blueprint in the building. What's good? Salute WCS. I dipped out that channel once they started calling you a Trump supporter. Wow. I didn't even know that. They called me a Trump supporter. Wow. And see, once again, you know, listen, somebody calling another black man a Trump supporter, all from speaking about boxing on Teofimo Lopez, who's from Brooklyn, who's Honduran, but he's up out of Brooklyn, right? Teofimo Lopez is not a white fighter. Teofimo Lopez is a bilingualist. Teofimo Lopez, you know, put on his BLM shirt. He was repping. He was doing what he got to do, but he don't have to prove anything to black people for his swag and what he support. But for me, of all people, to be called a Trump supporter, as much as I've been on here, I haven't said not one thing about Trump until he orchestrated that freaking storming of the damn Capitol, because that's something I don't even have to talk about. But see, when you got ignorant ass people calling somebody a Trump supporter off boxing because I don't agree with a false ass narrative, that just proves to anyone and everyone why we hasn't grown as a people. Please pass that message, because we're quick. You know one thing about my people? To blend in with what Floyd said, if you don't agree with my people when they're in a group trying to do something they believe, you have people in there consider themselves to be leaders, but they're master manipulators, right? This is what they would do. They would try to destroy everything that you have worked for outside of ever meeting them in life. They would sit up there and try to destroy. That's my people. Yeah, that's my people. They'll sit up here and try to compare you to something that they consider is oppressing black people. So they consider Trump, who was stripping immigrants from their families and putting them in cage and all this other shit, and was worried about a wall his first year in the office. They're comparing me as a Trump supporter to somebody who didn't even vote. I didn't even vote for the election. I didn't vote for this election. I've never even once been online talking about anything. So it's not much I have to talk about when it comes to them trying to say, okay, here, Trump supported, just so other ignorant ass people can join in. Just absolutely stupid, foolish individuals to say some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Trump supporter. They mad. These are the same people that'll sit up here and hurry up and talk about, well, Trump sent the stimulus check out. We fuck with Trump. Oh, well, he pardoned Lil Wayne and Kodak. Oh, we fuck with Trump. They saying that shit behind closed doors on the phone. Man, get the fuck out of here with that. That's just laughable. Blueprint, salute WCS. I dipped out. Okay, I read that. Appreciate you, though. Shadow World Combat Sports, what's up? 21 Strong, what's good there? 21, what's good? Salute, bro. What is up with you? Devin is moving very desperately. And I mentioned that to Bill, but when he look, when Bill has another man speaking to him that he don't like, that he feel I'm a Devin Haney hater, which I'm not, and that's on God. That's on everything in the Bible. I don't hate. Why am I going to hate a young man, a youth like that? I don't hate him. I made some thumbnails about his boxing, okay? And how foolish it is to be promoting yourself on IG when your freaking boxing resume is trash. That's not personal. That's boxing. I say you say you won't lose to a white boy, but you at least won one. That's fact. What's the difference between fact and fiction? Is something that don't exist. What I'm saying about him hurts because it's fact. It's truth. You betraying all this shit on IG means nothing to me. I'm talking about boxing. It just happens to affect him because it's them. You put it out for us to see. I don't hate any of them cats, but I'm the one being called bitch ass nigga and all these insults and bootlicking coon. Bootlicking coon, y'all. They call me a bootlicking coon. Oh shit! You talking about somebody who's actually from the South who's been in protests? Look on my YouTube. All them pictures that you see on that video is that I took. I went to 3 different protests by myself with the dignitaries. But yeah, I'm a bootlicking coon. I'm a freaking bitch ass nigga, right? A motherfucker that was an officer in the military who speak to the highest in command, who was catering, who was basically sitting up here couriering top secret messages to the Pentagon long before that plane or rocket or whatever went into the Pentagon. A cat that dealt with high-end clearances majority of my Marine Corps career. How am I a coon? I stepped on nobody back to get what I had to. It was through hard work. But yet when it comes to giving that respect, I don't ask for it. I just thank God for me being able to be that guy, being here to talk to you all, because I went to come back. I'm happy that I wasn't blown up in the process. Very close. We could have been talking about a different type of shit where I would never come on this month. I could have been blown up, damaged, all that, and survived and be fucked up. There's no way I would have been up here talking boxing. You know what I'm saying? So motherfuckers just look at me and because I have a voice and I know my shit, no way, shape, or form I'm supposed to get up here and pipe down because I got a group of black people that want to so-called unify, but yet the first thing they want to drive a narrative of racism. They're being biased towards Teofimo Lopez, but yet they mad because I'm not helping them be biased for Devin Haney, even though I support a lot of fighters, but they don't want to mention who I've interviewed in life. They don't want to mention that I support Deontay Wilder and use my money to go up here and support him in fights where he at. I have never asked Team Deontay for shit. I have supported him and said he was a people's champion. He was my Muhammad Ali of this era. I said all that, but I'm a bootlicking coon, right? So if all these people were supporting Deontay Wilder while he was WBC champion, why couldn't you get more people to show up at these fights to make sure that the UK crowd could never drown us out? Why couldn't you do that? Why couldn't you get a group of people to support our black champion and drown these people out so he could feel welcome like he was in the Barclays Center? So he could feel welcome when he was at the MGM facing Luis Ortiz in a rematch. Yeah, homie. You know, why y'all couldn't get all these people together to show up to the fight? Why I don't see pictures out there with y'all going to fights as a unit and supporting your black heavyweight champ? Why? I spent my money. I spent my money to support the heavyweight champ. I drove miles to support the heavyweight champ. Why didn't I see group pictures with you all together at these fights spending your own money if I'm a bitch ass nigga? You ain't spending your money. You're not investing. You're not sitting up here putting in the work. I put my catalog against any one of y'all's. I've been to the fights and I talked to the people. How are you going to sit up here and even come out your mouth to say, I don't know shit, or I can't fuck with you? What have you done? You know how many people I've interviewed on site? You know how much stuff I have on my hard drive? I don't sit behind no computer screen behind the mic. I actually interview people. I speak to fighters. I know people behind the scene. I'm not yelling and screaming behind no microphone and talking about come over to the graveyard. Nigga, I'm out in the streets. I'm talking to these people showing up. I'm doing media over there. You don't respect me for that? You don't respect me for going all out and putting in the work at 50 years old. You don't respect me for that. Then you don't respect yourself. He don't want that. He can't fuck with me. Nigga, please. And you know how I move? Man, I'm all around the place. What are you talking about, man? What these cats talking about? What society do we live in? Y'all be very careful when you have a group of black men that's sitting up here pushing a narrative in this YTBC. Listen to me. Be very careful about them pushing this damn bias-ass narrative on Teofimo Lopez and then pushing a bias-ass narrative on me. That lets you know that they're willing to do anything and everything to defame someone's character. But when theirs are in question, they want to group together and talk all loud and rah, 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 when you could have just hit me up on the telephone. I would have spoke to you on the phone. But you trying to act like you all mad and you all, I'm feeling some type of, no, nigga, you say, oh, have me take it down out of respect. I do have your content up there. I took the shit down. But they ain't go whining about it. You saying, why would I come over and be a fan of another man, but you're in a tank top doing a double bicep pose when you're on a panel with nothing but men? Man, you're tripping. You up here doing a double bicep pose to who? Come on, bro. Nigga, come on, man. I would like to know what problem with Tio satisfying his mandatory with the IBF. Can someone explain this? A21. Hey, that's a good question, man. Mitch said, if the shoe on the other foot, I won't hand the fight Tio. WBC muddied the waters. Now that I agree with you on, Mitch, because look at it this way. Look at it this way, both you and 21. Look at it this way. It's the fact that I've said the same thing. I said I've wanted T.O. to face. And then it got to the point I kept on hearing individuals talk shit. And I'm telling them, you want to know the 100%, you're not in the position. You're playing catch up from behind. You're playing catch up. The first thing they want to do with Stephen A. Smith, a black man, right? They want to say, oh, Stephen A. Smith, he's just an opportunist. He's a coon. He's a coon. He's a bootlicking coon. And then he turned back around. Stephen A. Smith gets a $100 million contract or whatever for where he at. Those guys would never say shit 100% perfect. You know what I'm saying? They would never be that. But if the shoe was on the other foot, it wouldn't be no different than what I said previously. I said, yeah, I want to see Teofimo Lopez fight. Just like I want to see Deontay Wilder go in here and fight Tyson Fury, fight Anthony Joshua, do what he was doing. Deontay Wilder was fighting Bermane Stiverne, who he went the distance with to get the title. Tyson Fury went in there with Luis Ortiz, who was undefeated when he fought him the first time. Deontay Wilder stepped back in there again after there was controversy with Tyson Fury. So I can put all this support, and I can have all these interviews, and I can have all these pictures with Deontay Wilder. But just because now I'm speaking opposite of a black fighter, Devin Haney, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a coon. That just goes to show you how stupid you black people can be. I said it. I'm black, you black, but you acting stupid as fuck. You can't tell me anything when I always say my people. I don't have to wake up in the morning and show you that I'm black. My face is shown on camera. But you're showing how stupid black people can be. But when you asking me, you thinking I have a quota to meet with you when it comes to black fighters. You're not contributing to my channel. You're not donating to my channel. You're not now calling me up. I don't have your phone number. You're not doing anything to help me out. You're not doing absolutely nothing. But when it comes down to this fighter, and if the shoe was on the other motherfucking foot, I would say, damn, I hope Devin Haney fight Teofimo Lopez. I would have got on here. Devin Haney done did it the better way. Any fighter that I support, MMA or boxing, I never want the fighter I would never want Michael Williams to go ahead and say, well, it's your time and you're fighting for the unified champions, but I hope somehow, some way, a guy comes out of the damn darkness and hit his opponent with a damn bat, like the damn Nancy Kerrigan incident, and run away, and he's less than healthy to fight. I would never say I want him to go in there against a lesser opponent on fight night. I want his opponent to be healthy. And also, let's not forget, for all these people that's calling World Combat Sports all these derogatory terms, understand one thing. I bet everybody on the panel, everybody, Bill, Drew, BFTV is 78. Bet your money. BFTV says that Haney will wash Teofimo. You don't believe that. You don't believe it. You don't believe that shit coming off of Fredo Santiago unanimous decision. You don't believe that shit. And 21 is no problem. Teofimo has every right coming off defeating the top pound for pound guy to face his mandatory. It's just this false ass bias, untruth narrative being pushed around where they want to make it personal. I wouldn't say anything about this shit wasn't biased if it wasn't extremely biased, if they were just keeping it boxing. But when you got people up here calling T.O.'s family, I'm not up here, advocating for, what grown people do, but I'm saying, you up here calling them bitches and saying here, ho, Tia Lopez, all this other shit, you defaming the man like he didn't box. The man boxed his way to the top. What the fuck are we talking about? The man boxed his way up to the top. The man boxed his way to the unified titles. But you want to talk about him lying? Just because he said he'll face Devin Haney and then he changed his mind. That's called being antagonistic. It's just like fighters talking shit and saying they're gonna do something, they don't do it. That's just like us talking shit in life. We say something and we don't do it. That's the same thing. So don't say just because he threw 10 million up at Eddie Hearn and then Lopez Jr. came around and said a lower figure that you want to hold them accountable. That's so petty, man. That's so motherfucking childish. Boxing ain't no motherfucking sanctified sport. We didn't get these boxers out the damn congregation. They was just sitting up there. This is not China when the men have mandatory military service. This is not China. What we have a draft and you say, hey, you can look forward to it. When you turn 18, you have to do 2 years of military service. You understand that? That is by law. That's not the case here. We haven't implemented the draft in a long time. Imagine if we had the draft. Imagine it. Imagine we had the draft, y'all. Anyway, moving on. The links ain't showing up. Shaking my head. How can I send it to you? We don't get that whole narrative and that Haney was the mandatory. Let me see. You know what? Hey, JR, you can put it in the private chat. You can come in through the back, put it in the private chat, man. You don't even have to now do anything. Just put the link in the private chat over here. It'll stay. You know what I'm saying? Because believe me, I'm not. This link is right there for you, the JR. You better hurry up before they start popping in. So click that link and put the link in the private chat off to the right-hand side, okay? Paste that link in the private chat, and I'll put it out there. I think I know which one you're talking about. Shadow Ghost, World Combat Sports. I saw what happened, and I couldn't believe how it turned into a 4-on-1 situation for being outspoken. The fact went from 1 to 4. Me feel a certain way. I was only watching. I appreciate it, man. I mean, you're a grown ass man. I'm assuming. You know what I'm saying? Anybody and everybody will understand that the number 4 is of greater value than 1. In that particular case, when you're bringing allies to a person that's going against your topic, everybody and their mama knows that it's called converging on someone. As BFTV put it, I don't remember saying jump. I don't know. You call yourself jumping somebody or ganging up on somebody? Yes, you were. That's what you was doing. Ganging up doesn't mean physical sense. Ganging up is saying you're inviting a group of individuals for one person. You're giving me a lot of power. Because a dude like me, I would have said like this. I said, no, it's gonna be one-on-one. Let's talk one-on-one. I know I got some people that's jumping in on the live chat. This is gonna be me and you. Now, this motherfucker was dropping links and shit. I ain't go nowhere. And then I get niggas saying that my tone changed. I never had a problem with BFTV, never. It's just, let's look at and listen to how respectful I was, even when he was up here saying, fuck this, fuck that, you ain't shit, and goddamn being derogatory to me and to my, he don't want that, he don't want this. I even told him I sit up there and tune in his shit sometime. So what? That was out of respect for his content. I just tune in and say what's up. The respect, right? But if BLTV would have shown up on my shit, I never would have came at him like I never had respect for him. So when I leave, it's respect. But you think I can't respond? Nigga, you think I can't respond to you being disrespectful? Because I thought we was on cool terms. You know what I'm saying? Understand this. If you're looking in the mirror and don't understand your energy, don't sit up there and say, well, this nigga don't want to fuck with me. What? No, I'm not trying to argue with you. I can talk boxing with you all day long, face to face, without a freaking computer and a keyboard. But when you're telling me you feel comfortable in your own spot, I'm telling you, I feel comfortable by pulling up over there and talk boxing. You know, that's my only thing I was saying. I feel comfortable with that shit. I ain't scared. But you find a lot of these dudes that'll pull off some shit like Shadow just said. They will pull off some shit like this, but they will never show up collectively to somebody else shit that has the authority of muting you, of kicking your ass out. Appreciate you, JR. So let me copy this. Let's see what this is right quick. So yeah, I seen this. Yeah, I seen this. Let me see. Okay, appreciate it, JR. Okay, this is around the same time as this BBC article. Okay, appreciate you, JR. And unfortunately, what JR just dropped in here is exactly what I'm talking about. So I appreciate those astute individuals that's in the live chat that's posting receipts. Hey, even though I've seen this article, hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share the article. Let's talk about it. And once again, salute to JR for dropping this damn receipt off. Now pick this out now. So I'm going to share screen. All right. On this article around the same time. I'm telling you, some of these media outlets is full of shit. Because if you remember that article that I told you about, the BBC, it was in 2019. This article's in 2019. All right. So this article right here of Boxing 24, Boxing News 24, right? Y'all see this? Boxing News 24. Listen to this right here. The World Boxing Council will meet next month at their convention to decide the situation between WBC lightweight champion Vasyl Lomachenko and interim WBC champion Devin Haney. WBC President Mauricio Sulaiman. Once again, I repeat, Mauricio Sulaiman. I repeat, the receipt that was dropped off by JR. I repeat, the WBC President Mauricio Sulaiman points out that Devin being Devin Haney, the WBC lightweight champion. Once again, Devin Haney isn't. Let me unhighlight this and highlight this. Devin Haney isn't. I'm just gonna keep that up there. I'm gonna let that soak in right there. WBC President Mauricio Sulaiman points out that Devin isn't the WBC mandatory to Lomachenko. Now, I must go up and show you the date. What is this? September 19, 2019. This is from a reputable Boxing News 24, who I also tune in to. Shout out to them. Shout out to JR for dropping the receipt. Salute to you. Astute boxing content. Let's look at this once again. WBC President Mauricio Sulaiman points out that Devin isn't the WBC mandatory to Lomachenko. Just as I told BFTV, that one source was not it. He was never the mandatory. He is the interim WBC lightweight champ and not in a position to face Lomachenko as the mandatory challenger. All that is what it said. Why don't all of you that was in the live chat, I'll do you one, right? Once again, shout out to JR for dropping the bag of goods over there. Because the bag of goods is not going to make a lot of people happy. But let me drop this link out here right quick. It probably won't show up because of box. Yeah, there it is. Get it while it's gone. Get it before it's gone now. Pass it out to all those cats over there pushing this bum ass narrative. Go ahead, push this bum ass narrative that in 2019 he was the damn freaking mandatory, because we all know that's the transition phase between Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney. 2019. We had that Zahu Abdullayev shit going on. We had the Fredo Santiago, and then for Teofimo Lopez, you know, we had that Masayoshi Nakatani and Richard Comey fight, and then in 2020 we had the Vasil Lomachenko fight. But pass this link around, because I had some people that even drop in my freaking live chat that was reposting BFTV's bogus ass BBC link. So take that, have him sign that shit at the door, signature confirmation, because Bill Haney was up here saying what? See, BFTV, I know you, the way you break it down and do all that, you're distinguished. I can break shit down too. But why are you boosting up him just to come at me? And this just goes to show you, if you're led by the blind, you yourself will run into the wall just as they are. This article right here, once again, dropped on deck by JR, shows, once again, Devin Haney, once again, let me go back up here, September 19, 2019. Once again, WEC will define Lomachenko versus Haney. See, and look, and that's the first time somebody in the live chat done drop some shit off of my talking point. That's the first time. I appreciate that. I told you, it's some smart individuals that'll show up. I'm telling you, don't ever put bogus shit up here. I would never want anybody in my live chat to put some bogus shit. I want them to put up some stuff like this. I have read this article before. I didn't have the link, so I got to get credit for where it's at. Look at that. WBC President Mauricio Suleiman points out that Devin Haney isn't the WBC mandatory to Lomachenko. He is the interim WBC lightweight champion and not in a position to face Lomachenko as the mandatory challenger. That is right there. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. Check this out. Even if Haney was the mandatory, the WBC, hold up. I got to do something right quick. I appreciate it. Everyone to hit that thumbs up button. Appreciate you. No. Hold on for a second. I'm coming back. All right. So, I need to make sure I get this all, because this video is not going to be taken down from people whining and bitching and complaining because of the truth, right? Pick this out. I'm going to continue with this. Even if Haney was the mandatory, the WBC won't order. Now, just in case you're not, don't run away. Don't run away, y'all that was tuned in. Go run tell that. Even if Haney was, I got my own manual teleprompter. Even if Haney was the mandatory, the WBC won't order the Lomachenko Haney fight, as they don't want to get in the undisputed lightweight championship between Lomachenko and the Richard Comey versus Teofimo Lopez. Now, what that's telling you is basically saying, fuck everything else you heard. We're focused on the Richard Comey versus Teofimo winner. You got Devin Haney, you got Team Haney, you got fucked. You got fucked over. You still getting fucked over. What part? The link is in there. You cannot come over here with anything else after seeing this, pushing that damn Lomachenko duck Devin Haney. Mauricio Suleiman. I repeat, Mauricio Suleiman says right here in this article, he is the one that is not authorizing. He never had any intentions while Team Haney stayed put in the WBC, while the tournament did not have a single fight representing that tournament. A single fight. Team Haney petitioned to fight for the damn interim, and Zaru Abdullayev, 11-0 fighter, no one knows, stepped in there with him. No one knows him. This article right here, Boxing News 24, receipt link dropped off by JR. Even if Haney was the mandatory, says all this shit. When somebody starts off a sentence and say, even if, that look, even if, go find these people that's over there using all these derogatory terms, right? Getting all irate, saying that they can, I like you, good brother. I know if anyone can do it, you can do it. You can break that down right here, right now. The best way, intelligent, Bill. Intelligent. I would have to say JR is intelligent too, because he just dropped off a very conducive receipt. Because for one, you up here going off someone who can break down box rec, and you're trying to say that I'm supposed to join a platform where they kicking false narratives? You want to prove to me? You want to prove to me that Devin Haney's resume is comparable and equal to that of Teofimo's? You out your mind. Are you not reading this? Even if right there, it basically explodes in your face. Even if Haney was the mandatory, the WBC won't order the Lomachenko-Haney fight, as they don't want to get. Here we go again. As they don't want to get. As we say again, as they don't want to get in the undisputed lightweight championship between Lomachenko and Richard Comey versus Teofimo. That's just upsetting. Wow. You know, I mean, receipts can be damning. You know what I'm saying? Look down here what they say from Mauricio. Haney would need to continue fighting other guys until the smoke clears from the eventual winner of the lightweight undisputed championship. Did he confirm that Devin Haney will get the winner of the lightweight championship? He's saying, end quote, until the smoke clears. The smoke is still in the room. The smoke is still in the room. You know what happens when smoke fills the room, right? You have to find an area where the oxygen is enough for you to breathe and inhale that clean oxygen. Right now, you're in a smoked ass filled room. You coughing and shit like, damn, I can understand why I'm up here supporting people that's kicking an article. Matter of fact, let me keep this up here. Once again, you know, shout out to JR for bringing this receipt on here. Appreciate you. Salute. Just like I said, astute individuals that follow the sport of boxing drop this damn receipt off. And once again, let me take you back up to the top, right? The date, September 19, 2014, right? This is information that is quoting Mauricio Suleiman. Pay close attention to this, right? This will debunk everything, like JR said, and I'm saying it too. This will debunk everything that them bogus ass narratives are being pushed over there. Watch this though. I'm gonna share back to This article right here. What is the date? 14 September 2019, right? This bogus ass article where bandwagon riders who always love to call other people dick riders, but yet they're on this damn torch lit parade to bash Teofimo Lopez to support Devin Haney. That's not honesty. That's not integrity. Because this has no source. Look at this shit now. Once again, let me highlight the bold print. You have a partial sentence and 1/4, whatever, in bold. Look how dense of content that it has. And then look at all this. This is just fillers. You know what fillers are? This is just information that we already know. Why? Because I write too. So this is just fillers. But this right here absolutely said he became, becomes, became. But I'm a dumb nigga, right? Became and become, right? Became, become. Became, become. It does not signify you are, A-R-E, or that you is, I-S. Those is showing possession. A-R-E-I-S are showing possession. Don't let me break that shit down. Hey, JR, you still in here, man? Drop your cash app in that private chat, man. Drop your cash app, JR. I appreciate you being the first one to drop a receipt, man. Drop your cash app in that, bro. Come on, man. Drop your cash app in the motherfucking private chat, man. Drop your cash app, bro. Let me see. Let's go back. Let's get up out of here. Let's stop sharing. Go back to the other article, which debunks this narrative from here on out. If you ever see this again, just make sure you copy and paste this link that's up here. This link, September 2019. All right. Let me go back over to the live chat. Copy and paste this shit into the comments. Y'all make sure y'all run that shit over there so they can goddamn talk about this on the next live and debunk it. Debunk this from Boxing News 24 because I tune into them a lot. They legit. Debunk this. Why the 14th, the article on the 14th had no confirmation of possession. They did not signify that Devin Haney was the mandatory. Mauricio Suleiman is stated in this freaking article right here. WBC president Mauricio Suleiman, let that sizzle in your spirit. Shout out to Country Wayne. Let that sizzle in your spirit. Go ahead. The Mauricio Suleiman is quoted in here, boxing people, quoted in this article from a reliable, credible source to validate what I've been saying all along, and I said it on Drew's live to BFTV. He said, yes, he is. Yes, he is. And then he drops all these links on there, and I'm looking because I know it's a link out there other than what he dropped. I couldn't find it, but JR, salute to you. JR dropped in their receipt because I knew he wasn't. Just from the fact of hearing and reading shit on WB, it was nothing in there that said he was. Definitely mandatory. Now, the receipt has been dropped over World Combat Sports inbox. Mere days after that article, September 14th, where all these croonies and people who I thought know, they're going to drop a bullshit bubblegum rapper article in the chat multiple times, but they don't drop this article. Where you at, BFTV? You didn't drop this article? Why don't you show up and explain this? The link is in the chat. You show up today, I'll let you in. Come on. I'll let you in. Let's explain this article. You always talking about boxing rec and explaining bullshit ass narratives like Errol Spence and pound for pound. Explain this article right here. I have two articles up here. I have the article the link that you dropped because I pasted it from that chat, and I have this Boxing News 24. Explain to the people how you're going to come over here and say this is a bogus ass article when it's a legit news network. The WBC won't stand in Lomachenko's way to prevent him from trying to accomplish that task. Who name is this right here? Who name is that? Once again, the WBC president. He is the primary culprit. I try to explain this in the presence of black men, but they want to sit up here and continue to drop links when they're dropping their own validation as competent boxing astutes to the game. You're showing people that you don't represent the sport well. Where was this article? Why aren't you dropping this link? Do a live tonight on this link right here. Show the people and convince the people September 14th was your article. This is September 9th. So obviously it's superseding in every which way possible because it's from a validated news source. This BBC shit did not confirm that Mauricio Suleiman was anywhere in quote. So you're pushing the narrative. You're sitting up here dumping coal in the train and running right off a cliff. WBC President Mauricio Suleiman. Let me continue to read. This is what I mentioned also on my live afterwards because I knew I seen the article. I mentioned this quote right here where Team Haney petitioned for that damn interim. As its upcoming convention next month, the World Boxing Council will define the situation of Lomachenko and Haney. The WB said on their website on Thursday. Why didn't you drop that link in the chat? You can't just sit up here and ignore links that matter. Look at Suleiman giving Devin Haney an entree. Suleiman says Haney was happy to fight for the interim WBC title, but don't promise him a shot at Lomachenko. Wow. Check this out. Check this out. Make sure you pass this link. Once Lomachenko, won the title, he's not going to fight for the rest of the year, says Suleiman in an interview with Boxing Social. Suleiman is telling you all Lomachenko ain't going to fight for the rest of the year. So exclude 2019. When did we go into the pandemic? When? So these bullshit ass narratives that people are pushing, talking about so-and-so ducked. Mauricio said Lomachenko wasn't fighting. So there's no reason, there's no way Devin Haney could have did anything. He wasn't a mandatory, nor was he going to be able to fight them anytime soon. Because February 22nd, what are we talking about? February 22nd, let's just talk about Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury. Damn near after that, shit shut down. So how are y'all talking about, oh, he ducked. There's no way they could have fought even if he was the mandatory. That shit would have been prolonged like Avni Yildirim. Nobody want to fuck with you, please. He would have been in the same situation as Avni Yildirim. Mauricio said right here. Right here. He's not fighting the rest of the year. He's taking the remainder of 2019 off after capturing the vacant WBC lightweight title. When did Teofimo Lopez come back and fight? When? Come on, man. When did Teofimo come back and fight? 2020, right? When? October, right? When did they fight? Once. So if Mauricio say that Lomachenko is not fighting the rest of the year, why do we have these individuals pushing the narrative if Devin Haney was the mandatory for Lomachenko? When were they going to fight? Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here with this shit, man. Y'all up here pushing narratives and allowing your live chat to damn discredit another black man as if ain't shit. You can't fucking read. You refuse to read certain things. This is facts. You're up here yelling and screaming in the fucking mic looking stupid. You didn't pull this receipt up. You didn't drop this link. I even said and quoted that he was making decisions at the World Boxing Council. After my video, I just didn't have the link. The link is here. Do a live on this link. Prove to the people why this is September 19th and the article you put in there was September 14th. Prove to all the dummies that was in that motherfucking live chat co-signing this bullshit. Tell them to help you read this shit right here. You can cuss motherfuckers out. That motherfucker, I'm cussing your ass out right now. Read this motherfucking article. Read it. He's going to take the rest, and he's looking for a major event next year. You have to put that in balance. What are you going to do? Once again, what are you going to do? You have rules, but your rules cannot go against the sport. It's absolutely clear that Lomachenko is a major force in the sport. And Devin Haney and Abdullah requested to have their fight for the interim title fight instead of a final elimination. They agreed to fight for the interim instead of a final elimination, but Teofimo Lopez fought a final elimination for the IBF with Masayoshi Nakatani to face Richard Coleman. That's a fact. But I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? They agreed to fight for the interim title when Teofimo Lopez agreed to fight for a title eliminator in the IBF, which Devin Haney was ranked 2. He could have just as well went over there, but they chose to stay in-house. And this is a link that is very much digestible. It's gonna be a salt tablet with no chasing. Somebody drop the link off. Let BFTB send a message and have him come over here with all the energy. And I just want you to explain like you say. Let me get you right. Let me get you right. Let me get you right. Okay, let me get you right. Let me drop the link in there and explain this article. Y'all said, no, brother, just keep exposing the fake good. It's all good, man. I'm just letting you know. That's what it's about, man. I appreciate you, dropping that weight. Dropping these dumbbells off of the motherfucker. These media dumbbells off. Let's go back. Let me see what this video is talking about. Volume. Boxing Social.
This is Boxing Social in association.
Look at that belt. That's a beautiful belt. God,
second time in 2 weeks in 2 different continents. I'm Mauricio Sullivan, the head of the WBC. We're here at the Tyson Fury Otto Wallin press conference, or the undercard press conference, should I say, in Las Vegas. How are you, Mauricio?
Very, very happy to see you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Happy to see you too. First of all, you've got a lovely piece of silverware or goldware around your chest. Talk to me a little bit about the Mayan belt.
The Mayan belt is a trophy that the WBC has instituted for the last 3 years to celebrate the May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, and the September 16th, the Independence Day, which are the 2 major holidays of our country. Weekends.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Mike Tyson, Chavez, Oscar, culture, organization champion, request to the WBC.
Point. Usually, this is something that we did speak about then. Usually, an interim title is reserved for if a champion is away from the ring, if he is injured or otherwise. Why is Devin Haney fighting Abdullah for an interim title?
This is a unique situation. When you have a
BFTB, if you're listening, let me get you right. Let me get you right, BFTB. That's what you say, right? Because you want to go on your live and talk shit about me because I was defending myself, right? But I'm dropping your receipts. Let me get you right.
The multi-division, multi-organization champion request to the WBC to fight for a vacant title. That's a major statement. Luke Campbell was a mandatory to Mikey Garcia. Mikey Garcia vacates the belt, the championship, the division.
What? We know Mikey Garcia vacated. They ain't talking about Mikey Garcia ducking Luke Campbell because it's not important. It's not important. Mikey Garcia ducking Luke Campbell. But you know what? When Team Teofimo Lopez was already waiting for Mikey Garcia to vacate that WBC title. We already know the damn shit was falling apart. We was just waiting for Mikey Garcia to vacate the They was talking with Team Garcia to vacate. But the tournament is what fucked everything up. and that's why he went the other way. Continue.
So when we received that consideration, the WBC voted unanimously in favor to approve Lomachenko to fight Campbell for the vacant WBC title. We ordered mandatory fights to find the mandatory contenders as per the rules. And Devin Haney against Abdullayev, and Teofimo Lopez against it was
Richard Comey.
I'm sorry, I just got a blank. So we had those fights ordered. Teofimo was fighting another organization, so he dropped out. So we left Abdullayev against Haney. When I met Lomachenko after the fight, I talked to Top Rank, I talked to Lomachenko and his management, and once they won the title, they made it clear he's not going to fight for the rest of the year. He's going to take a rest, and he's looking for.
So I need to reemphasize something. He said that 2019 now, he finished fighting for the rest of the year. But yet I have all these dudes over here talking about Drew asking dumbass questions. So when was it supposed to fight? Devin was mandatory. When was Devin fighting? When was he the mandatory? And if he was the mandatory, Lomachenko say he wasn't fighting for the rest of the year. When was they going to fight? When was they going to get back in fight camp and fight if most of the damn shit was shut down 2020? So it wasn't no way. Like go back to when I asked on that platform, I said, so what date did they pick up the title? Because I was referring to this shit right here that was mentioned with Mauricio Suleiman, but I didn't know the link or anything. What date did he pick up the title? Because I remember some shit where Lomachenko didn't fight for the rest of the year. Just hit the replay. It's there. I say, what date did he pick up the title? When did they pick up the motherfucking, when did he fight for the interim?
A major event next year, which you have to put into the balance. What do? You're not gonna, you have rules, but your rules cannot go against the sport. Your rules cannot go against the industry. And it is absolutely clear that Lomachenko is a major force in the sport. And Devin Haney.
He's a major force in the sport. Has BLTV clicked on the link yet? Explain this article. The link is in the chat. Let me get you right. Let me get you right. I know what you want. Let me get you right. There you go. That's what you want. Let me get you right. I want you to come over here and explain this article to me. Because I want you to understand to the people, comparable to the link that you dropped and the link that JR provided for me. I want you to goddamn sit up here and explain this shit.
Haney and Abdullayev both requested.
Hold up.
And it is absolutely clear that Lomachenko is a major force in the sport. And Devin Haney and Abdullayev both requested to the WBC to have their fight as an interim title fight instead of a final elimination. They are very happy to fight for the interim title, knowing that Lomachenko is not going to be fighting for a prolonged period of time. So it made all the sense to approve an interim championship.
Hold up.
And Devin Haney and Abdullayev both requested to the WBC to have their fight as an interim title fight instead of a final elimination. They are very happy to.
So do you all understand what the final elimination is? And I'm not asking to be facetious, but let me explain. Okay, they agreed, both Abdulayev and Haney. Like I said, you replay back over there. I mentioned this on my live post that Drew shit that they petitioned, Team Haney petitioned for the interim. So therefore, the inbox request was received, delivered, and the response was accommodated for both him and Abdulayev to fight for an interim. Now go tell go tell Drew, BFTV, 78, all this. Anyone that's over there posting this duck shit. A final eliminator allows you to proceed forward to the championship as if to say, I'm going to use examples, Teofimo Lopez, final eliminator with Masayoshi Nakatani. Who did he get out the Nakatani? Richard Comey. So forget all this other dumb shit. When it comes to reading, this should be fundamental.
Fight for the interim title, knowing that Lomachenko is not going to be fighting for a prolonged period of time. So it made all the sense to approve an interim championship. The champion is not available, and we are not going to abuse the mandatory rule in Lomachenko. This is clear.
This is clear.
To abuse the mandatory rule in Lomachenko. And this is clear. Champion is not available, and we are not going to abuse the mandatory rule in Lomachenko. And this is clear. The winner of Haney and Abdulayev will be a proud champion, interim champion, and they will have to continue making their worth into the sport.
Oh my God!
Go, for the time.
Did you really just say it?
Will be a proud champion, interim champion, and they will have to continue making their worth into the sport and to grow for the time to fight Lomachenko to be worth it for everybody. I don't know if I'm making clear. My English is not so good.
Hey, no, I understand you there, Mauricio.
I cannot force a major champion in something that is not just.
What you said that Team Haney don't have a damn a card in the game. They don't have a play in the game right now. All you're holding is a motherfucking peso chip. That's it. You don't even have enough to bet on the table. You got one peso chip, and you can't even bet on the table because you're not even allowed to the table. Mauricio just said you're not even allowed to the table.
Because that champion wants to fight big challenges, big fights, big events for the growth of the sport, the industry, and the fans. So I feel proud of Haney and Abdulayev understanding that they are on the process of becoming better, of becoming champions and popular.
Oh my God. Mauricio is such a language wordsmith. And I tell you all, you have to pay attention to the language. Mauricio saying understanding. Understanding is the same as became and become. It doesn't signify that you are in possession of a validation, something official. It does not signify that. Became, become. Understanding means you have clarity of your position. Understanding, you have clarity of became, become. What that means is no validation. There's nothing, there's nothing to solidify that you are indeed in possession of. Per. It doesn't say that. Mauricio is a language wordsmith, man. You got to be very careful of his politician type banner, man. He leaves a lot of shit open for motherfuckers that want to be stupid and assume what he meant. You know what I'm saying? They want to act like they never went to a language class.
And they're going to win the right to eventually fight whenever it's ready.
As I understand it, the plan for Lomachenko will be to face the winner of Teofimo Lopez versus Richard Comey for an undisputed lightweight title bout early in next year. In that event, usually an undisputed fight or a unification fight would take precedent over a mandatory. So why was there a need to elevate a mandatory bout? If Haney, the winner of Haney or Abdullayev, became mandatory, then they would still have a prolonged period of time before a mandatory would be called, particularly if an undisputed.
Once again, I hate breaking this up. Did you just hear what he just said? A prolonged period if they were mandatory. In English over here in the United States, a mandatory. It would be a prolonged time. Prolonged mean extended. Extended. A prolonged period. Extended. I asked you on your platform, when did they win the titles? When did Haney win the shit with the interim? The shit wasn't answered. You know why? Because Lomachenko he wasn't going to fight the rest of 2019. Then we ran into a pandemic. So you push this mandatory shit. When were they going to fight if he was the mandatory? When did they say he was the mandatory? Both ways he was fucked. They knew it.
The title or unification were to take place. So I think fans are kind of wondering why is there a need for an interim title when a mandatory, to use an English expression, does what it says on the tin. You become mandatory, then you have a period of time where that mandatory is called. Why is there a need to elevate a mandatory to an interim title?
Because of the times, because it is not fair to the winner to hold them hostage until the time the fight with the champion is going to happen. So I just put it to the balance of the fans. What would you do? You take and strip Lomachenko for not fighting the winner of Haney against Abdullayev, or you accept Haney's and Abdullayev request for an interim title.
What was that again? What did Mauricio just say? Haney and Abdullayev request interim, knowing they was not the mandatory for Lomachenko. It was not an eliminator. They refused. They didn't want that. They wanted to face and get on deck as a champion. So they wanted to wear the green belt. So they say, hey, why not sacrifice my soul and go for the interim title, knowingly that you would not be in the ring as a mandatory to face Lomachenko. So all of you cats that was over there dropping links on bullshit, make sure you do a live tonight on this link, because you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
You decide.
I think a lot of fans would rather see Lomachenko potentially face the winner of Conor versus Lopez next year.
No, that's your. Now you're speculating. Or not me. I mean, whoever. Then it's there, or whoever's. It's easy to say, well, I would rather this and this and this and this. But we have to be factual. We have to make decisions. I'm being open and I'm being public. We are not going to strip Lomachenko for not fighting the winner of tomorrow. As simple as
the
that.
winner of tomorrow.
Let's build the mandatory whenever a real mandatory contender is ready to fight the champion. That's what we're going to call it.
God damn. Mauricio said a real mandatory. And of course, yeah, I'm recording this sound clip. Absolutely, I am. I want you all to go out here. This is boxing shit. Don't be mad, because you always, you want to goddamn call motherfuckers up, the tag team, and gang up on one individual because you know better. It takes that many of you all to do that. And you still look stupid. You over here posturing on an article that had a mere 8 lines to it. But yet this has video content, a reputable, worthy news outlet. And Mauricio Suleiman continues to give those light words that never holds weight. He never once gave a word that was heavy enough to cement the winner. Team Haney knows that. They're frustrated. They know they petitioned for the freaking interim title, and they have people out here looking goofy as shit, pushing the narrative that, well, Lomachenko didn't want to fight us. He didn't have to fight you. So the same thing that Lomachenko said he wasn't fighting for the rest of 2019, and Mauricio Suleiman said that we want to do what's right. We're not going to sit up here and have Lomachenko, holding up this person and that person. So knowingly, Abdulayev and Haney understood that they were not fighting for an eliminator. They were indeed contending for an interim championship, which in therefore moving forward did not cement their place as fighting Lomachenko as a mandatory. They was fully aware of this. They was fully aware. I have not yet heard or seen BFTV come up. You was talking about, you pulled up to my live, pull up to the live now. Because I know a lot of shit off the top of the recall memory. But see, one thing about you, you'll pull up receipts that I can debate too. Because I know the information is out here. And this is one of these articles. Because I even asked and mentioned certain shit about this WBC convention. And also, when did they win the belts? But I wasn't able to caveat and extend what I was talking about because I had y'all cutting me off on all sides. But where are the individuals that was in the live chat? Where are y'all at? The link is in here. The Boxing 24 link is in here, man. Why is it not people over here just scooping up this and freaking debating this right here? Debate what Mauricio Suleiman was talking about.
We're gonna fight and we're gonna battle the reform of the mandatory situation. To have seen a champion lose the championship from whomever, it's not fair because you cannot abuse your position as mandatory contender. There are rules, and there are specific rules.
You can't abuse
specific mandates, and there's ways of dealing with everything. And the mandatory contender process works very efficiently in most of the cases. And,
not in this one, though.
Specifically, the mandatory situation, in order to make sure that the rules do not abuse and do not hurt the sport.
I hope hopefully that's cleared some things up for our viewers. You've mentioned it, you've alluded to it earlier on in the interview. Charlie Edwards versus Julio Cesar Martin.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. And appreciate that, JR, for dropping the link. Appreciate you. I'm just not getting the energy. I'm not getting the attendance. I'm looking for attendance. Any one of them. Drew, you want to come over here and explain this shit? You can pop on the link. You can call up other people. The video was taken down. Come help me. Come help me leave this video up. Come on, man. Y'all over there pushing that Haney false narrative, man. That he was damn ducking. And Lomachenko was ducking and he was the mandatory. And now y'all going around saying the same shit for somebody who has the franchise belt that he's ducking. So y'all some lying ass niggas. Period. Y'all some lying ass niggas right now. Y'all want to call me a bootlegging cocoon and all this other derogatory shit. But y'all lying like shit right now. Absolutely. And this is shit I was trying to explain, but I was keep getting cut off. You know, I asked y'all when did Haney pick up the belt in 2019? I was going to compare Haney to the Teofimo Lopez timeline in 2019 on the route they was making and who they was fighting. Per Masayoshi Nakatani and Richard Comey, per okay, the freaking Abdulayev fight and Alfredo Santiago, and then you know Gamboa being in November. I was messing up a timeline, and then I was going to damn season that shit up with which one of them fights that y'all know y'all was going to be the mandatory. Which one of them fights, per comparison to Teofimo Lopez and Haney, was an eliminator? What is an eliminator? What is it? What does that mean? It eliminates what? It allows you to reduce. If it's two people that's fighting, it allows you to basically have a winner, which reduces the outcome to one, of course, no draw, one individual to do what? If it's an eliminator for a championship, the winner will indeed face the champion. That is an eliminator. Or however you want to put it in whatever perspective. In this particular case, Teofimo fought an eliminator, and in the other case with Devin Haney and Abdulayev, they was forewarned, and they both agreed and petitioned. Bogus ass narratives being pushed out here when they petitioned. They petitioned Mauricio Sulaiman, who made it perfectly clear, that you was never the mandatory, and you, knowing very well, knowingly, agreed to fight for the interim WBC champion, knowing that Mauricio's words saying that you will not be the mandatory. Vasyl Lomachenko was not fighting the rest of the year, and they did not put a specific time when he was coming back to fight. Nowhere in this article, in this video, that Mauricio Sulaiman states that Vasyl Lomachenko was due back into the ring and he was going to enforce a mandatory after facing Luke Campbell. There was nowhere in there that you've seen that. Nowhere. That's why I asked, when did Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez, in comparison to the 2019, and then I asked, it's in there. I asked, when did Lomachenko win the belt? No one wanted to damn answer the question because they didn't know where I was going with it. And this is exactly where I was parking this shit at. I wanted them to tell me when. I asked BFTV, when did Lomachenko win the belt? When did Devin win the belt? Because I'm trying to put some months together to when this pandemic hit. Also, I want clarification as if you look at the video, he said that Devin Haney was the mandatory. And I said, no, he wasn't. Yes, he was. No, he wasn't. Yes, he was. Look at the video. I said, no, he wasn't. And he's arguing me down that he was. And he present this damn paper, this paper thin article that don't have a drop of validity to it. No preface to anything moving forward. Nothing. It has very minimal content to it. If you look at the article that he presented and the Boxing News 24 article, man, it's like heaven and hell. It's like elementary and freaking a doctor's degree. It's like elementary and a doctor's degree. It's like preschool and a doctor's degree. That's when you talk about the level of education when it comes to knowing boxing. For me to even think about presenting an article like this to my college professor for a grade and tell him, hey, you know what? That's the only source I came up with there. I apologize. Hey, this is the only source. I know it's very light. I know you said a minimum of 2,000, 3,000 words of content. Cite your sources. But I just brought you this right here. That's it. I just brought you this right here. That's it. I brought you the BBC. The BBC.com sport boxing. The shit that has a mere about 9 lines. 9 lines to it. 2 lines that is freaking bold print. Comparable to damn Boxing News 24, which has video highlighting Mauricio Sulaiman's words. Unfucking believable that y'all are pushing this narrative out here that Devin Haney was the mandatory. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Now, this is something that's conducive to me because you want to say you showed up BFTV. This is something conducive to me. It ain't no disrespect. Come on over here so we can talk about this words right here because you want to tell the people that Mauricio didn't mean what the fuck he said. Well, he obviously did because Team Haney's trying to sue the WBC. So these words right here means a lot. You know what I'm saying? It means a lot. Look at this right here. It's absolutely humiliating. Suleiman say Haney was happy to fight for the interim WBC. Let me underscore this right here. Let me re-highlight this. Happy. Look, Team Haney was happy to fight for the interim. Why? Because they just wanted to have a belt. An OG in the sport would have said, what am I getting out of this? I'm not getting Lomachenko. I'm out. I'm gone. I'm gone. If you're telling me that I'm not promised a mandatory, why fight for the interim title? You made a wrong fucking move, dog. You made a wrong move. Ill-advised, uninformed. You should have bounced. Now you're sitting there with a title which you was forewarned about. That's just like knowing, they tell you ahead of time, hey, we're pushing forward, we have insurgency up front. They're known to be very friendly, but they will stab you in the back. Believe me, all the insurgency you're going to see, they're women. Do you understand that? They're women, but they're very dangerous. And you drive your convoy up there, and you see these insurgency, and they're women. They look fairly good, and you're in the city, and you say, damn, they're right. They are women, but they look harmless. And you get out there, they got their hands open and everything, acting like they want to give you a hug. Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. You come home for tea? And then you just leave your weapons. Hey, get a gear guard on that. Put a gear guard on that. And you go up in there, and they say, oh, it's going to be this room right here. And they have all this nice table because they knew you was coming. They knew you was coming. They have this nice little table laid out, all the silverware and everything. You say, damn, you know what I'm saying? This is nice. All y'all sitting in there chilling, and then somebody walks in there with a fully loaded AK and open fire. You was forewarned of the danger. You was forewarned of the deception, but you chose to continue to stay there. And now you're facing that. You're facing looking stupid. You're facing a position where you cannot move forward. It's fucked up because you have other competent black men pushing a narrative against Teofimo Lopez as if you're going to do the same thing you try to say against Lomachenko. And you're looking stupid on the left and the right. You're looking and sounding stupid. Teofimo Lopez actually has a belt with authority. Isn't that what you mentioned, BLT? Oh, he's in the position of authority. He's in the position of authority. Isn't that what you was repeating on your shit yesterday, right? Well, guess what? What does this article have right here? Position of authority, right? Who's laying down the position of authority? Mauricio Suleiman. He's basically explaining that Lomachenko will not be forced to do anything until he sees fit, until Mauricio sees fit. He spoke with Top Rank. He said it. They was not fighting the rest of 2019. And we know with fight camps and everything, we know how that goes. When was they supposed to fight? You can't even say you're going to fight for as a mandatory because you was never the mandatory. So why am I keep on rehashing the same shit? Because I'm just curious to know why, if we're in 2021, why do we still have these individuals claiming they talk boxing and I can't fuck with them and I ain't in the graveyard and all this other shit? The link is in the motherfucking chat, dog. I wanted all of you all to show up last time. This time, it's just for you, BLTV, since you're going to do a video. It's just for you. Come over here and explain this article. Come on. I get you right. Since I don't want to fuck with you, like I'm a grown-ass man you don't know, and then you're going to tell people, oh, he don't want to fuck with me. Fuck that nigga. That's what you were saying, right? After I was asked to take down the video, and I did it out of respect. But no, you come in here and say, and make it seem like I was scared or something. The link is in the chat, man. What's up with y'all cats, man? Y'all can bring up 4 motherfuckers on one person? Come on, man. I'm just one dude. Okay, if they don't want to show up, somebody copy the link and find any one of them fuck boys that was in the live chat talking all that shit. I am ill will. You can come in and click on the link. You can. You was up there calling people bitch. You called me a bitch. Somebody get I am ill will. Tell this fuckboy to come up here and talk this boxing shit today. Yeah, I'm opening the lines up. Open the lines up. Don't talk the shit over there in your community and you feel like that's where you need to be. That's some bitch fuckboy shit. Come over here, click the link. Mo Boxing. You was talking shit in there too, right, Mo Boxing? As much shit as people talk about you, you was talking shit about me. You can come over here right now too. The link is in the chat. Drew Titan, you can come over here too. You don't want to make the phone call? You can come over here too and we can talk about this article. Why are y'all still pushing a narrative that's false? Why are y'all putting up a hate parade for Teofimo, who doesn't have to face Devin Haney as a mandatory because he's a franchise champion? Drop the link. Don't let me go back over there and copy and paste all this shit that was in the chat now. I still got the video. The video ain't went nowhere. Come on, man. All y'all motherfuckers that was talking reckless over there. Y'all want to damn copy and paste and post this damn, you know, and look at the video too. Look at Drew's video too, how he was posting all those negative comments up there. But yeah, he's gonna tell people, well, those my brothers. If they come up here, what am I to do? I will never invite somebody over that has the confidence in me. They feel secure. And I said, okay, come on over. And then I'm knowing some people that may have different of opinion with the person that's right there with me. But I make sure I'm my brother's keeper, right? I make sure they're taken care of, but they're in no sort of danger. But Drew is trying to explain to people that he has no control over who is coming in through the door. When you have the opportunity backstage to bring someone on deck, that is factual, my brother. What you did was absolutely cowardice. And in other $5 word, your act was a pusillanimous one. Look it up. Come over here and explain this word to me. Pusillanimous. Explain it to me. You want to put all those negative comments up like I'm doing now. I'm putting the link up. You want to put all these negative comments up, right? And show the world to make me look in the worst light ever. But you're up here trying to convince the people that's in your chat, and I don't know what's going on. He came over here and he said this, that, and the other. You know, I don't know what's going on. The brother, I thought he was cool, but I was cool. I came there to talk to you. But I guess you're not used to damn having a one-on-one unless you trying to sit up here and denigrate someone like you was doing, you know, in your interrogation. But you ain't talking to no basic ass nigga right here. See, I was listening to your words and your language, and I was even Drew was asking you questions. It wasn't the questions. It was the fact that he was asking me shit that wasn't even conducive to moving forward in the conversation. When a motherfucker try to take you off your square and ask you some bullshit to take you in reverse, no, nigga, I'm going forward. If I'm 20 minutes into a dialogue and you asking something that happened 2 minutes in the dialogue because you just want to get me off my shit, I'm gonna tell you, nah, fuck that. We ain't talking about that, because when I was talking about it, you didn't have shit for me. So then that you didn't have shit for me, I moved the fuck on. Now talking about this Teofimo shit, you welcome on my platform. I can't seem to get nobody to pull up. Because you don't want to be behind the line where you don't have control to put me on mute. You scared. You scared. All you want to do is talk on the other side of the platform where you can have control to put people in the damn backstage and bring them on. So if you have that control, right? Understand the lack of control that I had when I showed up on your shit. I showed up on your shit, dog. Solo dolo. I didn't go nowhere. And then when I did leave, y'all niggas want to make it about race. Show up right now. Explain this article to me. All these little croonies and messengers. Go find them. Bill said he pull up, right? I done seen him pull up. Everybody shit, you know, I pull up for the smoke, right? Right? I explained the same shit to Bill. But yet, nah, Bill, you want to sit up here and talk outside of boxing because you just couldn't have your way. You know good and damn well you ain't talking to a fuck nigga like them niggas that you sit up there and say, well, put him on mute. Come over to the platform where you know I can put your ass on mute. Come over here where we can talk about this substance that I have right here on the plate. Man, come on, man. Come on, don't show the people how much of a coward. Come on, Drew. Don't show people how much of a coward you are. You mad? You mad off the boxer talking that you orchestrated? Nigga, you mad? You orchestrated the whole thing. I'm not cut from that cloth. I will never do what you did. You got a cat that's trying to dead this shit, but now BFTV comes on here and people actually believe in me in life. Ain't no nigga ever tell you. I don't know what the hell this social media shit got popping, but this nigga gonna say he don't want that. I'm scared. What? Nigga, you move at my pace when you in my neck of the woods. I put the thumbnail up for all y'all to come through. Y'all trying to dead this shit, but you can't even get on the phone, right? Y'all trying to dead this shit. And I took the video down, but you can't get on the phone. But yet, when someone's speaking to you, BLTV, you say, nah, fuck World Combat Sports. Fuck him. All right. So you saying fuck me, and I'm saying show up right now. The link is in the chat. Debate this article right here. Debate this article. You put that bullshit ass article up there, debate it. Anybody that was in that live chat that was reposting this shit, you can goddamn hop on here too. You know damn well who you are. You can get the same energy right now. Debate this article right here. Debate the fact that you want to sit up here and act like you want to support and have that skirt on the sideline, swinging them pom-poms. To my, ooh wee, he dropped the damn order from BBC. Ooh wee. I'm saying to myself, that's a bullshit ass article. You looking at the headline. That's a bullshit ass narrative. You can't have the outside community of YTBC respect that you put an article up that was September 14th when you have a legitimate article quoting the WBC president Mauricio Suleiman, which I was putting bits and pieces of this same article in there, but y'all would never ever answer me. Y'all was over talking me, loud mouth, yelling and screaming, cussing at a man, trying to act like somebody was scared of you. I went over there solo dolo. But you know what? I found out about this YTBC. You can't invest too much non-physical energy into dudes that don't want to know the truth. You can't give them too much non-physical energy. Because some of them feel comfortable with doing that. Just because you can talk into the motherfucking air and yell fuck you into the mic and call people damn derogatory names and obscenities and shit. I don't know why people get mad at that. Like, y'all not gonna check the man that's doing it? What does that mean to me? Nothing. It's mean nothing to me, man. You up here standing in front of people, I don't want that? What are you saying? Like, what does that mean exactly? I move as I move. I don't move how you move. But you need to understand what this article is telling you right here. And I want some damn company. I want some company right now. The link is in the chat. I took the video down. That's not good enough. They say the phone call was coming, but now you can't get on the phone because you're so angry. Out of all the people you done cussed out, all the people you done called bitch ass nigga, you're not on the phone, Drew? You're not on the phone. You don't want to get on the phone with another grown ass man, but you'll sit on a damn live with a tank top on and do double bicep pose when you're in the company of men. Look it up, y'all. It's out there. Nigga flexing when he in the company of grown ass men. But yet when I tell him to come on over to Team Lopez, come on, come back home. You was Team Lopez before, right? Come on home. He said, why would I be the fan of another man? But yet you're sending 4 motherfuckers for me, and you admit that it's a pro-Haney channel. So either you supporting Haney or you're not. Either you're a fan of Haney or you're not, because you ain't making no sense, nigga. You're not making no sense, bro. All you trying to betray yourself as being this smart, intellectual dude that likes interrogating people, that want to have the last word, but you can't answer a motherfucking question. You can't even damn polish yourself up enough to just be calm and have a general conversation with another grown-ass man that you don't disagree with. That's your problem. That's y'all problem. I didn't come on your channel the other day saying shit, BFTB, but don't get it twisted. I'm not matching your energy. But you up here telling somebody won't fuck with you and all that. Nigga, if you on my side of it, you moving at my pace. I requested the same amount of people that was over there the first time. Come here in my neighborhood. Don't feel comfortable with the pack. That's the difference between individuals that roll in packs and motherfuckers that roll by themselves and understand what the dangers is and understand the length it takes if it's required. I don't need a pack. Y'all niggas are comfortable in packs. 4? Yeah, it took 4. It took motherfucker to sit up here and try to explain that what he doing was intentional. Explain this article right here. You know what? Let me go back in here because I don't want to waste people's time. I want to go back. And I just want to damn put this back up here.
If he is injured or otherwise, why is Devin Haney fighting Abdullah for an interim title?
29 seconds in.
Unique point. Usually, this is something that we did speak about then. Usually, an interim title is reserved
6 minutes and 21 seconds.
If a champion is away from the ring, if he is injured or otherwise, why is Devin Haney fighting Abdullah for an interim title?
This is a unique situation when you have a multi-division, multi-organization champion request to the WBC to fight for a vacant title. It's a unique situation when you have a multi-division, multi-organization champion request to the WBC to fight for a vacant title. That's a major statement. Luke Campbell was a mandatory to Mikey Garcia. Mikey Garcia vacates the belt, the championship, the division. So when we received that consideration, the WBC voted unanimously in favor to approve Lomachenko to fight Campbell for the vacant WBC title. We ordered mandatory fights to find the mandatory contenders as per the rules. And Devin Haney against Abdullah Yev, and Teofimo Lopez against it was I'm sorry, I just got a blank. So we had those fights ordered. Teofimo was fighting another organization, so he dropped out. So we left Abdullah Yev against Haney. When I met Lomachenko after the fight, I talked to Top Rank, I talked to Lomachenko and his management, and once they won the title, they made it clear he's not going to fight for the rest of the year. He's going to take a rest, and he's looking for a major event next year, which you have to put into the balance. What do? You're not going to you have rules, but your rules cannot go against the sport. Your rules cannot go against the industry. And it is absolutely clear that Lomachenko is a major force in the sport. And Devin Haney and Abdullayev both requested to the WBC to have their fight as an interim title fight instead of a final elimination. They are very happy to fight for the interim title, knowing that Lomachenko is not going to be fighting for a prolonged period of time. So it made all the sense to approve an interim championship. The champion is not available, and we are not going to abuse the mandatory rule in Lomachenko, and this is clear. The winner of Haney and Abdullayev will be a proud champion, interim champion, and they will have to continue making their worth into the sport and to grow for the time to fight Lomachenko to be worth it for everybody. I don't know if I'm making clear. My English is not so good, but you cannot force a major champion in something that is not just, because that champion wants to fight big challenges, big fights, big events for the growth of the sport, the industry, and the fans. So I feel proud of Haney and Abdullayev, understanding that they are on the process of becoming better, of becoming champions and popular, and they're going to win the right to eventually fight whenever it's ready.
As I understand it, the plan for Lomachenko will be to face the winner of Teofimo Lopez versus Richard Comey for an undisputed lightweight title bout early next year. In that event, usually an undisputed fight or a unification fight would take precedent over a mandatory. So why was there a need to elevate a mandatory bout? If Haney, the winner of Haney or Abdullayev, became mandatory, then they would still have a prolonged period of time before a mandatory would be called, particularly if an undisputed title or a unification were to take place. So I think fans are kind of wondering why is there a need for an interim title when a mandatory, to use an English expression, does what it says on the tin. You become mandatory, then you have a period of time where that mandatory is called. Why is there a need to elevate a mandatory to an interim title?
Because of the times, because it is not fair to the winner to hold them hostage until the time the fight with the champion is going to happen. So I just put it to the balance of the fans. What would you do? You take and strip Lomachenko for not fighting the winner of Haney against Abdullayev, or you accept Haney's and Abdullayev request for an interim title. You decide.
I think a lot of fans would rather see Lomachenko potentially face the winner of Comey versus Lopez next year.
No, that's your. Now you're speculating. Or not me. I mean, whoever. Then it's there, or whoever's. It's easy to say, well, I would rather this and this and this and this. But we have to be factual. We have to make decisions. And I'm being open and I'm being public. We are not going to strip Lomachenko for not fighting the winner of tomorrow. As simple as that, because it is not fair. Let's build the mandatory, whenever a real mandatory contender is ready to fight the champion, that's what we're going to call it. We're gonna fight and we're gonna battle the reform of the mandatory situation. To have seen a champion lose the championship from whomever, it's not fair, because you cannot abuse your position as mandatory contender. There are rules, and there are specific rules, and there's specific mandates, and there's ways of dealing with everything. And the mandatory contender process works very efficiently in most of the cases. And we are looking at specifically the mandatory situation in order to make sure that the rules do not abuse and do not hurt the sport.
What's going on, Mike? How you feel, man? I just wanted to replay it again. That's about it. Go ahead and finish, man. I just want to provide some clarity as to that narrative. You know, whether you want to continue to jump on the parade and be an idiot, you know what I'm saying? It's up to you. But you know very well when it comes to one of the hottest divisions in there and becoming one of the most controversial divisions, you have to understand, you have to do yourself a service and say, okay, what do? I want to hold myself accountable and believe in what's right, or I want to just believe what is comfortable and what is popular. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to this particular subject right here with the game, you know, Devin Haney versus Teofimo bashing parade, let's not act like no one else has called somebody a bitch before. Let's not act like you didn't hear what was said about me. So I know we're not mad about Teofimo calling another boxer, you know, and saying a bitch, because he did the same thing to Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Teofimo Lopez called Vasyl Lomachenko a bitch twice in front of multimedia outlets on Fight Week. And he wasn't even fighting Lomachenko. I believe he was fighting Edis Tatley. He called him a bitch. So why do I have black media outlets pushing a narrative? Why do I have Drew up here going in on Teofimo for calling somebody a bitch and he did what he did? You can't be black man being so hypocritical towards your own race and trying to call it a race thing. Y'all so delusional. Y'all are cutely delusional, man. To the highest. How can you make that happen? How can you say that? How can you sit up here and try to prove like you so intellectually inclined, but yet you dumb when it comes to damn basic common sense that you absolutely wrong? You're trying to say Teofimo Lopez did everything wrong just because he called somebody a bitch, and he's high on himself, his ego, everything. He won the title, the lineal. He doesn't supposed to celebrate. All he's supposed to think about is facing Haney, which is now his mandatory. And y'all mad. So now you're gonna nitpick every little thing he does. If he say facing Haney 2 minutes ago and he don't have an answer within 2 hours, you all saying he's ducking. Who cares? Ducking means absolutely nothing. It is a playful word to say that someone's avoiding. And as I said before, people can use it in a sentence all they want, but it has no influence in making a fight. It has no influence in making a fight, y'all. None. It has absolutely no influence. And when you say somebody undisputed, please enlighten them as to what that means. It relieves them of actually the verb that you're referring them as being a part of. If they're avoiding or ducking underneath, so-called, avoiding, you're releasing them of that by putting a prefix of on in front of it. Man, come on, don't make no sense. You could have just said duck spirit. It would have held ownership and possession. But you sitting up here saying, well, I'm going to take this verb and I'm going to put a prefix that basically applies an opposite meaning to the word that they're trying to say Teofimo is responsible and guilty of. It works just the opposite. So you're calling up here, calling me a bitch ass nigga. I know that shit hurt, Bill. I know that shit hurt. You having that shit broke down like that, but it's the truth. It's boxing. Don't come in here and talk about the struggle when you're trying to act like what? I ain't doing nothing in life. I ain't did nothing. Don't come in here and try to dog out another black man and act like you innocent. I done heard you on several platforms dog out black men. Your son don't even have a single black fighter on his record. And you talking about a black man. Why don't you equal black fighters? You could have very well just fought Michael Williams Jr. and you would have been straight. Now you hopping around and you looking desperate. You're looking desperate as fuck out here. I put the link in the chat. You talking about you pull up for the smoke, but everybody but Scotty. You wait, I'm on somebody else's platform like, oh shit. I supposed to damn run. That's the second or third time you did that, and I ain't go nowhere. And the weak ass niggas that's running back and telling you this shit should understand that I know my shit too. I ain't never once said, well, I don't want him to, I'm not trying to see Devin Haney out here succeed. I'm just telling you how the game is played. If you saying you playing the game as a boss, then move like one. If y'all was in T.O.'s position, I would congratulate you too. And then you turn around and say, nah, nigga, you wouldn't. I'm saying, but you the same nigga that said I was a hater congratulator, right? That lets me know I am non-biased. That lets me know right there you understand I'm non-biased. Trying to tell me how I'm moving life. Y'all need to worry about how y'all not moving. You've been told several times. The evidence is there. You was on Punch Drunk Live several times with Teofimo's dad. You had the one-on-one meetings. You have validated yourself. Some of the same shit I've been telling you. Some of the same stuff that you went on when you was on his live, man. This is boxing shit. The same shit I said, but when a brother mentions some shit that in comparison to the narrative, I'm a bitch ass nigga. But you hear it on Punch Drunk shit. You all nice and cozy and cuddle when he have you on there with Senior. And the same narrative is coming out, and the truth is right there. The truth is right there. You being told. He presented receipts. He presented audio. He presented audio that Lomachenko. He said that not Lomachenko. Teofimo Lopez was a supreme lightweight champion. He said that Devin Haney would basically be set to make millions of dollars. He never mentioned that Devin Haney was the freaking mandatory, period. How am I speaking to competent human beings and they sitting up here pushing a narrative to basically defame Team Lopez? That's fucked up. And every time I mention Michael Williams Jr., y'all want to talk about somebody a bum. But you know, hey, he has plenty of times when he out there sparring. He done been the same route. He done came up through the mud, still grinding. And y'all should show him respect. I guess once again, I put the thumbnail up. At the end of the day, I put it up because Bill said he watches, right? But he's selective on who channel he'll pull up on. Because he says he pull up. The link has been up here several minutes right now. The link is up here. If I didn't run over there on Drew's shit, I'm definitely not running off on mine. But you know what? You know it's my platform. That's what you know. You want to go over there where you can dictate to them puppets what to do. Put them on mute. Like you doing something to me. Okay, cool. Put me on mute. Look, put me on mute. What is that doing? What is that doing? That ain't doing shit. That's just showing me, you know, what I got. You can overtalk people all day long and talk your shit. But you come over there and you say, I put the brother on mute because he's not being subservient. He's not listening to what the fuck I got to say. Y'all supposed to accommodate me when I walk through the door. Mike said, okay, I got it now. Bill Haney still on the bullshit, huh? Figures, fucking he's sensitive about the son, and anyone who pay attention knows that Devin is being sheltered. I even put this shit up here where this is from TBV. And I respect Nestor's shit, man, because Nestor will ask the questions. I ain't gonna lie. Nestor will ask the motherfucking questions, dog.
When is your son finally going to fight some top competition? Or do you plan to keep protecting his own like you've been doing? Thank you.
So what's wrong with me? There's other people out there that feels, just like Mike said, sheltered. Okay, shelter can be underscored in association with protecting. Shelter protecting. You know what I'm saying? Shelter protecting. Are those when you was right there when he read that comment? Did you say first of all to that bitch ass nigga that said that? First of all, you gonna come at me for? What you gonna come at me for? This shit been boxing. I don't give a fuck about you, nigga. Who cares? I never asked. The only time I asked to do media, that's my job. I say, well, I like to come out and do media or whatever. And you made it a point to think I'm the type of brother I am. You think I'm going to apologize to an absolute Caesar? A roach? That's off code. That's what you off code. If you want to co-sign somebody that you won't fuck with, and you know damn well you wouldn't invite to your dinner table, you wouldn't leave in your house for a week time and say, you know what, take care of my shit. Me and Devin to be back. We going out here to take care of my shit. But you'll co-sign on so you can co-sign on YouTube. You'll co-sign on a nigga that you wouldn't trust to invite to a media session, to invite to freaking your home, to have around your people and know that he would do you right. He'll do right by you. He'll represent the brand. But yet, you will pimp these dudes out just like Mauricio is doing you. That's real talk. He's pimping you out, and you out here pimping YTBC and gullible ass black men who think they're marching forward on a common cause. But yet somebody be racist. Oh my God. They so convoluted up top and mentally damn fragmented. They sitting up here trying to call another black man racist because I quoted a public, I mentioned a public one-liner that Devin Haney mentioned. They act like that shit's supposed to go away, and it's public record on your platform. Just like I was on Drew's platform, and I thought the shit was done after I made my retort. But you all want to keep on talking about it and make it seem like I ran. Y'all want to wait till I leave the platform and say it's funny. Drew, the main manipulator, you was putting up comments, the worst comments that you can find, okay? While I was on the panel, you tried anything and everything to defame my brand or who I am. Not once do you hear me talking about views and numbers. But the only thing I hear from these brothers who call themselves woke and they're up here pushing a black cause in this media game. They're sitting up here saying, this brother ran when it got on racism. That's what Drew said. I ran when it was on racism. What was racist? It's a public fucking statement. Just like you told Sugar Hill, well, you're segregating him. Then you're going to tell Mauricio Sullivan, do you know where the gloves are at? No, I don't know where the gloves are at. They're in his house. How do you know they're in his house? Did you physically see him? You law enforcement background, right? Did you physically put eyes on him? So why are you telling the WBC president they're in his house when the damn fight was February 22nd? He can give you some gloves that wasn't even the gloves. They're in his house, he told us. What's Mauricio going to do? Hey, Sugar Hill, I want you to bring me the gloves that they was talking about on barbecue. Come on, man. They're not going to do this shit, dog. How do you know? You don't even physically know what the gloves are. You can see what they look like on the video in the fight, but you don't know what they look like in person. You never put hands on them. But I brought up a statement, Devin Haney will never lose to a white boy. And they act like the day that it happened. Look, 78 acting like the day that it happened, they was up there asking Devin Haney. This is how hypocrite it was, right? Hypocritical these cats are. They did not say, Devin Haney, you shouldn't have said that. But yet, they're going to ask me, do I have a problem with what he said? When the WBC asked him to apologize, but they're going to ask another black man, do you have a problem with what he said? Like, what you mean, do I have a problem? Do you have a problem? So what they wanted me to do is saying, well, I have a problem with what he said in saying he would never lose to a white guy. I just think that is so bad. And I'm saying to myself, like, you asking another grown man, do I have a problem with that? And I have a problem with your stupidity. Because you sit up here and put black men in a predicament to look stupid. He said that shit on your show, and I caveat to it and put an anagram to it. And I said, hey, you have to be worried about losing to Teofimo Lopez. He may not be, he may not never lose to a white boy, but he have to worry about losing to Teofimo Lopez. That's plain, cut and dry. My intention is to say, your point is just what I said, but you have to be worried about losing to Teofimo Lopez. Now, what's the point? Why bring racism into it? Because you feel guilty in the narrative that you push to the public that you're racist. You are racist. Y'all are biased and racist to your own people. You're racist. You're racist to sit up here and proclaim that what I was doing, you wanted to be about race. So you can take the heat off you. You can never take the heat off you because y'all are racist. You're racist towards your own people. You want to put derogatory comments from the chat up there against me. You want to sit up here and then bring people on. You want a motherfucker to damn sit up here and talk about this and that. I'm scared. I ain't went no motherfucking way the whole time. But yet, you want to talk about racism. Man, y'all don't believe that shit. As long as I've been on YouTube, I ain't never popped up or rolled up on one of them cats channels. Never. But let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. I could have sworn one of them niggas said I was clout chasing. Now, anybody who tuned into my shit, I don't even tell y'all to make donations like that. I don't even sit up here and frequent other cast channels because they get offended. They get offended when you know your knowledge, man, and they're just trying to kick a conversation. Some of them, not all of them. You're just trying to talk some boxing, motherfucker. Think you thorough with it. They don't want to talk boxing with you. I don't know what it is. I don't try to take over people's panels, but I'm rarely on people's panels, especially over there. And look, how can you not understand that to say no one knows anything about boxing when I cover boxing and MMA alike? And right now, it's proof that this article has been up the entire time, and the chat has been in the link, bro. The chat has been in the link. I mean, the link has been in the chat, man. It's been in the chat. Ain't that what he do? Let me get you right and put the link in the chat. That's what he do, right? But that just goes for the comfort zone he in. You know what I'm saying? He put the link in the chat, but damn, he pull up trying to do damage control. But now I want the entire manpower that was over there. I want the collective group was over there that was having fun. I want all y'all to come on my shit and talk your shit. Talking in front of my audience. Leave that shit alone, all them biased motherfuckers over there. You know what I'm saying? Talk that shit. Hey, what's good with you, bro?
What's good, OG? They on bullshit, I see, huh?
Yeah, they on bullshit, man. Them niggas, man. I'm sitting up there, shit I know you would never accept. I know you would never accept being on my panel right now and some cats that was obviously trying to get at you, going against what you were saying. I just continue to bite them motherfuckers on, dog. And I just act like, well, I don't hear them talking shit to you, that Mike. I don't hear you.
Yeah, that's corny as hell. So somebody had you, let me guess, somebody had you on the chat. They had you on the chat, got you going. and then Bill Haney and the Goon Squad come and try to jump on you?
No, I was on the panel, dog. I joined the panel genuinely to talk some boxing about the Devin Haney and Teofimo shit, bro. And then this mother muting his mic, he's texting and shit. So I'm saying, yeah, I'm talking about Devin. So I know this one of those cats that probably goddamn dropped links behind the scene. So he didn't even give me a common courtesy there, Mike. He up there bringing Bill Haney on there, didn't tell me he was coming. Then I'm trying to have a decent conversation with another grown man that's grinding, and this cat trying to break shit down to my brothers. This, you know, we struggling. I understand your struggle. It's not personal. Well, he agreeing with a lot of shit I'm saying about where they at right now, but that wasn't good enough. You know, Drew, he want to bring on BFTV. Didn't tell me, didn't let me know shit.
Yeah, that's bad business.
Yeah, that's three cats, right? And then at the end, 78 come in, 78 Sports come in late. And BFTV been damn yelling and screaming. Look, you know how you yell, kick, and scream, right? But yeah, he felt some type of way about me doing a retort video after the fact of him yelling and screaming like he don't call niggas out their name every day and do what the fuck he want. But me, a person that don't do that, 78 came on there and said that I was defensive.
Man.
I've been on that motherfucker 2 hours, Mike.
Wow.
With behind enemy lines, and he comes on and the first thing he says, the brother defensive. So what the fuck was Drew them doing yelling at the brother? What was BFTV doing? What was Bill Haney doing? Same shit. I'm up here trying to hear voices from all angles and explain my part. And these cats up here acting like they all about the brotherhood.
Man, you know how that go though, man. Everybody don't talk unity in the community until they trying to sell something. You feel what I'm saying? When they got something to sell or they got a story to tell, then they start talking all this, my brother and brothers need to stick together. But you see how it is. Like you already stung them how many times with the fact, like name all these quality black fighters that Devin be ducking. We gonna start with Buck 50, but then the list go on.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, man, right there.
Yeah. If you really for the people, you know, first of all, it's good for your brand that Devin's fighting elite fighters and not just soft serve competitors. And then on top of that, you know, if you want to try to build for the people and, you know what I'm saying, build up the culture, build your brand, yeah, and let's show some black excellence. Go on and get Devin in there with some of them young African American boxers out there to where the people can see young excellence. Devin will still come out on top. You don't want that because you know half that shit Devin be doing. Yeah, anybody who's used to a little flashy cat quick cats in the hood are because you know most cats in the hood might not be a good boxer, but he got hands. He knows how to deal with speed. You know what I'm saying? And that's all Devin got. He ain't got no punching power. He's got pretty good defense, but what is he gonna do if somebody really puts the pressure on him?
And you sum that shit up. What is he gonna do? Why you don't have number one brother on your record? You know,
exactly.
I never said you couldn't box, but break bread. You talking about you want to break bread with the brothers and you struggling and you know to get recognition. All the people you depended on, just look at the lineup. You was chasing Javier Fortuna. Then you said Vasil Lomachenko when you wasn't guaranteed motherfucking mandatory. It said it right there in the damn article I pulled up. And then you leave Vasil Lomachenko, go to Teofimo Lopez, who just won the titles. He ain't fighting you. He facing his mandatory. They go on a bash parade, and then you turn around and say, "Who you want next?" You know, Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia gets in the post fight and say, "Nah, I want Gervonta Davis," which is bullshit. He want to fight Manny Pacquiao. Then you go back to Javier Fortuna. Man, get the fuck out of here. What you talking about, man?
Man, sounds like a lot of ducking and running, but you know, they gonna say we hating, but I'd say I don't even care if you was my man. If you was my man's and you fighting at an elite level and you've got all these elite fighters, but you trying to chase all these people who you know good and well ain't trying to see you, and they like Teofimo Lopez has legitimate reason to tell you to go on and fall back. You
legitimate, dog.
Legitimate reasons. This man that made his bones. Why should he? You need to get at him. You now, if you look at what Teofimo Lopez did in the last 2 years, compared to what Devin Haney in the last 2 years, why should Teofimo take this boy seriously?
Yep. And that hurt.
That's not even race. That's just boxing. Like I said, my last name could be Haney, and I would look at Devin like, bro, you gotta make this dude. What reason does he have for fighting you other than maybe you're talking a lot of shit on Instagram? And what's that?
I agree, bro. It has to be more than that, man. It has to be more than Instagram, man. It has to be more than Bill popping up on these bias ass damn media platforms and having people, conducting orders, passing out orders, delegating orders to cats who wouldn't say and do anything to boost up Devin Haney when the action ain't there. Devin has to go out there with the action and beat these guys. Don't say, oh, that's what we doing. We calling them out. No, you should have been in the position. You knew the WBC was fucking you over. Mauricio said that Abdulayev and Haney petitioned for the interim, knowing that there was no eliminator. The eliminator would have been the one who faced Lomachenko, but Mauricio Suleiman did not mandate Vasil Lomachenko to have a mandatory. So Team Haney and Abdulayev agreed to face for an interim title, knowing that they would never be mandated to face Vasil Lomachenko as a mandatory. You tell me what that means. You knew you didn't have a position that was going to progress. You knew that shit, man.
Yeah, he knew it. And here's my thing. Like, you already know you my guy. You know what I'm saying? Even if you had no loot, you my favorite boot. You already know, Devil Dog. But you know what I'm saying? Where's all that energy Bill has for you when Ryan Garcia took a shit on his son and his whole family name in the middle of the ring?
I know, man. This is when it comes down
Where was that smoke?
Exactly. I agree. Where was the smoke? Where was this energy towards Ryan Garcia? Why aren't those same individuals sitting out here defaming Ryan Garcia for saying, hey, you didn't get no love. Ryan Garcia, goddamn,
he didn't even get an honorable mention. And he's sitting right there. He's sitting right there dressed up with his jewelry. He got all of his makeup on, looking like he's ready to go to prom. And Ryan Garcia looked past him, looked in the camera, and said, Gervonta Davis. That's disrespectful.
That is disrespectful, ain't it? That shit disrespectful than a motherfucker, dog.
Man, if the Haneys was any type of dogs, if not Devin, definitely Bill should have crossed in that ring and had a great white hype moment.
Yep. I said the same thing. They should have stepped up in the, hey, hold up. Hold up. They should have told the people, no, we gotta come here and dress. What's going on? What you doing, Ryan? You're supposed to be my mandatory. When your mandatory don't even want to face you. Why are you going to Teofimo Lopez and he has a belt that says he don't have to face you? At least Ryan Garcia has to face you. He's the mandatory.
And I kind of have a feeling that he probably might not want that smoke because as a real fighter, the pride alone, like say if I'm just sitting there talking shit like, yeah, I whoop Ryan's ass, blah, 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 go to the fight. And I'm at the fight and you just straight look by me. Now the pride makes it like, okay, nigga, now you got to see me. Like you said, I'm going to walk in that ring or my next interviews or my next whatever, my next Instagram post ain't going to be nothing about like, can you believe this fuck nigga acting like he don't got to see me? Like I would have put the pressure on Ryan instead of running around naming all these other names or let alone getting at independent sports media for just saying the truth. Like, bro, anybody with eyes can see that you obviously don't want it because if you want it, you have 2 belts that were given to you and 1 belt that, let's say you got it, but it's, you know what that is. You feel what I'm saying? You could press the issue if you want that smoke. You obviously don't. Yeah, that's like somebody saying, I'm looking for Scott. Yeah, you done been dropped your address. You done been said pull up. But I'm still running around talking about I'm looking for Scott. That's crazy.
It's wild all the way around. And unfortunately, you have a bunch of individuals not recognizing this is the first division he ever picked up a title at there, Mike. So it's not like it's his only division. It's not like he's on the back end of his career and he's about to retire. He has a whole entire optic ahead of him. But yet you're making this one division, chasing down fighters for validation, Because if you just say you get that fight with Teofimo Lopez, you get it. Now, if the fight is made, you have to win. One division, one name. You have to go in there and goddamn win that fight with Teofimo Lopez. You have to. And you tell me, Mike, you think it's gonna be on Devin Haney's home soil? Man, get out of here.
Hell no. Hell no, man. T.O. earned the right. This is nothing against Devin Haney. This is boxing. Once again, look at the past 2 years with what a young man Lopez has done and everything. That man has earned the right to, if he wanted to go get a bag with Kambosos, if he wanted to go get a bag, whatever, he earned that right. He fought nothing but champs or former champs and won. And not just one squeaky by, like he won convincingly, didn't knock everybody out. He wasn't doing a Bud Crawford, but he proved that he's where he's at. So why would T.O. even consider you, especially when, back again, your mandatory ain't even considering you. And you screaming about everything else under the sun instead of really acting like you're a legitimate champ, defending your belt and making people respect that you're the champ. So, and like in the words of my grandfather, if you don't take yourself seriously or if you don't respect yourself, why should anybody take you seriously or respect you?
True words, my brother, for real. True words. Did you see any of these receipts I put up, man? That when I was over there, right? You know, BFTV dropped a link in there, which I already knew about, but it was a bogus ass news outlet. You know, in 2019, September 2019, where they were saying, and I know you're a smart brother when you hear words and language like becomes and became. None of that solidifies and dictates you are. Becomes and are is different. Becomes leaves space for freaking doubt. We don't know for sure. Are you going to be that guy? You might become that guy, but we don't know if you're that guy. When somebody say Michael is and are or whatever, that means that's saying you are. That's
right.
That you are in possession of being who you are.
Right. And you know that's the funniest thing. That's a great point. And let's stay on this point for a second. Because all these people who say we're hating on Devin, I'm Michael Lewis, and right here in Youngstown, Ohio, if you need me, I'll drop the Addy for all you Haney fans. You can pull up. You can get it that 330 way. I'm the one who said Devin soft as baby shit. I'm the one that said that boy don't want no smoke. I said that boy quick and ain't got no goddamn power. I'm the one who said, goddamn it, if I was still in goddamn shape and still boxing, I'd give that boy a run for the money. You feel what I'm saying? I just see it. I just see what I'm watching. And so here's my thing. All these people who say we hating on Devin, all we've ever said is he is not what you guys are saying he is. Not saying that he can't be that, but no, he hasn't proven that yet. And I don't care how many belts get emailed to him. You want this man to get looked at as the next Floyd Mayweather when, once again, like I've said again, all these young boys seem to forget Floyd worked to get where Floyd was. You know, everybody wants to remember Money Mayweather. All these niggas is either got selective memory or they're just too fucking young to remember Pretty Boy Floyd. That man worked to talk that shit. You can't go to Mexico, get you 12 wins, fight you a couple bums, get yourself in the 20s or 30s, and because you got an O and you got 2 belts emailed to you, puff up your chest like you the next Floyd. Floyd didn't do that. Matter of fact, Floyd didn't start getting selected until he already was who he was, to where he kind of had a right to say, you know what, I'll fight this man on my terms when I feel like it. You don't have the right to talk that shit, Devin. You're still making your bones.
And you broke that shit down. You know what I'm saying? That's just like all the collective criticism embodied up in one. And then you just like that tip of that arrow and fire that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna land. It's gonna land. It's gonna be smoking for a long ass time because a lot of what you just said makes sense when it comes to him, Devin Haney, and your record being marginal. It's a lot of shit that you don't want to accept. You still have to show and prove to be the Money Mayweather. Just like Mike said, you got to show and prove to be the Money Mayweather. You have to give them the fights that make them want to come see you. I don't know what your plans are in boxing right now, because this is turning into a circus, man. Because obviously Mauricio is the mastermind who has placed Vasil Lomachenko in a more hierarchy back then in 2019. He basically separated any responsibility that Vasily Lomachenko would have had in facing any mandatory, because he said, you know what, Devin Haney and Abdulayev agreed for a damn interim title with the understanding that they will not be facing Vasily Lomachenko as a mandatory. With the understanding, man. What the fuck? What else are we looking at? We all graduated high school something. Mauricio said it out his fucking mouth, man. Tell me what you think about this. I don't know how long you was here, man, but check this out. I want your opinion on something.
All right.
Check this out. I'm gonna share the screen right quick. And let me see. So this is something I had up earlier with this article right here, right? So this is the article that was dumped in the live chat from BBC Sport. Now I have a whole lot of individuals that was up here calling me all of the derogatory racial names in the book from the live chat, because they felt that they was invigorated by what they was watching. But this is the link that was dropped down there. And it says, Devin Haney becomes mandatory challenge for Vasily Lomachenko after winning the interim. But check this out, Mike. You tell me. You tell me. When I scroll down, I see a picture. I have a website. I can do this same shit. This says 2019, dog. September 14, 2019. Let's go down here. This is all this article has right here. And they was trying to say this is what validates Devin Haney to be the mandatory off a bogus ass article that's saying Devin Haney became the mandatory challenger. Impulsive article that had no weight or merit to it. It's just BBC put it out. And look what Eddie Hearn said down here, bro. Too good. He probably told them to goddamn put it out there.
Yeah, man. For all you know, that writer is somebody that Eddie Hearn gave a bag to. I mean, come on.
But check, look how shallow it is. Okay, so let me back up out of this shit, man, because I don't want to waste your time too much with that bullshit. Let me go back over here and share screen to Boxing News 24 and the article that they put out. So, this is the article that Boxing 24 put out. Hold on.
Man, black folks doing the fake news thing now.
Hey.
Well, that Trump shit catching on, boy. I'm telling you. They figure if motherfucker 45 could do it, anybody could just say anything nowadays, huh?
Check this out, bro. September 14th was the date of that article. September 14th, 2019. This is September 19, 2019, from Boxing News 24, which is a reputable, credible news outlet. BLTV refused to put this article up there, but I was trying to ask him questions on this freaking article, which he was trying to tell me. I said he was never damn mandatory. He said he was. I say he wasn't. And for a minute back and forth, he drops that link that I just showed you. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at the wording. They're quoting Mauricio Suleiman. They're quoting. This is a damning piece of evidence that they have to know this out there. WBC President Mauricio Suleiman points out that Devin isn't the mandatory to Vasily Lomachenko. Devin Haney, he's the interim WBC lightweight champion and not in position to face Lomachenko as the mandatory challenger. Can it get any clearer than that now?
No, it ain't get that. That's crystal clear right there. What it sounds like is Mauricio Suleiman threw Bill Haney and his son a little fuck you bone that was kind of a backhanded compliment as far as, the title and whatever. But they were so greedy to grab it that they didn't see what came with it. No, there was no guarantee. There was no whatever. You feel what I'm saying? He just went on and gave y'all that belt like, nigga, go play. But y'all run around with that belt with your chest puffed out. Don't understand that this Mauricio told you to go play. I got real shit to do. Here, nigga, go on and get you a belt. Go on and get on Instagram, flash your little cars, and tell niggas you the champ. We'll deal with you when we deal with you. I mean, I mean, like when I was watching the video of Mauricio talking that you was putting up, you could hear it clearly in his voice and by his body language. He doesn't take Devin seriously.
He doesn't, man.
So why is Bill mad at us? Because we're pointing that out. Because you know what? If you want Mauricio to take you seriously, don't coddle that boy. And if Devin's half as good as he is, you put him in the ring with even let's say $150. I personally think $150 will whoop his ass. But let's say Devin goes up in there and washes $150. Now Devin can just look at everybody like, yo, what's happening? What's happening? Respect me. But he ain't doing that. He's running around saying, respect me, respect me. That's like a nigga running around saying he got a big dick. Who want to hear all that shit?
Yep.
Nigga, show and prove, huh?
Show and prove. That's what it's all about in boxing, ain't it? Show and prove.
Hey, you already know. I mean, come on now. You more into the fight game than I am. I got out of it in my early 20s. But as you know, the gym is full of a whole bunch of cut up motherfuckers who look nice, look crazy when they on that heavy bag. You know what I'm saying? Look crazy on that speed bag. Get them in that ring or get them in that octagon and have some little skinny little 14-year-old boy wear his ass out. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Looking good only takes you so far. And right now, Devin, you just look good. And honestly, you don't even look that good because anybody who knows what they're looking at, as soon as they look at you, they ask questions. But that's not hate.
Questions. What's wrong with asking questions, bro? What's wrong with asking questions?
This is the fight game. The fight game's all about asking questions. And I don't know. I just don't like what Bill's doing if this is what the energy he's putting out, because the fight game's all about asking questions. So you can't get butthurt and sensitive when people are asking questions about your son. Answer them questions.
Answer the question. Leave the bitch ass nigga out, because that does nothing for a nigga like me. I just want you to have a dialogue and understand and admit, like you do on other people's channel, the same shit that was said to him on other people's channel, he act like it's a foreign language to me. You know, that's bullshit. Y'all know y'all in a hard place, and you should have aborted the mission and not taken the motherfucking interim. You never should have petitioned for the interim. You just wanted to get a belt.
Mm-hmm.
You should have redirected and went the other way. Mauricio couldn't fuck with y'all over there in somewhere else, but he can fuck with you on the WBC because he's the head of it. He's not the boxing president. Mauricio isn't the boxing president. He's the president of the WBC, with governing body of that one particular organization. Y'all could have went somewhere else and got a belt.
Yep. Especially if Devin is half as good as you keep saying he is. It should be a non-issue.
It'd be a non-issue. Be a non-fucking issue. If he's that man, he's got it popping the way they say he do. Hey, guess what? Make it happen.
I don't know, man. I just really think that we're in this real crazy time as far as the fight game, where everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to parade, but we're in a participation trophy era. Not just with the kids, but even with these young athletes. And these kids are taking that participation trophy energy into grown life. Well, they grown, but they want a participation trophy. Okay, I get it. You showed up for work on time. But you know what? You don't get no attaboys because that's what you're supposed to do, motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think these cats, they want us to, go crazy over them doing what they're supposed to do and act like we're hating because we're saying, actually, that's what's supposed to happen. But he's got to realize the shoes he's trying to fill. Forget Floyd Mayweather. Boxing has a history of people who show and prove. That's what makes the fight game the most honest of all sports. Because unlike any team sport like basketball, football, whatever like that, I could train you. I could be your promoter. I could be Bundini in your ear shouting rhymes to hype you up. But at the end of the day, you got to fight that fight.
Absolutely. You got to fight that fight because you don't have no pinch hitters in motherfucking boxing. It's mono and money. Mono. Your physical being has to be the one that's in the ring. That's what makes it difficult. You know what I'm saying? Some cats understand that they can go get the job done, and some cats unsure of what they can do against certain competition. There's some dudes that don't give a fuck. They know they good. You know what I'm saying? Like seeing Stephen Fulton. I don't know if you watched that Stephen Fulton fight. I look at him and he seems like one of those cats that know what the fuck. Say, I don't give a fuck who you are. I know how I am. I know what I've trained in the gym. I know what my heart's like. It don't matter who's stepping. I'm good.
Right. You know, I actually I didn't catch it live, but after we was talking to shit after the night after the Conor fight, you know what I'm saying? I doubled back and I went and watched your boy Fulton. I love him, but I have to say he's gonna be another nigga that he's gonna have to do something real drastic because they're gonna duck him. Because like you said, he seems like a complete fighter. And I think right now at the elite levels and a lot of the lower weight divisions, all the way up to damn near welterweight, we've got a lot of plastic champs. We got a lot of champs who, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it looks good, but did he really ever did he get some pressure? You know what I'm saying? You say people talk whatever about Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard fought competitors. He fought the best. You feel what I'm saying? Your Purnells. Hell, I didn't like Julio Cesar Chavez, but you know what? He fought the best. He didn't start getting pampered until he was in his late 90s working on 100. That's when he started getting pampered. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you can't be pampered, be 30-0 or something like that, and most of that 30 is pampered fights that you fought in Mexico where you were fighting, you know what I'm saying? What did Buck 50 Senior say? You know, you fighting stock boys and chicken and dudes who selling chicken on the street and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not an elite. I'm sorry. I don't care how many belts you got. That's just a boxing game. You're not an elite.
And then we got motherfuckers like Jake Paul who never really even put in the time and effort. Some of these boxers, and they get more notoriety. I guess I look at it like, and this boxing game is funny, but then the individuals that's out here pushing these narratives like this, they turn it into a circus even more. Because if I'm kicking some facts to you, if I'm listening to you and you going on and you on a rant, trying to convince the people what you're saying is true, then you have to allow me the opportunity to respond. If you don't want me to respond, then you know the shit you're saying is bullshit. You don't want me to sit up here and debate it. If you keep on over talking me every single time, and I can't get my shit out for people to listen to, then guess what? You know, you're that person that just want to damn prove to the people that you want to be a loudmouth. You know, you want to talk your shit and cut people off. And so I can't damn retort or debate what you're talking about. Well, at the end of the day, man, when it comes to this media shit, it's not personal. But who am I to sit up here? And let's just say I was saying this all the time. Haney the best, this, that, and the other. Haney this, that. And then his resume. Somebody gonna come to me in my chat and say, well, what about his resume though? Well, his resume don't matter because, you know, he's the next in line to fight Tio. I said it does matter. Because you have some other people that's at the top of the food chain, like Vasil Lomachenko, and I criticize their resume too. But when it comes down to you being told that he's the franchise champion and you ain't gonna get the fight, you've been told that you can sign up and petition to be the interim WBC, but you ain't gonna get the fight. What more signs do you need? Why do you keep hanging out? Nigga, you hanging out. Stop hanging out. Yep. It's over. You should have said, fuck hanging out for an interim WBC title. I'm going over here to the WBA, IBF, or WBO. I'm out. I ain't gonna, no tournament. I'm not guaranteed for seal. I'm out. I'm going somewhere else. Forget Mauricio Suleiman. I'm out.
I mean, that's what any self-respecting fighter would have did, because you figure had he would have did that, you know, his name still had some stock to it. And right now, at this time that he's been sitting around twiddling his thumbs on Instagram, crying and bitching, he hasn't been fighting. His name has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. And when we did see him, he did not look good. And then he's going to try to run that line like I wanted to prove that I could go to the cards. Motherfucker, huh?
That's what I'm saying. He wanted to prove to the people he can pitch a shutout. God damn.
But then again, that's my thing. He wanted to prove that he could go to the cards with somebody that even a passive boxer just looking at the records would be like, you need to wash him. We already had this conversation before, Scott, and that's the worst thing with a lot of these young boxers. When you're fighting someone, remember what Buck 50 Senior's dad said, when you're fighting that stockbroker, you got to get him out of here in 4 or 5. So when you're fighting somebody that you should have knocked out in about 6 to 7 rounds and you take him to the cards, no, I'm not hearing you puff out your chest talk crazy.
Correct.
I'm just not.
Shit, man. You gotta damn understand that. That shit ain't a foreign language, man. People want to act like it's a goddamn foreign language, but it isn't, man. It's not even a pseudology, man. It's not even a pseudonym. It's not any of that. It's a fact. You like hanging out. You hung out
Right.
too fucking long. You hang out when you're a man.
He sat in there. He sat in that division. He sat over there, and on the promise of Suleiman, he sat there and lingered like a fart. And now he's mad because everyone's saying he's stinking. You lingered.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you go to the after party. All right, none of the girls are giving you action. None of the dudes there are even hollering at you on some whatever stuff like that. You just sitting there and you just that weirdo that just run around with a beer in your hand trying to walk into people's conversations. At what point do you at what point do you realize, you might need to pack it up and take it to go, homie? It's 4 in the morning.
Get the wings to go, goddammit. Get the wings to go and stop walking up in people's conversations and shit.
Yeah. Every time you walk up, people talking, they keep turning their back to you and shit like that because it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't you understand? Like, I can't go back to that Ryan Garcia thing enough. I've talked about it a lot since it happened. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, this fuck all the gangster shit and everything, just the man in me. I would have said something to that boy, and that would have been my rant for at least a week. You know what I'm saying? Because you might not have called me out, but the fact that you went out your way to make a point to not even acknowledge me, ooh-wee.
It's all bad. It's all bad.
That's disrespectful. That's like me coming over your house, Scott, and I'm chopping it up with your girlfriend, your wife, whatever. I'm petting your dog or whatever, and I ain't even looked you in the eye and said, "What's up?" I'd have been all in your house though. I'm kicking it. You know what I'm saying? I've been kicking it. I'd have got me a drink, everything. I still ain't even looked you in the eye and said, "What's up?" to acknowledge your presence. Ouch.
And our people didn't even take that as an offense and say, "Damn, that's a lot of lack of respect being shown." Why? If you're the shit, if you're the man at the top, why is a lack of respect? Don't get mad at another black man as if I'm the primary culprit. No, have that same energy and call Mauricio Suleiman a bitch ass nigga. Every time people up here talking about factual shit on Mauricio Suleiman holding y'all up, you say, "Oh, Mauricio good." You want to be in his good graces. I haven't been disrespectful about you tap dancing with Mauricio Suleiman, but he's the one you should be calling a bitch ass nigga. You should be calling him that.
Nah, he ain't gonna say that to him. He ain't gonna say that to him, man. I hate to put it to him, but right now, you know what I'm saying? Like Bill, I kind of acted like Mr. Steven on Candyland. You know what I'm saying? He Mr. Steven right now. He gonna wild out at all the other slaves, but he ain't gonna say shit to Mr. Candy. He ain't gonna say shit. He might pull Mr. Candy in the back room and might say something, but he ain't gonna get out there and do all that flexing and wild with Mauricio. And why is that? Why is he acting like Mauricio's got his whole fucking his son's career in his back pocket? And that's the one thing, like, as much as I'm proud of Bill Haney for being a father in his son's life and, you know what I'm saying, and getting his son to greatness, now you've got to really be a dad and realize that, everything your son and you have worked for is being held up by this man and his agenda. Why, if you're mad at anybody, it should not be World Combat Sports or anyone saying, "Hey, Devin Haney needs to fight somebody." You need to be taking all this rhetoric that we're saying and use that and make that be the reason why you're leaning on Mauricio Suleiman. You need to be showing Suleiman the link to World Combat Sports, saying, "Yeah, man, get my son in here, man. Come on, people need this."
I guess we don't want to hear the truth there, Mike, to the point where it causes us to be more empowered to do better. Isn't that what the truth's supposed to be about? It's supposed to empower us to be better as people. So if someone's saying something like what you're saying, and you've been around the block, obviously you have that knowledge, man, that you've experienced things. So if I'm not able to take that for damn nutritional value, and I continue to do the same dumb shit, and you come on here and say, "Hey, man, I told you that shit 2 weeks ago, man. Why you still doing the same thing? And I told you that a month ago. Why you still doing it?" And you keep on telling 4 months ago, and then that shit ended up fucking me up. Say, "Well, that's a dumbass motherfucker, man. I told him a long time ago what he needs to do." But he continued to do the same thing.
Pretty much. I know me and you personally, We're at about a year and a half saying this about Devin Haney strong. A year and a half saying, listen, I will say it again. I personally think the boy soft as baby shit as a boxer. I'm not clouding him as a man. I'm just saying you are fast. You got some defense. I have not seen nothing to make me say that. Ooh, this boy's got power. I've hardly seen a lot of crisp punches that really snap someone's neck to be like, okay, well, yeah, no, he doesn't got power, but he's got pop. You feel what I'm saying? I haven't seen him like just do a 3-punch combo and oh, he really hurt that man off three punches. You know what I'm saying? Like when he hurts people, you know what I'm saying? It's a volume thing, and it's late in the fight to where this is accumulation of punches to where I get it, not taking nothing away from him. But nobody's shitting on Devin. As for we're saying, Dev, you need to go get it, and if not, you need to stop talking. Because right now, this is the reason why nobody's acknowledging you. This is the reason why Suleiman can play you and your dad like you are. This is the reason why Ryan Garcia is looking past you. This is the reason why, you feel what I'm saying, outside of the Gambosis fight or whatever. What did he do? He was an undercard. He was an undercard for a Logan Paul fight.
Logan Paul and KSI. Yep. 2019.
Like, nigga, you a real boxer with a belt and you're an undercard for YouTube niggas? That's like me throwing an open mic here in Youngstown, and I got, you know what I'm saying, Craig and TJ and T-Bone, you know, DJ Dope Fiend and MC Fentanyl on the stage, and you know what I'm saying, but goddamn, Jay-Z's opening up for him. I should kick my own ass. That don't even sound right. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got Jay-Z on the stage at 7 o'clock.
Dang.
Niggas ain't even in the building yet. I'm talking about Jay. Go on stage, man. I'm going to let DJ Dope Fiend get extra 45 minutes.
Yeah. I get you on that, man. That's hilarious. Because, you know, I brought that up too, Mike, a while back, man. I think we did a long time ago on how you can be on the undercard. And you want to talk about, this is around the same time this article was out and shit. And, you know, and they want to put high praise on them. But in 2019, you was on the undercard. You was on the undercard, I believe, facing Alfredo Santiago, a 12-0 fighter who haven't even fought over here in the U.S. So you take a 12-0 fighter, and not only that, he's a 12-0 fighter. That's the same position that Buck 50 was in. He's a 14-0 fighter, and he's undefeated, but yet he's from a different country though. You could have just got there and fought somebody in-house if that was the case. So
right.
Yeah, so we bring it up. It's a black
But you know,
fighter.
on that same energy, back to like supporting black fighters. This is what I don't like with promoters, not just Bill Haney in particular. You got these so-called black fighters that you're building up and you shelter them. You keep having them fight these Spanish cats or European cats, and you don't have them fighting. So we don't see our elite best African-American fighters in the United States. You feel what I'm saying? And I think that's for a reason. I think that's because they make all this money off the black versus Mexican, the black versus white fight. And they want to give, you know what I'm saying, that they give, you know, people are paying to see the black dude get knocked out. And so they keep these soft serve so-called champions out here because they know, yeah, they're not going to let us see Devin Haney finally fight somebody with length, finally fight somebody with real power and skill like Buck 50, because they don't want that black fighter to be the one to get that W. You feel what I'm saying? They want a Jake Paul, Nate Robinson meme to go out there, you know what I'm saying, to go on and fuel all the, you know what I'm saying, all the MAGA hats and all like that. You know what I'm saying? They want that energy. And I really think that by Bill coddling Devin, he is setting him up. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where you mean well, but you're actually hurting him. You know what I'm saying? And in a lot of ways, I really do feel that Bill is making his son into an emperor moth. You feel what I'm saying? And just like an emperor moth, for people who don't understand what that means, an emperor moth is moths that what people do is they help it get out the chrysalis. And so when it's still a caterpillar and in the chrysalis, it has to build up strength in its wings by breaking out on its own. So if you help that caterpillar bust out the chrysalis, it'll still be a butterfly, but now its wings aren't strong enough to fly. And emperor moths are these very rare moths in Asia where, yeah, they cut out the caterpillar where the moth, because it doesn't fly, but it has these real beautiful and elaborate wings. And that's what Devin Haney's starting to become. He's becoming this real beautiful, elaborate looking moth. It looks great. But yeah, who has he fought? And I'm really nervous for his sake. What is he going to do when he fights somebody who can't fight? Because it's going to be on a big stage where he can be like so many great fighters who had their careers ruined, where, yeah, you made it to 30-something and you made it to whatever and but all you took was that one loss, but it was on a big stage and you got washed to where now you're a joke, even though you technically only got one loss on your record. But now you're fighting now, instead of fighting for millions, you're fighting for tens of thousands, if that. And so why is Bill, I don't know why he's setting his son up for, this is something they've been doing since the 90s. Why is Bill setting his son up for that? Or why is not Bill smart enough to see that's what Mauricio Suleiman is viewing Devin Haney as? He views Devin Haney as a fatted calf for the next hot Mexican fighter or the next hot European fighter or whoever that he could push down on the masses.
Now they're gonna say you was comparing Devin Haney to a damn animal.
I ain't comparing him to an animal. He's getting treated like an animal. I'm comparing him to a man who's not understanding he's getting treated like an animal.
Very solid.
If you could be a bitch ass nigga, if Bill Haney could raise his voice and disrespect you, my brother, you mean to tell me he can't get in a closed room privately, not on social media, but one-on-one with Mauricio? Like, hey, cut the shit. My boy is ready.
I look at what he did, Mike, when he said all that shit. It was diversion to build up the little gullible cats around him, because when how we do. You find some groups where it'll be all blacks, and then you have that loudmouth motherfucker that really wants to be a part of something. So they need another cat that's there that they look up to dictate and give them orders. So they be a good little boy and take the orders, hoping it's going to be in the good standings of that individual they're trying to be like. If you're not used to leading, whether it be on the street or inside a damn corporate boardroom, you're always going to look up to somebody to follow. You're always going to try to pick up their mannerisms and behavior. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't put words together so people can understand what you're talking about. Because most of the time, Mike, if what you're saying to me makes sense, but I refuse to motherfucking listen, you're going to say to yourself, I told you this shit a long time ago. It goes back full circle. I told you this shit already. I made it as perfectly clear as I could on how you can goddamn get to where you need to be. But yet you didn't listen. You didn't say anything. You didn't turn around and say, okay, Mike, all right, hey, hold up. The emperor moth. Okay. I like the analogy, but in my situation, how do I change that? How can I change that right now? That would be my question. Per your analogy and comparing it to boxing, using that analogy, how can I be better than that scenario so I can spread my wings and fly? How can I apply that to where we at right now? That's what I would ask.
I mean, yeah, I'm the same way. I don't care if you're talking about music or anything that I do. First of all, you know what I'm saying? I don't look at hate as a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? When someone says something to me, I just sit back and first of all, I want to say, is it true? That's the first question and if it's true, whether it sits wrong with me or not, I got to stand on it, because the truth is what it is. You feel what I'm saying? And if I don't like the truth that someone's saying, if someone's saying, hey Mike, I'm on some fuck shit, hey Mike, you need to tighten it up, instead of getting mad at them, the first thing I'm saying is, oh shit, maybe I am on some fuck shit. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? I look to myself first. And so that's the thing that I just want to get at. I just don't understand this energy that he had for you, when the real disrespect to him, his son, and his family name and everything he worked for is being done by these people that you're still trying to cozy up to, when technically right now, especially because of those 2 emailed belts, Devin Haney, you could do some Bud Crawford shit and start being like, fuck you, making things contentious and demanding that, you give me something that's worth it. And I bet you they would probably try to push you a Teofimo or someone, hoping that Teo knocks you out to get you out the conversation. Now it's up to you, Devin, to be as good as you say you are. But that's what I'm saying. He ain't even letting his nuts swing in that direction. He's just trying to flex on people that he thinks he can flex on, not understanding that we're the ones holding him down. The reason why we're kind of over it and we're, got the Devin Haney name got a bad taste in our mouth is because we're rooting for this boy and we're watching this boy not get put in the best light and not moving in the best direction. I say it again. I don't think the boy's got power, and I think right now they are setting that boy up. What did I say? It was like almost a month ago. What I say? He's about 2 to 3 fights from being a notch on somebody's belt. He's a fatted calf. They got him. They getting him all ready. You know what I'm saying for the altar. They're gonna sacrifice his ass to the next hot Mexican fighter or the next European fighter, or there's gonna be some white boy coming through the ranks or whatever. And they're gonna use the fact that Bill Haney keeps dodging other black fighters. And they're going to make a big payday off, the black versus the Mexican, the black versus the white, or that's why he didn't want none of that Nakatani smoke, because we already know what Nakatani would have did to his face. We know that. We know what would have happened. And Japan would have went crazy.
Japan would have went crazy, wouldn't he?
Man, oh my God. There would have been Mushu and goddamn, man, it would have been gross. It would have been so gross. They would have did it. They would have did it up, man. You'd have thought we dropped the 3rd bomb, man. I'm telling you, that whole place would have been on fire. That whole island. They would have did it up. Nakatani would have knocked Devin out in about the 7th round. And they'd had a big old payday. But you know what I'm saying? Bill thought about it. And that's why Bill didn't want that Nakatani smoke. But that's what I'm saying. You see the fighters that Devin keeps getting offered. You see you see the direction they keep trying to push him at? You feel what I'm saying? They want this, but they see the same things we're seeing. And Bill's mad because, we're telling them, dude, they setting your son up to get embarrassed.
Embarrassed, man.
You know what I'm saying? So if you really
people, and that's his people need to goddamn, hold our shit correctly, man. With integrity. Hold your square correctly, man.
Right, in due form. Because here's my thing. If my son is, if that's my son, all right, my son only 13, about to be 14 years old. But if my son's a boxer and I see this is what's going on with my son, I'm going to say, you know what? My son ain't nobody's sacrificial lamb. So you know what, boy? Come out here. Let's go on and fight these, you know what I'm saying? Let's go on and make it dope. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? We never know. We might got another year being hot. So let's go on and flame it up and let's showcase some of these cats that we see. You know that one kid that, you know what I'm saying, you was mixing it up with and sparring and everything like that. Yeah, you feel comfortable? All right, now he's got a pretty good record. All right, let's go get it. No, it's not a couple $100,000. It might only be a $50,000 bag. But guess what? I'm gonna get you on TV. I'm gonna get your name out here. And that way, when these dudes do try to set you up with this killer or whatever like that, hopefully you got some experience now and you're ready for it. Or hopefully you got your name up to where you can dictate some terms about this fight. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, doing what we're saying to do only works in Bill Haney's advantage. And the only reason Bill Haney wouldn't, in my opinion, wouldn't make any of the moves that we are suggesting is because he must know something about his son that you and I suspect. He must know it to be true.
I couldn't say that shit even better, man, for real. You sum that shit up 1,000%. 1,000%. He must know what we know, and he don't want to admit to it.
Right. That's what I think the anger was that he was the hostility he showed to you was because he's mad. He's almost like telling you, like, fool, don't be saying that in front of other people. But it's like, listen, as much as I support you and as a black fighter and everything like that, we're talking boxing. So you've got to speak honestly. I've got to speak honestly. I wouldn't care if you was my cousin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the man has demonstrated enough power. And if you look at who he's fought, who has he fought with some real length and some real aggression that he's been able to handle?
But see, he didn't sit up here and call Roy Jones Jr. after I asked him in the interview, about Devin Haney, and his power. And he's saying, if you don't have power, you're gonna have problems going through the sport, excelling in the sport. If you don't have power, you're gonna have power. I guarantee he won't call up Roy Jones, call him a bitch ass nigga.
No, he ain't going to.
You know, because Roy Jones said it himself, if you don't have power, it's going to be difficult for you to excel in the sport, to be one of those guys who can just go from division to division on up and make a name for yourself because you don't have the power. You know, Paulie Malignaggi, perfect example.
Yep.
Hey, you can't sit up here and prove to the people that you went the distance with Alfredo Santiago, went the distance with Gamboa, and then you get on here with Scotty, and I'm a bitch ass nigga because you don't want to accept the fact, you know what I'm saying, that you went the distance with two fighters, and Mike up here saying the same thing. Your son don't have that much power, and y'all trying to say, nah, you know, we fooling the people. We got power. We just been playing along like we don't. No, you did. Devin was sitting down on his punches with Gamboa. He was trying to get Gamboa up out of there, but he couldn't.
And as you know, and that goes back to what I what I said a few minutes ago about him dodging black fighters. And it's not a racial thing; it's more of a cultural thing. Because Paulie Malignaggi, being from Brooklyn, showed that cats in the hood. If you grow up in the hood, black, white, Spanish, whatever, you're used to people with hands. You're used to people who are quick. You know what I'm saying? If you got more than 4 fights in middle school and you did your thing in high school, you seen somebody who, you know what I'm saying, who could pop out 4 or 5 jabs real quick on you. You know what I'm saying? But the dudes who was known as the, you know what I'm saying, the fighters and the scrappers, not only could he do that, but every time he touched you, it hurt. And I think that Devin he's that dude in high school who's been whooping the white boys. Because he's, you know what I'm saying, he's been able to shoe shine him and get him going, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Now the kid's got a couple black eyes, bloody nose, you know, security guard broke it up, and everyone like, damn, Devin put the hands on him. But now if we was in a block party and you was fighting TJ, yeah, you hit TJ with them pieces, but when TJ hit you those 3 times, your feet were in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a difference between, you know what I'm saying, you out here, you know, pity patting, TJ smacking. And I think that's what they're worried. They're worried about running into somebody who is used to the flashy stuff that Devin does. When you see a lot of the fighters he fights, they're not from that cloth. They're not from, you know, somebody who will do all that, you know, who can move fast and can do all that shit and hit you from this angle, you know what I'm saying? Send them angles to you. What are you going to do when you get somebody who is used to that? Who'll checkmate be, okay, yeah, he's quicker than me, but I'm going to hit his ass.
Yeah, I'm going to get to him. You know what I'm saying? They say, I'm going to get to him. Don't worry about it. I'm going to get to him. No,
Thank you.
I'm going to get to him.
Anybody who's ever fought in real life or done any boxing know that it's not a black thing. It is a cultural difference. You know, you could give me 1,000. Go and give me a story about when you was on Paris Island, when you was in the Marines, and your DI had them had them boys in the pit and everything like that. There was a clear difference between them boys. Who, he's from the street, so he can do all that flashy stuff. But what's he gonna do when that white boy grabbed him, or he dealt with that country boy who dealt with them little fast hands? But yeah, I'm just gonna hit you this one time, probably not even in the face. I might even hit you in the ribs.
Yeah, them country boys reach and grab you. They been hailing that hay and them motherfucking feed.
You know what I'm talking about? You from Georgia? You know, tell these people out here listening how it looks in the pit. Say you on Paris Island and that DI calls, all right, Jackson from Brooklyn, and okay, McCloskey from fucking Iowa. What happens when they're in that mud? What happens when they're in that mud mixing it up?
We get it. It ain't no hesitation. It ain't no selection.
Thank you. All that quick shit. I hope you're good. I hope that quick shit's nice, because if all you got speed, anybody who's ever had to get in the pit, anyone who ever had to go in a room or go or sit somewhere and you two grown men work this out, that speed ain't gonna get you. That ain't gonna get you across the finish line.
Hell no, it ain't, man.
It's probably gonna get you tired fast.
It is, man. You're absolutely right, man. When they call you, man, whether it be pickle sticks, throw in the pit, that mud, that sawdust, there's no hesitation. It doesn't matter if the opposition is bigger. You're not telling the drill instructor whatever. You're not showing any signs of weakness. Oh, well, hold on. He too big. No, you got to go get it. You got to go get it, man. That's just the way it is. It's no selection progress and tell the motherfucker to get on the scale and then give you a tutorial where they from or not, and see if they from the street. They over there in Philly. You know, they from this place and that place. They try to gauge how their hands are, if they have any boxing experience. No, you got to get in there and get it, man. Whether it's grappling or pugil sticks, it don't fucking matter, though. You got to get it.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at Devin Haney, and I'm seeing somebody who just from, not just in the ring, I'm talking about his outer ring behavior, shows me that this is a kid who grew up in a gym boxing. He got a good dad. He probably didn't have him in the streets mixing up. Yeah, he got some thug cousins and shit like that. But no, outside that ring, you ain't really used to that work, and that's why you're avoiding certain fights because, yeah, you might be faster. You might be a better technical boxer. But do you got work in you? You know, once again, everybody wants to be the next Floyd. Everyone forgets Floyd got dog in him. Floyd is a dog amongst all fleas, as he always likes to say. And if you don't believe me, look at any time Floyd got tested. Look at any time that anyone tried to press Floyd. Did he run? Or what happened? That fight changed instantly.
Yep. Look at the Sugar Shane Mosley when he got hurt. He changed. He made the changes.
Instantly. And that's me. I would go on your show. I would write a personal letter to Bill Haney apologizing and singing Devin Haney's glory. If I could ever see one time of Devin Haney getting some pressure and answering pressure with pressure, the only way a real fighter does. Like you said, like I was saying earlier, like if you ain't in the pit, if you ain't never did that bare knuckle fighting, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't never, you know what I'm saying, sat 1,500 down and met somebody in an old shipyard or whatever like that. If you ain't never met, you know what I'm saying, a dusty out there in the desert in the dust or somewhere in an abandoned school park, and whoever wins this fight control, you know what I'm saying, y'all crew control the block, you know what I'm saying, for this summer. And that's how we keep the gun violence out of it. You feel what I'm saying? We picked our best. You picked your best. All right, that's how, then when I was on the West Coast, I had there was a couple Mexican hoods. That's why we respected them. There was never no beef between our hood and our hood because of the parts where our turf interlapped. We settled the shit every summer. We met up in the desert and settled it with no guns.
I remember plenty of times we was in that goddamn California sand over there, especially in Palm Desert.
Getting dusty.
Yep, getting dusty up there. Going through training and shit, man. Damn, shit in your eye. You still have to defend yourself with sand in your eye, all that.
Hell yeah.
Hey, check this out, man. This is a picture I pulled off IG, and this is one of the problems. He thinks people are mad. This is Devin. I know some people hate on the top. I know some people hate on top. Who's hating he's on top when you're not on top? I don't even know why you would put this up here. This just further proves that your mind is on the wrong projection. You think somebody hate because you have money. What are you talking about? We're talking about
no. Let's get into it. No, hold on. No, let's get into it. I'm glad you put this up. All right. I know some people hate because I'm on top. So someone's going to criticize him. We're going to criticize him professionally because I don't know this man personally. So professionally, what is he? Is he that guy on the couch? Is he a professional couch potato? No, he's a boxer. Okay. So let's look at this post. Now, what about this post tells me that you're on top as a boxer? I don't see you training. I don't see you out here flexing. You know what I'm saying? He want to be Floyd. By the time Floyd Mayweather was Money Mayweather, and instead of him training, he was just flashing money or just chilling with some beautiful females or in a car or something like that. There were no more questions to ever be asked about Floyd. The only question was, how would this person do against him? How would this person do against him? Haney, we got questions about you. Has nothing to do with you personally. So when I see you snuggled up on with your feet up in a blanket, you just proved my point. Man, please pull up T.O. or even that motherfucking twink Ryan Garcia. Please pull up the little twink shit. I know the twink's got his lipstick on. He's got baby oil all over his body. But guess what he's doing? He's training. Pull up his Instagram. I bet you that boy training.
Yeah, he is putting up a video. Ain't he up there doing something?
Thank you. You feel what I'm saying? He might be wearing a rhinestone thong, but that boy training. While you up there with your feet up, playing Candy Crush and shit. But I can't say nothing. I'm hating. I'm saying, man, you supposed to be the champ. I told you. I'm part of the, you know what I'm saying? I told you the one story the one time. I'm part of the group of, you know what I'm saying, older cats, you know what I'm saying, who knew Kelly, who we was running around telling, you know what I'm saying, we like, hey, Kelly, you can't be up in this bar, blah, 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 when Kelly was falling from grace. Because you the champ, bro. We don't want to see you out here drinking and drunk, fighting in the bar and all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I see the young man to this day, you know what I'm saying? He gonna pull up, go out of his way and holler at me for a second. Cause he know, nah, man, that wasn't hate. I love you, man. You from the Dirty 30. You from around here, man. You represent me.
Who was this?
Kelly Favley.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I heard
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, man. Like, you heard the stories. That was anybody knows boxing. There was cats in the hood where we were the ones going up to, you know what I'm saying, Jack, like, hey man, I don't like seeing Kelly out here like this. Nah, we don't like this.
Yeah, that's fact, man. I know you're speaking the truth on that. I heard that same story, yeah, that you're talking about. Yep.
Mr. Mancini blew down on that man's daddy.
Damn.
Hey, man. Hey. Mr. Pavlik, we got to talk about Kelly. He can't represent the 330 like this. Steel Valley, I told you, it's Ohio. We get petty about things. If you going yeah, exactly. Mr. Mancini, the best, man. Man, that's where I met that man as a kid, man. And every time I bump into him, he remembers my name. I always respect the fuck out of him. Because how the fuck you remember my name? I ain't shit. But yeah, hey, Mike. And I'm like, oh, fuck. It's just like the best feeling in the world, man. Mr. Mancini, one of the greatest. Yeah. Oh yeah, man, he a good dude. But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, just like me personally, I don't see this as hate, Mr. Haney. Look at what your son posted. You want him to get taken legitimate as a champ that people need to be seeing. This is the post that he is showing to the world. Man, Scott, if you got 2 seconds, please go up on Ryan Garcia's page, and I guarantee you, in 2 pictures, you're gonna have that boy in the gym, running, or training. He gonna be talking some shit and doing all that, but I bet you he's training, reminding y'all he's a boxer.
He's probably out there, trying to make this Manny Pacquiao fight so he can get paid more than most of the lightweights have this far. I don't think it's gonna be more than, I don't know. When it comes to getting paid, he may potentially get paid more than all of them has been paid thus far. Because you look at what Tio was able to get in Lomachenko fight, like $2 million even. Then Devin gets a little over $1 million from what I understand or whatever. But when it comes to money, they always want to talk about money, but we're talking about boxing. You want to talk about money, but we're talking about boxing. Why,
they don't get it.
No hate, I'm on top. You're not. As a black man, I cannot sit up here and look you in the face and say you're on top. I cannot do that. I cannot sit up here and damn allow you to respect me and feel that I'm telling you the absolute honest truth in your best interest that you're on top. I can't do that because you're not.
No. And to be honest with you, like I said, like as you said, as a black man, you're not on top. You shining, King. I want you to shine. King Devin Haney, please shine. These were the things. Remember prior to Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder too. Remember I said what were my worries about Deontay, and what happened? And what happened? And look at that. Now these white folks got their little, ooh yeah, we got your king down, blah blah blah. And look how so quickly everybody is trying to push him out the fucking sport.
Make it.
They got their meme now. It don't mean a thing.
Yep.
Look at this, Devin. You want me to respect you as a boxer. I hope you don't want me to respect you because you got money. I would never, that. I respect people that get money. All right, you get money, but listen, I know a lot of people who got money. I got a little bit of money. Ain't no money's money, dog. What's
Yeah.
It comes and it goes, man. We talking about this sport. The reason why you got money that elevated you. The reason why certain legends are legends. The reason why that dude may have lost all of his money. Right now, there is a cat that I bet you know about 5 names. There is a cat in your city where you live right now that probably is just a mechanic or is probably doing bad right now. But ain't nobody saying nothing. Ain't nobody bothering that man because that man is that. He was Golden Gloves, All State, you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
And XYZ is XYZ. And why? Because he is a legitimate champ. He ain't out here shining with money and driving, you know what I'm saying? But people can't take that away from him. What we're telling you is what you're resting your hat on, it can be taken away from you. Solidify that.
Solidified. Leave no doubt that you on top, because per the paperwork, you're not on top. You
That's
know what
all
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying.
Per the paperwork, you're not on top. Per, when I see, everything that Teofimo and his people are dealing with as far as the lineal, just take the small ass lineal title, the multicolor lineal title, man. That shit's just a god damn. It's the hugest motherfucking awakening you can look at, the lineal title, because you just can't win the lineal title on some bullshit. You can't. You got to win that motherfucker on a collective motherfucking package deal. You got to have everything collectively together to win that lineal title. And they don't want Teofimo Lopez to motherfucking brag about that shit. They don't want him up here making posts, and he don't supposed to allow his ego to damn grow because they went through Nakatani, Comey, and Lomachenko. Motherfucker, I'm out. I'm partying. I'm goddamn letting the world know. Hell yeah, I'm on Twitter. I did it better. I did it through hard work, and boxing is a physical sport, full contact. And motherfucker, I went out there and got this shit. Posting videos in a blanket to I know they hate I'm on top. Nobody's hating on you, man. No, I'm not hating on you. I'm telling you the way I feel, my opinion. That you can fight better people. You only have one black fighter on your record. But yet I got all these other groups out here trying to make it like, oh, we're gonna pitch Haney against Teofimo and get that shit biased and make race deal with it. When he only has one brother on his motherfucking record, and these niggas ain't even talking about that shit. You're not even talking about it. He has one brother on his fucking record, and you mad because another brother coming there to talk about a fighter that he support who has all the belts, and you're not getting mad at Mauricio. Y'all not up here holding Mauricio responsible. It's gonna take more than one interview to come at Mauricio like that, because you probably just pissed him off.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Mauricio been around the game for a long time. Shout out to his late father, Jose Suleiman. Shout out to him. But Mauricio been in the game for quite some time, man. You probably just pissed him off. You're gonna end up getting Devin blackballed.
And that's my point that I'm getting at. He's either threw all of his stuff in this man's lap. Bill Haney, how he's going about it, has got his career and his son's career in at Suleiman's discretion, and he's already expressed an indifference towards you as a fighter and a brand. And do you not see how, okay, that was posted in 2019, the one where he was doing the interview. So It's been 2 years. And can you not see that? And that even explains why Ryan Garcia dissed him like he did. Because you know what? People are taking the cues from the top. If you saying this is, you basically are saying this is my boss, man. How they moving? They're basically moving like the answer to Suleiman. And if Suleiman's like, hey, fuck it, he's just a worker. Now you mad because the other people in your division are telling you to grab their bags. Nigga, you a worker. You give a fuck how many belts you got running around on your shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You getting treated like a worker. You getting talked to like a worker. And you saying that we hating on you. You got money and you're content with the money. That's the thing I'm saying. Like, even like the Conor McGregor thing. It's like, yo, it's hard to train when you get up from them, you know what I'm saying, 1,000 count sheets, silk sheets, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Them 1,000 count. Don't confuse them with the count. They may not know what the thread count mean there, Mike. They might
yeah,
not
they
know
don't
what the
get them.
thread
Yeah, they
count
don't know
means.
that talk. They don't know. Like, it gets hard. It's hard. You know, you wake up in a nice, you wake up in a nice, you know what I'm saying, Mega King bed and beautiful view. You know, your wife looking good, you're looking good, smelling good, you're eating good, your kids are doing right, big ass yard playing around in. You know, you get to the point where now you're getting driven to the gym to start training instead of having to walk or catch the bus or, the struggle, all the things that made you dope. You know,
But
now
see,
you not
he may feel he there already, and he can feel
right.
that
That's
way.
my point.
But once again, if your nest is like that, so be it. But we're talking about what are you trying to say in boxing? Are you trying to establish a legacy? Are you trying to establish a persona? Are you trying to establish something they can admire you on social media? What do you want? Are you about this boxing shit for real? Or you aren't? I mean, which one is it? You here to collect belts and divisions, or you just here to post and make money? Because Mauricio made it perfectly clear that Devin is set to make millions. So he didn't say he was going to give you a shot at the titles. And you trying to say, how long are you planning on staying at 135? That's the point we're trying to make. How long are you planning on staying at 135?
Exactly. You know, because the money's good. I ain't mad at you. You're down in Georgia. Let me go ahead and give you another like Atlanta, an Atlanta music analogy. Atlanta been popping for about 25, 30 years on the hip hop scene. So are you one of these cats who's just, trying to just get you a little bag? Yeah, I had a couple hits that was popping, whoopie boop. Now you can stunt on Instagram and do your thing. Or are you actually really trying to go down as a legitimate recording artist and get up there in that superstar level? Right now, you're acting like you're a dude that's just content with, yo, I got a bag. I can be locally hot. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the hood know me, blah, blah, blah. But there's a difference between everybody in the hood knowing you and everybody in the world knowing you.
Real talk, man. I truly believe that it's going to take more people to talk about it, because I think Bill is kind of upset at thumbnails instead of just reality, what I'm talking about for real. He might get mad at thumbnail, but the thumbnail ain't personal. It's boxing related. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just boxing related, man. And you shouldn't even put too much emphasis in that shit. But at the end of the day, man, if you on top and you got a different lifestyle than the fighters that's around you, what if they start picking up the same? What if you go to 140 and the same shit happen? You're gonna fall from grace in reality. If the same shit happened to 140 and you know Teofimo Lopez, sooner or later Richard Comey, Robert Easter, let's say Ryan Garcia. I don't know if Javante is gonna move up there. It's gonna be cats moving up there to 140. What's up there? Heavier competition? No, more stricter competition. And you're gonna have some motherfuckers that's dogs up there that's already up there right now. So you're gonna have to go in there and prove that you're a dog too. Not just a quick one. There's a lot of quick dogs. You got greyhounds out that motherfucker. But the which one them damn game dogs, them motherfucking junkyard dogs, so to speak. Them motherfuckers that don't care. They willing to dig deep.
Well, using the dog analogy, there's all sorts of vicious, aggressive dogs. Get you a Cane Corso, get you a Rhodesian Ridgeback, get you a Turkish Kangal. People don't know shit. I used to have 9 Chow Chows, and they were pit stoppers. People don't even know because my Chow Chows came from China. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
the Chow Chows don't play.
Exactly. They weren't them little small bred down American ones. These are Chow Chows from the mountains in China. You feel what I'm saying? Where the back came up to a grown man's hip. You feel what I'm saying? Type shit. Yeah, big old 110-pound dog on your ass. You feel what I'm saying? And so that's the difference. You got all types of dogs. Yeah, he could be quick and he could be aggressive and he could do this, but does that jaw lock? Is it a pit? Does that jaw lock? Does it got that good pressure on its bite? And that goes back to what we were saying about his power. These are legitimate questions, belt, no belt, whatever, that will forever be asked of Devin Haney until he answers them. I've not seen a fight Maybe you got to show me. I mean, please, Bill Haney, somebody shut me the fuck up. Show me. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to say I'm wrong. I have not seen a fight where I said Devin Haney out here hurting him.
I've never seen a fight, man.
I've not seen a fight where it's like, ooh, he did not like that punch. I see fights where I'm like, okay, Devin's quick. Ooh, look at Devin. Okay. I have not seen a fight yet where Devin Haney has hurt somebody. Like, ooh, he's hurt. And so my question, I'm thinking about it. You know better than me. And then please, anybody in the chat, Bill Haney, I know you're listening, or one of your minions are listening. Please tell me. I'll be the first to say I'm wrong. And you can go on and make a meme about me staring at you playing Candy Crush on your jet or wherever you at. You feel what I'm saying? And it's fine. It's fine. Because I've never seen it. Show me some sparring footage or something. Because I've never seen nothing that legitimizes you sitting there holding these belts, talking like you're talking, when there is a clear reason why nobody's taking you serious. And from that picture you posted, you're not taking yourself seriously. So fuck it. I'm going to keep pouring it off. Fuck it.
You might have said, and they might have heard too much on this live today, man. This reality. This shit ain't personal. You know what? You don't have to damn explain shit ain't personal, and especially unless it's black people, huh? It don't really, because black people we misinterpret shit so much when we choose to. We can sit back and pay attention and understand if a motherfucker being real or not. You know, if it's in our good, how you put it, our best interest, our welfare. You know what I'm saying? We can understand that if you're grown enough. But a lot of us, man, we just quickly to say, nah, fuck him, they hating. I'm not hating. I don't have the energy to hate on nobody that's making money out here in a full contact sport. You do what you want to do. But I guess they want ignorant motherfuckers to be around. You know, people they can just dictate and order and don't tell them the truth. You know what I'm saying? Look how many people was dogging Deontay Wilder when he was champion. There was plenty of black people out here dogging this cat out. I mean, I didn't see enough of them at the fight. Like I said earlier, Mike, I didn't see these dudes at the fight as a group cheering, doing media, goddamn making sure the champ is celebrated as he walked to the ring. I didn't see all that unity. Cass was talking about how fucked up he was. There was a lot of black people even dogging him the fuck out. He didn't have boxing skills. He didn't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? He was only a matter of time before he lose. He only had a right hand. And for him to go into the Staples Center and to have individuals cheering above the hometown crowd and then go over there to MGM Grand and hear the man being booed. What narrative are you pushing now? You off Deontay, now you on Devin Haney pushing the narrative? Man, come on, man. Y'all couldn't do enough to keep Deontay Wilder and build up his black fan base since y'all pushing this narrative. Y'all couldn't build up a large enough fan base, a black fan base, to respect the fact that Deontay was doing something that probably won't come around anytime soon. He's a black U.S. heavyweight champion, and he was out here fast-tracked through the amateurs up to the professional ranks, able to basically defend his title 10 successful times, man. And you still couldn't get people to cheer for him and drown out that UK crowd because y'all don't put money into your people. You don't put money into them. You can put words, but you ain't put money into them. But now you got somebody that has money. Team Haney has money, and he's going out here influencing individuals to think that the YTBC is going to get you Teofimo Lopez fight. After all the hours you put in for free promo when it was Gary Russell and fucking off the term sheets and all that shit that was going on, you still never canceled out the November 7th date with Jokic Gamboa. You always kept that date, and that's what you intended to do. I told him that when I was on the damn live. I did.
How do you take that?
Man, you have to like look at the live in itself, man, and see how much I was telling him, and he wasn't even disagreeing with me. But it got to a point where he was probably, feeling some way to turn the tide. and everything to make it disrespectful, to make it personal. You know what I'm saying? That's what he did.
Of course he is. You know, that's the type of time we in. It's not just boxing, that's politically, and that's just the energy. You know what I'm saying? We're in the Karen culture now, and a hit dog will holler. As the Vikings say, when the noose tightens, the hangman starts to kick wildly, you know. And like you said, he wasn't saying, oh, that's not true, or, well, no, I didn't say that, I said this. He was just listening, nodding his head, and then finally, man, fuck you, you a bitch ass nigga. Oh, you stink. Fuck you, nigga, you broke. Nigga, your big toe doesn't match your motherfucking pinky toe. Just saying, you gonna try to change the conversation, you gonna convolute it. It's, Black Lives Matter, Blue Lives Matter. You know that energy that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't got shit to say, but he's got to fire back because right now he's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the pressure, and you're not really applying the pressure as much as you're just saying, hey, Skippy boom, blase splee. But you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers, especially when they got a narrative they out here, they got their talking points they trying to get out to the world. And I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying that when you saying what you saying, don't act like we ain't listening.
Yeah, we listening for sure. But we supposed to be listening. We the one, when it comes down to it, you fighting locally, we the one gonna be paying to sit in the seats. But the respect part of it, how many of those promotions, those big time promotions, is gonna respect what's going on in the YTBC when you're dogging out the WBC president, the people. You sending little soldiers and little freaking followers in there to dog out Mauricio Suleiman and say certain shit to damn Bob Arum. When the smoke clears, man, and the live gates start opening up, we're not going to be any further to making a fight via YouTube community than we were before the pandemic. We're not going to be any closer.
Exactly.
That's what people understand. It don't matter what the words. You can sit up here and push a narrative all you want. But at the end of the day, Mauricio Suleiman is the driving force to say you don't have the authority. I'm not giving you the authority there, Team Haney. I'm not giving you the authority to go against my franchise belt. He won the fight fair and square, and I made the franchise belt transferable. So therefore, I don't know what to tell you. Your belt means nothing. Make millions. Go ahead, continue to make money like you want, and that's gonna be your satisfying glory right there. Continue to make money.
And sadly, that's the narrative with a lot of young, especially black and brown, but even poor white children who are trying to crack it in many industries, not just the fight game, but whatever. You got the powers that be who they're going to say, you know what? Nah, I already got a plan. Listen, kid, I'll get you some money since you are hot. I can make some money off you. Go on and get this money and go play. And then it becomes up to those individuals to say, oh, well, I got a good thing going on. I don't want to mess this up and play along. Or, ask themselves, what do they really want to be remembered for? If you just want to be remembered as another cat who made him some money, that's something to be remembered for, because there's a lot of cats who can't say that. So that's no knock against you. Love.
Mm-hmm.
But chill out with all the boxing talk. Because we here for boxing. We here for boxing. You know what I'm saying? This World Combat Sports, that's why your name got brought up. This ain't who getting money in the world of niggas today. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, we can start a whole nother show. We can go region by region. I can tell you all sorts of niggas who got money. I'm talking about niggas you never heard of. And I'm talking legal money. Niggas who got patents. You know what I'm saying? So what we talking about when we talking all this money talk. We talking boxing. And you're getting mad because in the boxing conversation, you're not taken serious. You don't take yourself serious. So these questions are going to be asked. But they're going to get mad.
Man. They're going to be asked, man. Don't be mad at the questions, coming from a certain voice. When you allow individuals to sit up here and push a dirty ass narrative, man, it's not even true. Just because you think bashing Teofimo Lopez while he's still out here getting paid, living off his millions, and he's the unified champion. You think getting a group of grown men together to push a narrative, do right for the sport. Once again, we seem like we in a group, begging on the plantation field, man. We begging. We begging to set up a plan. And then you got one motherfucker that's up here believing like he in our best interest, but he running back and tell the dude that's inside the house. You know what they out here planning? I'm just letting you know. You know what they out here doing. They out here talking bad about so-and-so. I mean, I can't imagine being back there, man, being in a group where you find out is one person has been freaking persuading and betraying, the entire people. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people that thought they can actually, how you put it, have a better lifestyle back then by telling on people, and then to see their own people being inhumanely killed and tortured and shit, right? And it's all because of them. You know what I'm saying? It's all because of one person. That's what we can do. I can tell you, I always say the one way that you can get blacks to turn on each other is to tell a lie. Tell one lie to him, he tell it to him, and they keep on doing. Just tell one black person a lie within the group about that person that they're trying to get to, and you'll be successful, man.
Oh man, you already know. You already know. Like with black folks, it's real simple. You know what I'm saying? All they got to do is call you nigga and call him boy, and then leave the room and watch this boy argue with this nigga over which one Massa talk to like a sucker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they gonna have none of that energy, none of that smoke for Massa. But as soon as Massa leave the room, yeah, that's why he was calling your ass boy. Oh, shut up! He was calling you nigga.
That's true, man.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Listen, and that's look at what Devin's doing right now. Devin is in a weird way playing that weird role. Devin is in a weird way in danger of almost doing the same bullshit that Keith Thurman did as far as holding up the division, where y'all could really, there's enough black star power, if you want to talk about for the people, that y'all could have been did some dumb shit. Y'all could have been put something together. Like we was talking about with Spence and Crawford. Y'all could have been did that if y'all wanted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you wanted to set up this thing where you're the prettiest little bitch at the ball. You're Cinderella, and you're did up. You dig what I'm saying? Because you know how it is. Like we could be in this hole in the wall club. You're getting all the attention and it's popping. Meanwhile, we could be in like the Fountain Blue or something like that with a bankhead and just chilling with everything, doing everything we need to do. You feel what I'm saying? Twice on a Tuesday. But because you ain't getting the attention, all this shit whack. Come on, let's go back. Come on, my people. Let's go back to that hole in the wall club. Remember where y'all shouting my name out? I think he's scared of the big stage. So he's trying to be the big fish in the little pond, but he doesn't understand this is boxing. Just like Keith Thurman found out. You know what I'm saying? Has that boy even fought again since that Pacquiao ass whooping? And I love me some one time Keith Thurman, but he sat around and held that division up to where when they finally gave you your L, which was going to come and fight, and you're going to lose, they could just push you to the side and move on.
Two words, my brother. Hey, I've been on here for six strong, Mike.
Oh shit, man. Yeah, let me get in, man. Go on again, man.
Hey, nah, man. Appreciate you for pulling up, dog, putting your input. I respect your OG, man. I always damn enjoy you pulling up to the scene, man, and giving your input on the topic. You know what it is, man. The real ones know what the real ones are about, and we listen to their words. Anything you got to say to the people before we close this out, man?
Man, I just want to say, man, shout out to you. And you know what I'm saying? Everybody smash that like button. You know what I'm saying? Hit the subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Super chat. Hit his Cash App. And yeah, man, hey, dude, once again, we're not hating. This ain't, I want no one to think that we just got over here to hate on Devin Haney. We just saying, Dev, you need to move different. We love y'all. Peace, power, and respect to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And, move differently, move smarter, people. Love.
the show, man. You know what it is. Salute to you. And everybody that dropped in today, man, whether you hit the like button or not, man, be sure to take care of that next time. Sub to the channel. And it ain't hating over here. It's just media. And we pretty much talking the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts. And people want to talk about, people want to act like it's something other than. It's not. It's just boxing talk. Till next time, man. Y'all hold it down.
What up? It's your boy Roy Jones Jr. Right now, you're tuning in to World Combat Sports.